recognizes the tremendous potential of the nation's youth in the field of science and technology. Thus, various research and innovation policies are being formulated to develop and cultivate human resources with high competence and aptitude in science and technology. Creating many excellent programs is a form of BRIN's commitment to researchers, innovators, and the general population from various disciplines across the nation. The research and innovation ecosystem quality improvement in Indonesia is also realized through the collaboration of various ministries, institutions, domestic industries, and regional governments, to name a few, by forming the Regional Research and Innovation Agency, or RIDA. Moreover, cooperation with various foreign research institutions continue to be developed through active participation as member of various organizations and international forums. BRIN organizes research into a more effective and efficient process by integrating human resources, infrastructure, and budget from various research and development institutions. Oriented by a national research priority, BRIN routinely enacts comprehensive evaluations from various research and development institutions. This effort is supported through the continued management and improvement of various research and innovation facilities located across 17 regions of Indonesia, dedicated towards the development of science and technology. BRIN continues to improve our contribution to research and innovation towards national development by developing and revitalizing 4 areas of science and technology, or KST. An integrated area consisting of research laboratory facilities, testing laboratories, and industrial facilities for both startups and SMEs, tenant office rooms, co-working space, meeting rooms, gallery rooms, and other supporting facilities. BRIN is here to manifest the future of a golden Indonesia 2045 by consolidating science and technology resources and creating a resource ecosystem and research-based economical foundation. Transforming Indonesia as a global reference in the development and application of science and technology practices and the good of humankind. Nature is the source of inspiration. Knowledge is the foundation, and to be put in praxis for the sake of the nation.
Mediaindonesia.com bertransformasi dengan wajah baru, membawa semangat baru. Dalam upaya untuk tampil lebih segar, menjadi referensi semua kalangan, kami menjunjung komitmen tinggi, menampilkan konten terbaik dengan visual menarik. Media Indonesia, suarakan Indonesia.
viral. Yakin viral?
Udah cross-check belum? Hati-hati, salah informasi.
Berita viral memang selalu bikin gempar. Di Newsline kami kasih lebih. Jadi Anda tidak hanya jadi si paling tahu, tapi juga yang paling paham.
Makin lengkap dengan pembahasan penting.
Dan penuh inspirasi lainnya.
Newsline, setiap hari live jam 2 siang.
Research is our strength to overcome any limitations. Innovation is the guiding vision that drives us towards the future. We cannot face this alone. We must stand together to make our vision a reality. Growing strong upon the land of Nusantara, a magical place filled with miracle and wonder. A land spanning 2 continents and 2 oceans, rich in culture and biodiversity. We and Indonesia are the necessary combination to realize the grand visions of the future. Like an orchestra, BRIN harmonizes research, development, assessment, application, and also synergies, invention, and innovation in Indonesia. We created an ecosystem consisting of 7 deputies, 12 research organizations, and 85 research centers dispersed throughout Indonesia. Research Organization for Aeronautics and Space, Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Research Organization for Energy and Manufacture, Research Organization for Earth Sciences and Maritime, Research Organization for Life Sciences and Environment, Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, Research Organization for Social Sciences and Humanities, Research Organization for Archaeology, Language, and Literature, Research Organization for Health, Research Organization for Nanotechnology and Material, Research Organization for Agriculture and Food, Research Organization for Governance, Economy, and Community Welfare. BRIN catalyzing research and innovation to develop an advanced scientific ecosystem in Indonesia with 2 main targets. BRIN realizes the tremendous potential of the nation's youth in the field of science and technology. Thus, various research and innovation policies are being formulated to develop and cultivate human resources with high competence and aptitude in science and technology. Creating many excellent programs is a form of BRIN's commitment to researchers, innovators, and the general population from various disciplines across the nation. The research and innovation ecosystem quality improvement in Indonesia is also realized through the collaboration of various ministries, institutions, domestic industries, and regional governments, to name a few, by forming the Regional Research and Innovation Agency, or RIDA. Moreover, cooperation with various foreign research institutions continue to be developed through active participation as member of various organizations and international forums. BRIN organizes research into a more effective and efficient process by integrating human resources, infrastructure, and budget from various research and development institutions. Oriented by a national research priority, BRIN routinely enacts comprehensive evaluations from various research and development institutions. This effort is supported through the continued management and improvement of various research and innovation facilities located across 17 regions of Indonesia, dedicated towards the development of science and technology. BRIN continues to improve our contribution to research and innovation towards national development by developing and revitalizing 4 areas of science and technology, or KST. An integrated area, consisting of research laboratory facilities, testing laboratories.
Good morning and welcome to all distinguished guests. We would like to welcome you back to the very prestigious Gedung B.J. Habibie at BRIN, Jakarta. Thank you so much for coming on time. We truly appreciate it. We are about to begin the day 2 of Museum Forward, where we are going to have several panels of speakers. And before we start, I just want to remind everyone that we have a buffet of snacks right over there, and we also have the exhibitions from our local products, our local MSMEs. So please do check out our products. And as we are going to embark on the panel sessions, obviously we are going to have the question and answer session as well as the discussion session. So please, if you want, please prepare your best questions and take notes. And please have a good day. Thank you.
Nature is the source of inspiration. Knowledge is the foundation. And to be put in praxis for the sake of the nation.
Mediaindonesia.com bertransformasi dengan wajah baru, membawa semangat baru. Dalam upaya untuk tampil lebih segar, menjadi referensi semua kalangan, kami menjunjung komitmen tinggi, menampilkan konten terbaik dengan visual menarik. Media Indonesia, suarakan Indonesia.
Kami ucapkan selamat pagi kepada Bapak dan Ibu seluruh tamu undangan. Terima kasih telah hadir tepat waktu. Sesaat lagi kita akan memulai hari kedua dari Museum Forward. Hari yang akan sangat inspiratif dan penuh dengan pengetahuan untuk kita semua. Dan sebelum kita masuk ke acara, saya ingin menginformasikan bahwa kita punya buffet snack di belakang. Dan juga ada beberapa pameran produk-produk lokal, produk-produk UMKM di luar auditorium. Silakan untuk bisa dicek, bisa dilihat-lihat dan juga dibeli pastinya produknya. Dan karena nanti akan ada sesi diskusi dan juga tanya jawab, jadi silakan untuk siapkan pertanyaan terbaiknya. Dan seperti yang sudah dibilang oleh Syarat Esnu kemarin bahwa jika memang nanti Bapak dan Ibu, kakak-kakak semua tidak berkesempatan untuk bertanya kepada para speaker, pada pembicara di sesi panel, Anda bisa bertanya secara langsung, bisa approach langsung, sekaligus juga membuat koneksi pada hari ini. Terima kasih.
Hah? Viral? Yakin viral?
Udah cross check belum? Hati-hati, salah informasi.
Berita viral memang selalu bikin gempar. Di Newsline kami kasih lebih. Jadi Anda tidak hanya jadi si paling tahu, tapi juga yang paling paham.
Makin lengkap dengan pembahasan penting.
Dan penuh inspirasi lainnya.
Newsline, setiap hari live jam 2 siang.
like to say good morning and welcome to the honorable officials as well as the distinguished guests. Welcome back to the very prestigious BRIN Jakarta as we are going to embark on the day 2 of Museum Forward. Please have a seat and have a good day. We are very pleased to welcome the honorable officials as well as the distinguished guests back to the Gedung B.J. Habibie BRIN Jakarta. Please have a seat as we are about to start the day 2 of Museum Forward. Kami juga mengucapkan selamat datang dan selamat pagi kepada seluruh hadirin dan tamu undangan yang telah hadir di Gedung BRIN Jakarta, di Gedung B.J. Habibie BRIN Jakarta. Silakan untuk menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan. Dan sesaat lagi kita akan memasuki hari kedua dari Museum Forward. Kami juga ingin mengingatkan bahwa pada hari ini kita akan memiliki beberapa sesi panelis, di mana nantinya akan ada sesi diskusi dan juga sesi tanya jawab. Jadi silakan untuk Anda dapat take notes dan juga menyiapkan pertanyaan terbaik Anda. Dan jika nanti Anda tidak berkesempatan untuk bertanya secara langsung di sesi panel, jangan khawatir dan jangan berkecil hati karena Anda masih memiliki kesempatan untuk bisa approach langsung kepada para narasumber dan bertanya secara langsung. Terima kasih. Kami juga mengajak kepada seluruh hadirin, kepada seluruh audiens untuk dapat mengisi bangku di meja yang paling depan terlebih dahulu sebelum mengisi bangku yang ada di belakang, agar nanti sesi diskusi juga berjalan dengan lebih kondusif. Terima kasih. Sekali lagi kami silakan kepada seluruh hadirin untuk dapat mengisi bangku di barisan meja paling depan, agar sesi diskusi dan juga sesi panel dapat berjalan dengan lebih interaktif dan lebih kondusif. Terima kasih. Excellencies, honorable officials, distinguished guests, please make your way to your seats. Museum Forward, the international best practice forum on museums and heritage, is about to begin. Honorable officials and distinguished guests, it is a pleasure to welcome you here today to Museum Forward, the international best practice forum on museums and heritage, hosted by the European National Institute for Culture, Unique Indonesia Cluster, and the International Council of Museums, ICOM, International Committee for Museum Management. This event is supported by Indonesia Hidden Heritage Creative Hub and the Indonesian History and Culture Conservation Society, or Perkumpulan Pelestari Sejarah dan Budaya Indonesia, Unique Cluster Global, and ICOM Sarek. Members of Unique Indonesia Cluster co-hosting Museum Forward today comprise of Erasmus Hui, Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Indonesia, French Embassy to Indonesia, East Timor, and ASEAN, and Institut Français Donasi, Goethe Institute Indonesia, Embassy of Ireland Indonesia, Embassy of the Republic of Poland in Indonesia, Embassy of Spain in Indonesia, British Council, and the delegation of the European Union to Indonesia and Brunei Darussalam. Members of the ICOM committee co-hosting Museum Forward comprise of ICOM Intercom, International Committee for Museum Management, ICOM ICOMON, International Committee for Money and Banking Museums, ICOM ICTOP, International Committee for the Training of Personnel, ICOM MPR, International Committee for Marketing and Public Relations, as well as ICOM Croatia. Honorable officials and distinguished guests, we are humbled and honored to welcome here today Her Royal Highness Gusti Kanjeng Ratu Bendoro, Princess of Kraton Yogyakarta Hadiningrat. Charlotte Esnu and Samresya, co-presidents of the Unique Cluster Indonesia. Dr. Goranka Horjan, head of ICOM Intercom, and representatives from ICOM Intercom, ICOM ICTOP, ICOM MPR, ICOM ICOMON, and ICOM Croatia. Nova Farida, Executive Director of Indonesia Hidden Heritage Creative Hub. Program Chair of Museum Forward, Farah Wardani. Museum heads from all over Indonesia, museum professionals from all over Indonesia, as well as the members of the public and the media. Museum Forward is a truly collaborative international event held in partnership with the government of Indonesia, museum and heritage professionals from Indonesia and the world, and with the support of a number of strategic partners and sponsors. We extend our most gracious and heartfelt thank you to all of the followings. Our strategic partners, National Research and Innovation Agency or BRIN, Indonesia Heritage Agency, Jakarta Provincial Government, ICOM Indonesia, and Paramita Jaya, Jakarta Provincial Branch of the Indonesian Museums Association. Our community partners, Komunitas Historia Indonesia, Jakarta Good Guide, Book Hive, Yana Utama, Komunitas Jelajah Budaya, and Pengunyah Kata. With special thanks to Museum Forward's official sponsors, Jakarta Provincial Government, Jakarta Cultural Office, Jakarta Tourism Office, Bank Indonesia Museum, Museum Bahari Jakarta, Bank DKI, PITA, Havelti, Ichinogami, Soflo, and Samsung Electronics Indonesia. And our media partners, Metro TV, Media Indonesia, the ITV, and 7Hub. The hosts would also like to extend our thanks to the organizing committee for their dedication and commitment to ensuring the smooth running of this event. Please join me in showing your appreciation to our hosts, partners, and sponsors by giving a round of applause. And also, we are now live at the YouTube channel of BRIN, so we kindly ask everybody here, all the distinguished guests, to share it with your networks to help promote the message of Museum Forward. Your support in spreading the word is greatly appreciated. Honorable officials and distinguished guests, day one of Museum Forward, we kicked off the Museum Forward program by introducing our international experts to some of Jakarta's museum and heritage sites, where they engage in discussions with the museum management teams. We hope that what they saw and discussed that has inspired and informed them. And on Tuesday and Wednesday, we are hosting a public conference featuring an esteemed panel of experts who will share insights from a diverse range perspective. The discussions will cover best practices and innovative approaches, providing attendees with a comprehensive understanding of the topics at hand. And on Thursday, we present a series of workshops for Indonesian staff and international experts sharing, and this is pre-registrations only. The Museum Forward Forum program today and tomorrow focuses on key themes to ensure that we can remain relevant, take our place in creating a better world, and provide safe and welcoming public spaces that are diverse, inclusive, and promote tolerance by understanding. By claiming our place at the table, we also acknowledge our responsibility and our accountability now and in the future. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the day 2 of Museum Forward, and we mark the second day of Museum Forward Public Conference by the first panel discussion of the day, under the title of Beyond the Institutions, Collaborative Approaches to Museums and Cultural Heritage. And I am pleased to introduce our moderator for this session, Bob Adrian, an independent curator and the managing director of Audio Plane in Jakarta, where Bob will be leading the conversation with our distinguished panelists. Bob, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? I hope you're ready for our conversation today. Before we begin this morning's presentation and discussion, I would like to extend my gratitude to the Museum Forward team. It is a wonderful event, and I'm honored to be a part of this year's program. Today's panel, entitled Beyond the Institutions, Collaborative Approaches to Museums and Cultural Heritage. We have here our 3 speakers today, and I would like to invite all of the speakers to the stage, as I mentioned their names. In order, Mbak Melati Suryadarmo, Mbak Mizari, morning. And Mr. Russell Storer. All of our speakers representing museums, institutions, as well as international events, in this case, festival. Today's panel will discuss various efforts and dialogues within the scope of museums and cultural heritage. We will see how our speakers connect and contribute to promote innovation and collaboration related to the growth and development of museums and cultural heritage. Without further ado, I will read the brief bio of our first speaker, Mbak Melati Suryadarmo. Melati Suryadarmo is a contemporary artist, artistic director of Indonesia Bertutur, and founder of Studio Plesungan Indonesia. Melati has presented her work in numerous international festivals and exhibitions, including the Van Gogh Museum, Amsterdam in 2005, Video Brazil, Sao Paulo also in 2005, Museum of Contemporary Art, Kiasma, Finnish National Gallery 2007, Haus der Kultur und der Welt, Berlin, 2009, Biennale Jogja 9th, 2011, Asia Pacific Triennial Kagoma, Brisbane, 2015, Museum Macan, Jakarta, 2020 until 2021, and the Asia Society Triennial, New York, 2021. In 2022, she received the Bonnefanten Award for Contemporary Art, BACA, with a major sole exhibition at the Bonnefanten Museum, Maastricht. In 2017, she was the artistic director of the Jakarta Biennial, Jiwa. She was appointed artistic director of the Indonesia Bertutur Festival of Arts and Culture in 2022 and 2024. Sumba Melati, the stage is yours.
I need to low down. Okay, do you hear me? I have to, I think it's too high. Harus berdiri di sini ya. Good morning everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. My name is Melati Suryodharma, as introduced by Bob. Do you hear me? Because I think the acoustic is a little bit difficult. I cannot hear really clear myself. Yeah, so I think my job today is to represent Indonesia Bertutur, a festival that is supported or actually created. It's by the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. It started already in 2022, and recently in August, we did the second term of Indonesia Bertutur in Bali. So basically, Indonesia Bertutur is, I think it's one of the biggest festival in Indonesia that is created by the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. And I think it's a very challenging job for me because I am an artist, and that I'm appointed as the artistic director of a very big festival with a very big mission. I was very honored, and I tried to question. I begin with a lot of questions, and I thought maybe this is a time for me to be engaged with a bigger responsibility for Indonesia, for my artist colleagues, for all the cultural environment in Indonesia, but also to build a bridge with the international communities, and in terms of the artistic practice, and also to introduce a kind of a new kind of aesthetic. So being critical at the same time to share a spirit of advancement, cultural advancement, according to the mandate from the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. Of course, for me as an artist, I need to reflect a lot and to almost eliminate my ego as an artist. So honestly, it was a very challenging job, how to split my own practice and the practice that I would think it is a service, a dharma for the society. So there are many priorities that I have to put and to put in roles. That first is the mission from the government, but also at the same time, in every step, I need to find a strategy with my whole team, which were in total around 400 people involved behind the scene. And also we work very closely with the government's office, with the ministry office, with the Directorate of Film, Music and Media under Pak Mahendra. So my boss is Pak Mahendra, Ahmad Mahendra, and also Pak Dirjen, Pak Hilmar Farid. And it's not all my decision, so the longest part is the planning. So what strategy, what planning, and then there would be a kind of directions from the director of general director of culture, Pak Hilmar Farid, that this year we probably have to focus on this cultural heritage, and next year is, you know, like, so it's not my own idea to choose or to select the location, the theme. The theme, of course, most of the part, the artistic director team decide, but the cultural heritage actually is selected by the Ministry of Education, Culture and Research and Technology under the direction of the General Director. Yeah, so let me click. Oh, big. Okay, so this one, actually the beginning of the idea of the Indonesia Bertutur is to find a strategy according to the Undang-Undang Pemajuan Kebudayaan, article number 32, Undang-Undang Pemajuan Kebudayaan itu adalah Undang-Undang number 5 in 2017. Basically, it's utilization of cultural heritage object aims to foster national character, strengthen cultural resilience, enhance community welfare, elevate Indonesia's active role and influence in international relations. And then on Article 91, on law number 11, is to the utilization of collections classified as cultural heritage in museum is intended to optimally support the advancement of education, knowledge, culture, social development, and or tourism. Cultural strategy agenda number 2, which is basically to protect and promote the values, impressions, and practices of traditional cultures in order to enrich the national culture. These are all the official points that underline our practice in the Indonesia Bertutur. And then we see that it is necessary to encourage the utilization of new media technology and expand the equalized access to cultural heritage. It is essential to advance the content creation ecosystem based on the cultural heritage. It is important to build collaborative platforms across film, music, and new media art practitioners to promote cultural heritage. So then therefore, Indonesia Bertutur is created. The cultural advancement pathway to and cultural content ecosystem based on those laws, basically we highlight some point, which is protection, development, utilization, and fostering. So this includes tangible cultural heritage, intangible cultural heritage, but also the 10 World Cultural Heritage in Indonesia. And then we create from those particular selections actually cultural heritage that in the time range is before the colonial time. So what we define colonial time is when the VOC arrived. So that is until the 15th century. And then we create some content, and then we artistically creating a concept that the content should be a platform of a process of adaptation, innovation, and narration enrichment. Yes, and then we create through Indonesia Bertutur a new content based on local wisdom and also intensive research of the participants of the Indonesia Bertutur. So these are I'm sure most of you familiar with with our culture heritage. We selected the archaeological, until the 15th century, the archaeological sites. And then the intangible cultural heritage. And then this is the list of the 10 world cultural heritage in Indonesia. So for us, it is very important to support that all practices that the cultural heritage become a resource of a new knowledge, learning from the past, learning from what is actually we are facing now when young, let's say young people going to Borobudur. And nowadays they understand that Borobudur is a cultural object, but also a tourism object. They visit to be there, to have the experience of being there and making a selfie, photos, and more like an experience of tourism, rather than having the knowledge about Borobudur. So this happens also in many archaeological sites, our cultural heritage that spread all over Indonesia. And it's just how to encourage the young people to understand the history of our Nusantara, of our archipelago, and also how culture actually is developing and how we see ourselves today in relationship with our long history. So I guess Indonesia Bertutur is a kind of a platform to create to express in a new way, to express their relationship, our relationship, the young people relationship, our recent life relationship with the past, but also to think about how to keep the essence or the knowledge or the narrations of the past and translate it or transform into the language of today. So that's why we are using, pointing on the, We are creating a kind of strategy for the participant to examine historical artifacts and information as a source of inspiration and knowledge, transferring knowledge from historical resource to the practice of today's everyday life through expression, knowledge, and technology. So the motto of Indonesia Bertutur is experiencing the past, cultivating the future. It is a mega festival that includes 900 participants, including artists and of course the team from the ministry of the Indonesia Bertutur. Because we are working under the Department of Film, Music, and Media, we focus on our contemporary practice. So in Indonesia Bertutur, you will be disappointed if you just expect to see Indonesian traditional culture, because we meant to translate traditional culture as a resource of creation, but not necessarily presenting traditional culture representation. So most of our programs are involving contemporary artists, which I think it's fantastic, because most of the program that happens in, like official programs, always supporting they put more weight into the traditional practices. But for our contemporary practice, we somehow, as a contemporary artist, I see, like for example, from the dance, contemporary theater, contemporary visual art, we somehow move and create our ecosystem most of the time independently. So this is like an engagement together between the culture, heritage, as a resource of creations in order to create a new creation, which is more in the contemporary practice, more conceptual, more something that is more, you know, like representing the language of today's technology and today's ways of life. So creating this bridge, I think, is one of the most important part of Indonesia Bertutur. We are struggling to find every time, of course, to improve our strategy, and of course, because we are using public money, so we have to be very careful in program design and artist selections and so on and so on. So everything what we do is how do you say? We pass several steps that is very challenging, especially because we need to control, to check everything if this is okay or not, you know, like if it's around, you know, like the regulations is suitable or not, or something like this. No censor, not so much censorship in our practice, but you know, like direct consultation. And I'm very impressed. I'm really thankful that Directorate PMM, the Directorate Film, Music and Media, and also the General Director of Culture are very open to the practice of the contemporary practice today. So through Indonesia Bertutur, we are aiming to build the broken bridge, let's say broken bridge, I don't know, between the nearly forgotten local knowledge and the realities of the life in the 4.0 era, encouraging the younger generation's active role to protect, develop, and utilize prehistoric and historical heritage based on our outstanding universal value, building the stakeholders' collaboration platform in film, music, performance, and new media, which promotes and preserves tangible and intangible cultural heritage, interpreting legacies in the form of knowledge as a source of the nation's creativity, creating inspiration for meanings of culture through unlearning and relearning process within the framework of national, regional, and international cultural network. So now probably we've been hearing a lot about the context of decolonialization. So Indonesia Bertutur is critically responding to the context of decolonialization, and instead we urge to approach through a relearning process, unlearning and relearning process. So, which means that the long way of detachments of our identity through our, and you know, like bigger distance between ourselves with our culture through the ongoing educations which were very colonializing ourselves. So I think decolonialization is probably one alternative to regain our identity, but relearning is actually unlearning and relearning. I think is something that is more fresh and accepting our condition today more, and then trying to build the future in a different strategy. So these are the principles or the pillars of our practice. And let's just skip. So we have a lot of programs that probably maybe this is the first edition, which was in Borobudur Temple. It was happening in 7 to 11 plus 1 day, 13th of September in 2022 in the area of Borobudur Temple. That was just when the pandemic was just almost done. So we were still under restrictions, health restrictions and control and so on during the process of creating the first Indonesia Bertutur in Borobudur. We focused on the mandala and the step pyramid, and mandala and the mandala and the step pyramid, pundan berundak sebenarnya bahasa Indonesia lebih enak ya, pundan berundak. So structure of Borobudur offered deep spiritual and symbolic resonance, integral to both its architectural design and philosophical essence. So the curatorial concept focused on the mandala, which represent an all-encompassing framework for viewing art, where each work is a symbolic step within a larger cosmic cycle. It also draws inspiration from the symbolic realms of Kamadhatu, Rupadhatu, and Arupadhatu, representing distinct stages of existence in Buddhist cosmology. These realms are interpreted as a metaphor for the creative journey of artists, where Kamadhatu reflects the material world and desires, and Rupadhatu embodies form and contemplation, and Arupadhatu transcends into the formless and abstract. This framework serves as the foundation for selecting the artworks into three categories, offering public a pathway to explore the progressions of artistic expression from the tangible to the intangible and the spiritual to the conceptual. The mandala, geometric representations of the universe, serve a sacred map guiding the individual's spirituality journey. At Borobudur, the mandala concentric arrangement symbolizes cosmic order, harmony, and the cyclical nature of life, inviting viewers into contemplative journey from the outer world of desire to the inner realm of enlightenment. So these are the we are working in 2022 with the BPCB, Balai Konservasi Budaya, Cagar Budaya, with 13 BPCB who were responsible for this list of cultural heritage. According to this list that we have decided, the 18 cultural heritage, we set program that consists of the pre-event and the main event. So we have a lot. This pre-event is very important because we engage around 400 young people to have a class, an online class. We're focusing on the cultural heritage around their living area. And then we have a competitions, and then we have art laboratory, which is temu seni and took place in different places in outside Java at that time. Yeah. We have the laboratory for dance, theater, music, and performance. And then we have classes, which is dance film class, animation class, and light installation. So this is the main program in Borobudur, only for 5 days. So we collaborate with local art venue, local galleries, and also with one local private museum. But of course, we collaborate with the Balai Konservasi Borobudur. So we have Selamatan is the opening that we invite the 5 mountain community to give the opening ritual, to lead the opening ritual. And then this is one of the characteristic of the Indonesia Bertutur is to be open in a kind of a ritual. So that, you know, like the local society, the local community create somehow. Yeah, udah bisa. Okay. So just quickly.
Indonesia Bertutur
This
tahun
one is the one in
2022
Borobudur,
resmi dinyatakan dibuka.
the first edition.
Yang luar biasa, tahun yang luar biasa. Kesempatan kali ini saya bisa terlibat di acara Indonesia Bertutur.
Saya pelajari, saya melakukan riset, studi berbagai literasi. Ternyata selain bentuknya indah, rasanya enak, ternyata mengandung misteri dan teka-teki.
Oke teman-teman, marilah sejenak kita refleksi sebentar. Bagaimana jika tangan kita tidak mampu menggenggam dengan kuat dan presisi?
Look towards the sky and find time for reflection.
Okay, just very quickly, thank you. This year we have a very special Indonesia Bertutur because it happens in Bali with a lot of preparation, and we had a longer time to prepare, and we took Subak as the main focus. Subak has been a culture heritage acknowledged by the UNESCO since 2012. And you know, Subak, young people, young kids, in my generation we are introduced very well about Subak through our school. But if we ask our children now who are between 7 to 10, they don't know about Subak. Between 10 to 13, they also don't know about Subak. Between 14 to 17, they know, yeah, I've heard about this, but I don't know exactly what it is. So we put up Subak, sebentar ya, dikit lagi ya. Are you okay? Sedikit lagi. I think it's very important. It's an independent democratic social system that regulates rice field irrigation in Balinese agrarian culture. So, and then we combine with the concept of harmony based on the three hita karana, the life principles of the Balinese. And Subak is referred as a social and agricultural system that not only governs the irrigation of rice fields, but also embodies the core of Balinese culture. So a lot of challenge, because in Bali, when I was delegated to, okay, Melati, we go to Bali, and I was like, oops, what can we do more in Bali? You know, because everywhere you see something like already, like they're very powerful with their ongoing artistic creations. The traditions has been very strong, keeping the traditions, and then how should we, enter Bali. So that was a long process, a long way of thinking, and then we take this as a very, precious inspiration, but to be brought in a very broader context. So we selected many of the sub-teams for the curatorial. So from Subak, we can speak about so many things that represent our reality today. So, for example, about the food, our food. Where do our rice come from? Where is the resource of our food that we consume that influence our health, mental health, and our health conditions and this kind of thing, until the context of spirituality, mythology, and justice and climate and so on. And of course, water. So these are the different than the year before. Some are the same, but mostly different. So we did not include Borobudur, for example, here. And then these are the location where the 11 intangible cultural heritage come from. We have more bigger pre-event because we have the whole year for the pre-event in 2023. And we have more events in the main event. We have 9 programs. We work with local museums and art space in Ubud. We have some event including the opening in Batu Bulan, and and we have the last five days in Peninsula Nusa Dua. Okay, now the last. Sorry.
Indonesia Bertutur 2024 dibuka. Semoga bunyi omongan ini memberikan energi baik dalam harmonisasi rangkaian acara Indonesia Bertutur 2024.
the exhibitions documentation, but we actually have a lot of interesting spaces with international artists presenting their works.
Tinggalan beberapa naskah. Yang satu kemudian yang saya masih ingat.
Singa yang menerap adat sada dunia. Jejakmu menemukan rusuk si miskin.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mbak Melati, for the presentation. I'm sure some of the audience also went to Indonesia Bertutur recently. Maybe you can give the comment on the Q&A session. Also, you can also prepare your burning questions for the presenter today. But next up, I want to introduce our next speaker, Mbak Ari, Misari. She is the head of management of Museum Bahari, Jakarta Maritime Museum, Jakarta, Indonesia. Graduating with a master's in museology from the University of Pajajaran, Misari has been working on museum development since 1998. Before becoming the head of management unit of Museum Bahari, Jakarta in 2022, Misari worked at the Textile Museum for 20 years. Although Misari is no longer employed by the Textile Museum, she continues her relationship as coordinator of the Indonesian Traditional Textiles exhibition at the museum since 2020. The museum established a development forum for the Sunda Kelapa Heritage Area with key stakeholders. Museum Bahari hosts numerous impactful public programs and is frequently invited to attend international conferences held by ICOM in order to share their experience. This year, Museum Bahari Jakarta became a member of the International Council of Museum and International Congress of Maritime Museum, ICMM. Everyone, please welcome Mbak Ari.
Terima kasih, Mas Bob. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before I deliver my presentation, allow me to invite one beautiful lady here. She is my strategic partner, Museum Bahari strategic partner, to develop MBLITZ project. Mbak Nova Farida Lestari, please come forward. I work for Museum Bahari Jakarta, Mbak Nova with Indonesia Hidden Heritage Creative Hub, always work together, walk together, and run together. Honorable guests, Charlotte S. New, Cultural Attaché of Home, Institute Franchise Indonesia, and Co-President of Unique Indonesia. Mbak Farah Wardani, Program Chair of Museum Forward. Dr. Goranka Horejan, Head of ICOM Intercom. Representative from Kraton Jogja, Gusti Bendoro. Representative from Kementerian Pariwisata Ekonomi Kreatif, Ibu Utari. Representative from Dinas Kebudayaan DKI Jakarta and Kementerian Pendidikan Kebudayaan Riset dan Teknologi. Representative from ICOM Indonesia, Pak Budi Trinafari and Ibu Dedah. Mbak Nova Farida Lestari, Executive Director of Indonesia Hidden Heritage Creative Hub. All museum expert, museum manager, museum communities, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi. Again, selamat pagi. Thank you. On behalf of the Management Unit of Museum Kebaharian of DKI Jakarta Cultural Department, first I would like to thank for organizing committee who has arranged the museum expert from various countries to visit Museum Bahari Jakarta in last Monday. So all museum experts before leaving Jakarta, please don't forget to put this one, to put in your suitcase to remember Museum Bahari Jakarta. Thank you. Hopefully, after visiting our museum, even though it was only in short time, all of you has recognized any potential of Museum Bahari from many aspects, such as heritage building, collection, public program, and the strategy to have collaborative work with institutions, communities, companies, and private. And secondly, I would like to express my gratitude to Committee of Museum Forward for this opportunity to deliver our presentation today about what we are doing in Museum Bahari Jakarta, that is Museum for Local Economic Development and Social Changes, or we call it MBLITZ. As the preserver of history and culture, we understand the vital role that effective leadership play in shaping museum into dynamic spaces for education, preservation, and community engagement. And today, we will explore strategic key and insight on how museum can move forward while staying true to their mission and value. I hope this presentation will inspire meaningful discussion and ideas for the future of our museum. We consider MBLITZ is the story of faith, perseverance, and collaboration that our sincere action can move people on together deliver changes. And who we are in the project of MBLITZ. Actually, this initiative project not only by Museum Bahari Jakarta, but create collaboration between Museum Bahari Jakarta and partners who have some interests, some goals in museum subject. We are Museum Bahari Jakarta and Indonesia Hidden Heritage Creative Hub, who fostering creativity and innovation in museum and heritage site. Museum Bahari Jakarta represent Indonesia maritime culture. Our museum hosts the history and life of Indonesian or Nusantara as maritime nation, including the Indonesia extraordinary marine world. Museum Bahari is one of museum under management of DKI Jakarta Cultural Department. Indonesia Hidden Heritage Creative Hub work to foster creativity and innovation in museum and heritage site, assisting museum to play an active role to contribute in SDGs through their resources, knowledge, and network. Museum Bahari Jakarta and Indonesia Hidden Heritage Creative Hub work together since 2022 and delivering various programs based on ICOM OECD guidance to optimize museum role in local development. The recent program implemented together called is MLITS, or Museum for Local Economic Development for Social Changes, focusing on how museum be a catalyst for economic growth. There are 5 base points to manage the MLITS. First, leverage the power of museum for local economic development. Second, build on the role of museum for urban regeneration and community development. Third, catalyze culturally aware and creative societies. Fourth, promote museum as space for inclusion, health, and well-being. And fifth, mainstream the role of museum in local development. And how is interrelated? And museum have an obligation to actively contribute to the sustainable development goal by maximizing their knowledge resources, collection, and its collaborative network for the welfare of society. So that we do with MLITS is implementation of strengthening local economic, cross-sectoral partnership, preservation, learning, research, culture participation, and inclusivity. Museum Bahari Jakarta is located in Penjaringan, North Jakarta, a well-known coastal area of Jakarta. And geographically, the museum location and the museum vision align it. As the museum represents the maritime culture, it has a strong commitment to contribute to its community welfare. Indonesia Hidden Heritage Creative Hub carefully crafted the initial project under MLITS program that suit Museum Bahari resources and the Penjaringan community. And the mission is to help improve the quality of life of the Penjaringan community where the museum is located, especially for the younger generation who are vulnerable to gang fight and drug abuse due to challenges in access to proper education and decent work. Yes, for this slide, I give my microphone to my strategic partner, Mbak Nova. Time is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Ari. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You may have known me for the few days now. My name is Nova Farida Lestari. I'm Executive Director of Indonesia Hidden Heritage Creative Hub. We are museum consultant. gaya hidupnya keras sekali. Dan tingkat peredaran narkobanya juga sangat tinggi di kalangan anak mudanya. Kemudian kami berpikir, bagaimana Museum Bahari Jakarta bisa menjadi bagian dari solusi permasalahan ini, how we can contribute. Gitu. Nah, ini adalah jurnal perjalanan kami. Panjang sekali sebenarnya diskusi yang sudah saya lakukan dengan Ibu Misyari dan teman-teman di Museum Bahari Jakarta sejak tahun 2023. Nah, kemudian di awal 2024 kita melakukan lagi planning and internal discussions untuk mematangkan materi dari program. Setelah itu kita melakukan mapping potential stakeholders di bulan Mei dan bulan Juli. We're not only working with museums and Indonesia Hidden Heritage Creative Hub, but we also invite seperti suku dinas sosial Jakarta Utara, kemudian dinas pendidikan, dinas ketenagakerjaan, sampai level kecamatan, kelurahan, dan juga masuk ke Kapolsek. Jadi we're trying to do the cross stakeholder participation. Jadi semua pemangku kepentingan itu kami ajak berdiskusi dan kami ajak untuk melihat program yang ingin dilakukan oleh museum. Basically we invite everyone to join in supporting the MLITS project. Kemudian setelah kita berbicara dengan potential stakeholders yang around 15 different agencies that coming into this program, we do the interview and another discussion with potential stakeholders di bulan Mei masih di bulan Mei sampai Juli 2024. And then we goes untuk memetakan siapa partner di level komunitas di penjaringan ini yang kemudian bisa kita jadikan sebagai mitra atau beneficiaries-nya. And karena kita mau memfokuskan pada generasi muda, so we come untuk baiklah kita akan kolaborasi dengan teman-teman dari Karang Taruna. So we go to Karang Taruna, but we also invited larger audience and open it for everyone who wants to join with the MLITS program. Di bulan sekitar 7 Juli waktu ulang tahunnya museum, kami mengadakan root cause and need analysis FGD dengan penjaringan community. Why? Because we would like to know more and listen from them what is actually their needs and their challenges. Kita sudah melakukan studi secara diskusi, survei dan sebagainya dengan para pemangku kebijakan. Now it's the time to listen. Dari teman-teman yang suka tawuran, permasalahan mereka apa? Dari teman-teman yang menjual narkoba, pemakai narkoba, sebenarnya di mana permasalahannya? So we're having one day FGD with them listening. We only listening, we didn't talk. So we're just facilitating, we listening. We would like to understand more their challenges. We would like to understand more their insight, their hope, their aspirations. Jadi kita benar-benar intensif sekali dengan mereka. Nah, setelah mendapatkan data, setelah melakukan analisis dan diskusi dan sebagainya, kemudian kami baru membentuk program-program yang sekiranya cocok dengan kebutuhan mereka. Tapi ini just the initial, because this is only the phase 1 of the MLITS. MLITS has several phase. Next. Nah, ini satu hal yang kami lakukan kemudian berdasarkan hasil kajian dan analisis dari program. Salah satu hal mendasar yang sangat dibutuhkan sebenarnya oleh orang di penjaringan, akses terhadap pekerjaan, kemudian akses terhadap pendidikan. Tapi ini tidak bisa dilakukan oleh museum. Akses terhadap pendidikan kami berkolaborasi dengan suku dinas pendidikan untuk memberikan program paket kejar A atau paket kejar B tergantung dari pendidikan yang ingin mereka lanjutkan kemudian di luar sekolah, karena mereka sudah banyak yang putus sekolah. Mungkin ini sekedar gambaran aja buat teman-teman. Jadi di penjaringan itu rata-rata lulusan SMP, jadi mereka tidak bisa mendapatkan pekerjaan yang layak. Oleh karena itu mereka terjun ke dunia yang melanggar peraturan gitu. Nah, kemudian apa yang kami lakukan? Kami mencoba memberikan life skills yang mudah dilakukan oleh mereka. Di penjaringan itu banyak sekali sampah kardus ya Bu. Banyak sekali sampah kardus, waste yang bisa dimanfaatkan. Kemudian kami berkolaborasi dengan salah satu mitra kami, Ichinogami Papercraft, sebuah perusahaan yang berfokus pada paper crafting untuk membangun segala sesuatu yang dari kertas. Nah, di sini di sesi pertama ini ada sesi uji coba kami. Kami membuat program bersama Ichinogami Papercraft untuk membuat shelf atau rak berbahan dasar corrugated paper. Jadi berbahan dasar kardus bekas. And this is like having a really good response from audience and also dari berbagai pihak lainnya termasuk dari suku dinas sosial yang juga hadir di acara ini. Next. So, kita mencoba awalnya ini trainingnya attended 50 dulu karena kita ingin melihat walaupun skupnya itu besar sekali sebenarnya satu penjaringan. Kemudian dari hasil kita melakukan training, kita melakukan analisa, kita kemudian melakukan feedback juga, minta feedback ke mereka. And turns out mereka menginginkan adanya training lanjutan yang dimana produk ini bisa kemudian difinalisasi sampai mereka bisa menjual produk ini ke masyarakat. Karena kalau kita lihat di Ishinigami paper crafting, the self hasil produknya ini yang sudah benar-benar refining dan bisa dijual itu mencapai 1,2 juta rupiah per per raknya yang memang sudah hasilnya bagus sekali. Jadi mereka ingin memiliki kemampuan sampai bisa menciptakan hasil produk furniture berbahan dasar kertas sampai memiliki nilai jual ekonomi. Dan ini sedang kami coba diskusikan terus dengan Ichinogami Papercraft untuk bisa memberikan materi pelatihan dan berkolaborasi di mana nanti Museum Bahari juga rencananya akan menyediakan satu ruangan ya Bu yang dikhususkan untuk pengembangan ekonomi masyarakat di penjaringan. So MLIT yang tahap 1 ini kita punya 3 main output. Pertama adalah sound level of support from key strategic partners because we are doing lots of collaborations dengan banyak pihak. Jadi kita sudah secure dukungan dari berbagai pihak yang ada di kawasan penjaringan termasuk dari Dinas Kebudayaan sendiri melalui Museum Bahari Jakarta. Kemudian yang kedua level of participations dari youth di Kelurahan Penjaringan. Nah ini yang sebenarnya agak challenging. Karena biasanya beneficiary itu kalau bahasa Indonesia kayak anggot-anggotan gitu. Jadi kadang mereka mau, kadang enggak. So ini yang merupakan salah satu tantangan terbesar juga buat kita untuk tetap menjaga komitmen mereka bisa ikut serta dalam pelatihan. Karena tujuan kita bukan hanya ngasih pelatihan selesai, tapi kita mau melakukan perubahan. Dan perubahan sosial ini kalau kita ingin daerah kita makmur, welfare-nya meningkat, nanti mereka bisa berpendidikan lebih baik lagi, maka butuh komitmen besar dari mereka. Yang ketiga pastinya increase skill and knowledge of training participant ini yang akan kami sasar setelah lebih jauh lagi di tahap kedua gitu. Oke, next. Oke, nah, MLITS, congratulations Ibu Musari sekali lagi kami akan menghadirkan sesi best practice sharing di ICOMSIKA Annual Conference 18 sampai 22 November nanti. Kita mendapatkan apresiasi juga. Di mana program ini bisa kemudian menjadi program yang di-share lebih luas lagi kepada para profesional museum dalam konferensinya, terima kasih Ibu Kristina, konferensinya ICOMSIKA di Athena bulan November nanti. Jadi kita sangat bangga sekali dengan Museum Bahari Jakarta, Bu Misari dan semua inisiasi yang sudah dilakukan. Nah sepertinya ini slide terakhir kalau saya tidak salah ya. Nah satu hal yang mungkin ingin kami tekankan di sini adalah kita harus mencoba, museum-museum profesional di Indonesia harus mencoba melihat looking outwards, tidak hanya ke dalam, tidak hanya bicara soal bagaimana museum saya dan koleksi, tapi bagaimana museum saya kemudian bisa membawa kebermanfaatan. Bagaimana museum saya kemudian bisa mendukung program-program pembangunan baik secara nasional maupun secara global. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Thank you Mbak Nova. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that's all our presentation about MLITS, and we hope this presentation will inspire all of us how to make advantages to surrounding community. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
It's a very interesting approach to. We usually see museum as a, museum give impact towards the larger or broader ecosystem. And in this case, Museum Bahari also try to how they can make an impact on the surroundings of the museum. I think that is also important to see where the museum is also located and then see what is happening in the surrounding. Before the discussion, we still have one more speakers. Please prepare your questions for the Q&A session. And this last speaker is Mr. Russell. Russell Storer, Senior Curator and Head of Curatorial Affairs, M+ Hong Kong. Russell Storer he was formerly Director, Curatorial Research and Exhibitions at National Gallery Singapore, where he co-curated exhibitions including Minimalism, Space Light Object, Yaya Kusama, Life is the Heart of a Rainbow, and Between Worlds, Raden Saleh and Juan Luna. In Australia, he has held curatorial positions at the National Gallery of Australia, Canberra, at Kagoma, Brisbane, where he co-curated the 6th, 7th, and 8th Asia Pacific Triennials, and at the Museum of Contemporary Art, Sydney. He was a co-curator of the 3rd Singapore Biennial in 2011. He has written widely on Asian and Australian contemporary art. Mr. Russell Storer, the stage is yours.
Good morning, everybody. It's such a pleasure to be here, and I'd just like to thank Farah and the Museum Forward team for the invitation to be here this week. It's been extremely rewarding and met so many amazing people. I've been invited to speak today about collaborative approaches to contemporary art in museums. And the first thing that came to my mind is how artists are increasingly invited, often via new commissions, to help museums address many of their key concerns. This could be applying a decolonising lens to collections or increasing engagement and access for different audiences. Artists are critical thinkers and bring fresh ideas that challenge and even transform how institutions operate by asking questions that we may not have considered in our little museum bubbles. What emerged as resistant forms of institutional critique in the 1960s has now become active collaborations, with museums seeking self-reflexive and expanded ways of working beyond the usual museum protocols, although this also requires significant commitment and often significant resources. My presentation today will focus on works by two artists who both have a strong presence in the M+ collection, but I'll actually talk about projects they've made in different museums I've worked in across the region, and how their collaborative practices adapt to specific local contexts. Both make works that are expansive, flexible, and porous, while at the same time maintaining a highly distinctive artistic vocabulary. They draw deeply from their own cultural traditions, as well as forge connections between people and across borders. And their projects require nuanced and calibrated ways of working, involving a wide range of museum staff, along with other artists, specialists, researchers, and specific community members, as well as the museum audiences themselves. Yeah, that's me, a lot younger. Rikrit Teravanij and Haegu Young are both cosmopolitan artists, having lived, studied and worked in multiple locations. The son of Thai diplomats, Rikrit was born in 1961 in Argentina and grew up there and in Ethiopia, studied in Canada and the US, and now lives between Berlin, New York and Chiang Mai. Haegu was born in South Korea a decade later and began her artistic training there before moving to Germany to further her studies, and she now runs studios between Berlin and Seoul. They're amongst the most widely exhibited artists of their generation and amongst the most prominent and influential artists working today, and both collaborate extensively with museums and galleries, using them as platforms to question the roles of collections and institutional spaces, to challenge Western paradigms of thinking and working, to engage communities, and to push curatorial models and museum procedures to adapt to new ways of encountering art. In the process, they've contributed to the profound shift in how museums work with artists and with audiences over the past few decades. And their participatory projects blur definitions and integrate aspects of sculpture, performance, education and outreach. So Rikrit's best known for his relational installations in which he creates convivial environments within galleries for people to share food and activities such as performance, talks, screenings and even massages. He became known in the early 90s for cooking Thai food for gallery audiences, and combined the universal human experience of sharing food with the cultural specificities of pad thai. Rick was initially inspired to make these works after experiencing Asian artifacts in American museums, where they were presented as decontextualized art objects, with a focus on their craft and aesthetics rather than their function within society or their place in the temple or the street. Rickrett's cooking performances was aimed to really bring that context into the gallery and shift the usage of the museum space from a static site of contemplation into a convivial space of fluid interactions and contingent encounters. So for the Global Contemporary Art Exhibition 21st Century at Quagoma, we showed two Rickrett works. The first was this one here, Untitled Lunchbox, a multiple which had been acquired for the collection that featured a Thai tiffin and instructions to serve a typical Thai business lunch to gallery visitors. So the meaning of the work was really realised through audience participation, and while seemingly simple, needed careful planning and local research to realise it to the artist's requirements. So we staged it lunchtime several times a week, and this required finding a Thai restaurant in Brisbane that served the correct items, including a yellow pork curry, which almost no one served. They're always chicken. So it took a bit of legwork. And it also required a Thai newspaper for the day of the event. So that required working with the restaurant and the Thai community to source. Multiple staff were involved, from conservators and registrars, who had to ensure that the food in the gallery was not going to impact the other works in the space. Curators were enlisted on a roster system to order and pick up the curry, engage visitors to join the lunch, and of course to wash up. The work relies on a sense of conviviality being created between strangers, which isn't actually that easy. So while relational art appears utopian and may seem to let museums off the hook, museum visitors often don't engage with these projects naturally, and it requires behaviours that people are not used to in museums, and they're naturally wary. Many of us aren't comfortable with strangers, so to throw ourselves into a situation like this requires careful facilitation to make people feel safe and comfortable. So alongside this was a children's art project, which was part of Quagoma's long-standing children's art program, which was first established in the late 90s and informed in many ways by the relational practices of that decade. The program works directly with artists to adapt aspects of their practice to make interactive installations for children and families. And the success of this program led to the development of a specialised team and a children's arts centre within the new Goma building with large spaces for these installations. So Rickrett's children's project invited local children to write stories that were then minced and made into Thai sausages in special workshops. So these story sausages are then strung across the space, creating an ever-expanding installation. So children got to share their stories while at the same time learning how to make Thai sausage. And sausages as well as Thai food are very popular in Australia. And the work provided an accessible process of intercultural exchange. To Rickret, sausages are also a metaphor for creative potential. As he says, like a good recipe, everyone knows what a sausage is, what it tastes like and even how to make it again, perhaps even differently following their own interpretation. Or perhaps it would be based for something completely different, a possibility. At National Gallery Singapore, Rickret was commissioned to create a new work on the platform in the rooftop garden, a series of temporary projects in that space. And he took inspiration from the museum's regional program and collection through combining elements and materials from various Asian cultures into a multifaceted participatory installation. Comprised of bamboo maze, referencing the bamboo scaffolding familiar across Asia, and was constructed using traditional lashing techniques, which required a team from Thailand to come to Singapore. Within it, he placed a selection of Japanese-style ceramics that Rickret's been making for his food and tea performances. And the maze format creates the conditions for interactions with others and unexpected encounters in keeping with the artist's non-linear approach to choreographing space. At the centre of the maze, which I'll go back, was a large black cube made of woven rattan, which contained a traditional Japanese tea room with tatami floors. And visitors were invited to join tea ceremonies in the space as well as tea workshops in the studio nearby, hosted by the Japanese performance artist Mei Ueda, as well as local practitioners. So Ueda created a special watermelon matcha tea for the performances, which was devised to balance out the fire energy in the tropical climate of Singapore. The weather conditions on that rooftop are pretty brutal. It's oppressive heat and often rain, so the structure needed to be carefully ventilated and cooled, and again, careful staff facilitation to ensure visitors were comfortable and able to navigate the work. As with all of RICRIT's projects, the work responded to its surroundings through an interweaving of spatial play, low-key yet pointed cultural and social references, personal networks, and the reimagining of audience behaviours within prescribed structures. So Heike Young's works often respond to the specific location of the exhibition through her central interests of cross-cultural interactions, migration and movement, and political and cultural histories. Heike's work characteristically combines traditional craft techniques with everyday objects and materials such as tiny bells, plastic straw, macrame, and rotating metal vents, generating a recurring yet ever-expanding vocabulary of forms, including geometric constructions of Venetian blinds, movable sculptures on caster wheels, and densely layered wallpaper designs. So this work here, Forum for Drone Speech Singapore Simulations, was commissioned by National Gallery Singapore in 2019. So it's part of a series of site-specific installations titled Outbound, which were designed to be installed in transit zones throughout the museum, in spaces that are usually neglected. And if you've been to the National Gallery, the gallery spaces are quite far from the main entrance. There's a lot of corridors, there's a lot of stairways to get to the gallery. So to find art within the museum, this project was really to bring that forward and make it much more visible. So drawing from the hybrid neoclassical Art Deco architecture, Heike constructed a connected series of blocks or plinths covered in fake marble veneers, which appeared to be rising out of the marble floor. Flowing around the structure is a ribbon of wire mesh, upon which are placed holographic images that relate to the history of the building and less heralded corners of the National Gallery's collection. So these included architectural elements by the Italian sculptor Rodolfo Noli, who designed the sculptural frieze in the building's tympanum, busts by the émigré Estonian sculptor Dora Gordin, who represented the three major cultural groups of Singapore, Malay, Indian and Chinese, which were commissioned for the original City Hall building. The focus on European artists who lived in Singapore reflected Heike's ongoing interest in migration and intercultural exchange. Her close collaboration with the gallery's curators enabled her to access works that aligned with her ideas, where she could draw upon their knowledge as part of her research, and offering new connections that had not been explored before within the museum. The play between translation and simulation in the work was extended by museum-like wall labels engraved onto the plinths, which interspersed factual details about the images with Heike's own very subjective and quite poetic impressions. A soundtrack of birdsong and a speech generated in 6 languages by the humanoid robot Nadine further questioned the representation of reality and fiction. This sound work was realised in collaboration with scientists at Nanyang Technological University, which had developed Nadine 3 years earlier. Together, the work generated a complex and layered questioning of museological display and narrative, foregrounding how partial and fluid meaning is, and offering a subtle but subversive critique of how histories are told, particularly in state institutions such as the National Gallery, where national stories are carefully cultivated and maintained. The work also helped integrate art more fully into the building and address that challenge of those extensive corridors, stairways and atria. So Heike's second project was at the National Gallery in Canberra, where we brought together works that had previously been developed in the UK at Tate St Ives in Cornwall. The trio of activated sonic sculptures and a wallpaper design that stretched around the entire room, which created an immersive, multisensory environment. The sculptures were titled Sonic Intermediates, 3 Differential Equations, and were inspired by the history of St Ives as a centre of modernism in the mid-20th century in Britain. Each of the 3 works was a kind of portrait of an artist. Barbara Hepworth, the great English sculptor who settled in St Ives and made it into an artistic centre. That's the work on the left. Naum Garbo, the Russian refugee artist who pioneered constructivism and kinetic art and also lived in St Ives for a period, and that's the work in the middle. And then Liu Anjia, the Chinese conceptual artist who relocated to the north of England in Cumbria in the early 1960s and ran his own house museum for many decades. The works resonated across time and place, and drawing on Korean shamanic tradition, used resonant sounds to conjure up the spirits of these artistic ancestors via skins of tiny bells. And several times a week, we'd perform the works by moving around the space so the bells would rattle and really transform the experience of the room. And that was done to a specific choreography that was designed for that room. And the performance created a regular event for the audience to engage with the works in a new way. St Ives is a long way from Canberra, however, and none of the 3 artists had a significant presence in the National Gallery's collection. We considered acquiring this work as a way to bring their spirits into the museum's renowned sculpture collection. There is actually a Hepworth sculpture in Canberra, which is in a park across the other side of the lake. So we worked with the National Capital Authority to reproduce the work within the wallpaper, which Haegu reconfigured to incorporate a range of new local imagery. So the original wallpaper was titled Non-Linear and Non-Periodic Dynamics, which focused on themes of water and movement and drew on the wild coastal landscape of St Ives and its pagan history. For the National Gallery exhibition, Haegu's interest in dialogues between the natural and artificial were explored through contrasting images of the natural Lake George and the artificial Lake Burley Griffin, which was created by flooding the river in the centre of Canberra, which is a fully planned modernist city which was designed in the early 20th century. Other local elements in the design were indigenous and imported fish species, the bogong moth, an important traditional Aboriginal food source in the region, and canoe trees, which are large eucalyptus trees whose bark has been cut out to make canoes pre-European invasion. The inclusion of this imagery required community consultation with local First Nations representatives Paul Girawa House and his mother, Dr. Matilda House, and Ngambri elders who work closely with the National Gallery to ensure that correct protocols are followed across the exhibition programs and events. Haegu provided the direction for the images, which the curators then researched and proposed to her. And the final selection was then made in close consultation with Paul House. Certain images we initially proposed had to be discarded to align with First Nations protocols. And for the opening, Auntie Matilda met with Haegu and opened the exhibition and was deeply moved by the artist's attention to local culture. And she gifted her with a special name from a local ancestor. And this was a deeply powerful moment and instantly transformed the experience and the meaning of this project for all of us. And now the wallpaper will reside in the National Collection. Haegu had travelled to Australia for projects several times before, but it was only on this occasion that she finally felt ready to engage with the local context. She is aware that she can only scratch the surface of any place she connects with, but she is able to draw on the relationships she makes and the local knowledge that that brings to make the works resonate with a deep sense of place. This rethinking of the position of art in relation to place and community has entailed a profound shift in curatorial practice. The concept of a seamless global flow of artists, artworks and ideas has proved to be highly problematic, as it invariably still privileges major centres of power and universalises their positions and perspectives due to their established infrastructures and the dominance of their distribution and information channels. Both Haegu and Rikrit benefit from being based in centres such as New York and Berlin, but they also help create alternate centres in Seoul and Chiang Mai, and for the moment of their making and showing in every location in which they work. Their consistently adaptable and highly responsive practices disrupt seamless transnational flows by offering local inflections and connecting audiences through activated experiences that demand specific engagement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for all these speakers for the amazing presentations. Before we begin our Q&A session, I would like to ask one question for all. It is related that I see that the three of you has different backgrounds and also different occupation right now. One is an artist/curator. You're a curator and also museologist. So how do you see the idea of museum and cultural heritage related to the current technology? How do you, I mean, can you see like the relationship between the two of them? Because most of the time we see museum and cultural heritage as the objects from the past. How do you see the relationship with the current technology? We can start with anyone. Mbak Melati, you want to start?
Thank you. As a professional artist, I've been working in collaboration a lot with professional curators and art museums. And I think this experience, for me, as an artist, it's not that a museum is just a space. It's not like that. So I think it's one of the very important center for knowledge. Also, if it's a contemporary museum, then for the history of contemporary art practice. If it's a national museum, then probably with more broader history of the art and culture. And so different directions that a museum can be a very, how do you say, it's a growing platform. So museum is not just conserving historical artifacts so that people can, of course, children, the people can learn something is very important. But also, normally a good museum has also an extra space that presents a growing or actual conditions or you know, like that, representing the what is happening now. So, for example, like there is a combination of the permanent collections and the temporary spaces that present actual works of artists or other programs, that kind of things. So I think if museum just stay as it is, I think it's also fine, because of course museum has a different resources and structures and so. But I think in Indonesia, for example, we don't have enough museum. So I think it's time to also probably develop more museums in outside Java, for example, and not just, you know, anthropological museum, but also like more history of culture in a different or more actualized style or program. And so, because young people, they need more, how do you say, a different in this 4.0 and soon maybe 5.0 era, we need to also update the approach of introducing history to the updated technology, so that the essence of the history is delivered in the how do you say, in the contemporary language.
Okay.
Yeah,
including
so
the technology. I mean, in the case of Indonesia Bertutur, I see that in the festival there is also like a new media exhibition that collaborates also with the heritage sites or cultural sites.
In the Indonesia Bertutur context, we approach this way because it's just a festival. It's a festival. But I think it's very important. For example, it would be very interesting to collaborate with, let's say, a local museum. Like we collaborate with a small museum in Liangbua. No, not Liangbua, Gua Leang-Leang yang di Maros itu. Small museum, but very interesting with a touch screen information, and then from 1.5 hour visit in the small museum because we gain a lot of information that was very important. So actually that kind of simple thing that people not just going and take photo in front of the Goa, Leang-Leang, but not in front of the cave and chasing the ancient prehistoric painting, but also like, what was this painting? It's not art, for example. It was a sign, it was a language. So this kind of information is very important to be delivered as simple, as practical, as fast, you know, because this instant generation, it's also like we need to react to how to deliver the knowledge also in a, you know, like in a good way, I think, using the technology too. Yeah.
How about you, Russell?
Yeah, I mean, I've worked mostly in modern and contemporary museums, so I guess heritage has to be thought about in a different way. But I think no matter when a work of art was made, we're experiencing it in the present. So it's contemporary in a sense. And people will come to it with their own contemporary experiences, concerns, references, and I think we need to engage with that and bring them alive. And I think, in a way, you know, what Rikrit was doing was looking at these Buddha figures from Thailand in a museum presented as this relic from the past, but of course they're living, breathing, you know, cultural objects that have a life. So his practice was really about reactivating that aspect of these works and responding to that sense of, you know, certainly Asian culture as it was presented then. It was before contemporary Asian art was really being shown very much in the West, that these were not dead cultures but alive and constantly changing and adapting. So I think that's really important to, I think artists can really offer these perspectives that are really crucial and really make those connections for us.
Mbak Hari.
Terima kasih. Izinkan saya menyampaikannya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia supaya mungkin lebih banyak yang bisa saya elaborasi. Kalau menurut pandangan saya, museum dan teknologi saat ini sudah menjadi dua sisi mata uang ya yang sudah tidak bisa lagi dipisahkan. Museum sendiri harus juga tetap pada koridornya bahwa menjadikan koleksinya itu sebagai ruhnya adalah koleksi. Dan dalam hal ini kita tahu koleksinya itu ada yang benda dan ada tak benda. Nah, apa hubungannya dengan teknologi? Teknologi ini menjadi supportingnya. Bagaimana menghidupkan ruh tadi supaya kebendaannya atau ketidakbendaannya itu kan pada masa lalu. Bagaimana mungkin bisa dihadirkan saat ini? Nah, saat ini sudah zamannya menghadirkan masa lalunya itu melalui kekinian yaitu teknologi. Jadi kalau bagi saya ini sudah menjadi dua sisi mata uang yang harus maju bersama dan dikuatkan bersama bahwa ruhnya adalah koleksi tetapi penguatannya adalah melalui teknologi. Contohnya adalah di Museum Bahari. Koleksi kami adalah koleksi kebaharian antara lain hal kebiotaan, biota laut, kemudian juga kapal-kapal tradisional, budaya bahari tradisional yang kami ini kan di Jakarta hanya sebagai jendela budaya baharinya saja. Sementara tradisi baharinya itu adanya di luaran sana, ada di luar kota Jakarta. Nah, bagaimana kami menghadirkan budaya bahari itu atau tradisi budaya bahari itu di Museum Bahari di kota Jakarta, maka kami hadirkannya lewat teknologi. Seperti itu, Mas Bob. Terima kasih.
Oke, thank you, Mbak Ari. Boleh silakan.
I think sometimes we forget when we're talking about the technology, we always, we are focusedly thinking about the user experience technology, but not for the museum management technology. What I'm saying here is, it is important to have technology in expanding the user experience, but for me personally, technology is complementary, not obligatory. But it is very crucial to have technology embedded or in place for the conservation effort, archiving effort in Indonesia especially. This is one of the challenges for Indonesia Museum, is applying a correct technology on conservation, applying a correct technology on archiving. Our archiving system is still a very, we can say a huge homework in Indonesia Museum. So when we talk about technology, please not only thinking how I can enhance my user experience, but how I can enhance the preservations and the archiving and the quality of my collections. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have around 10 minutes, so probably we're going to have like only 2 questions first. Okay, one from the right side and one from the left side.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. My question for all the panelists: what do you see as the most big issues or pressing that museums are grappling with today? I will repeat my question again. This is for all the panelists. What do you see as the most big issues or pressing that museums are grappling with today, especially for funding concerned to the visitor engagement? Thank you very much.
Can you repeat that slowly, because it's too echoey in here, right?
Okay, I will repeat.
For all the panelists. Sorry. Yeah. Is it okay if you can ask without microphone? Can you speak loud enough? Okay, one more questions on the left side. Oh, there's so many questions. Which one the first? Okay.
Hello, I will try to speak slowly. I have a question to Melati. I was very lucky to witness Indonesia Bertutur in Bali, which is my home. And I find it's an amazing way to revive the heritage through those interventions that you did into the traditional institutions. And many of my friends in Bali say that they have visited Museum Puri Lukisan and Neka for the first time since children. They were kind of forced to go there. But my question is, do you have any data on the audience profile of both of the Bertutur events in terms of age, gender, and nationality, and whether Intertour has an ambition to add to those audiences international audience and to become a properly international art festival, because it's truly, the level of it was spectacular, and it's spectacular, and truly applauding you for that. Thank you.
Okay, I think the second questions we can answer directly, Mbak Melati. It's related to, do you have data for your audience, like demography in Indonesia Bertutur, and then how do you see that data become, developed in probably the next Indonesia Bertutur?
So thank you for the questions. So the first Indonesia Bertutur in Borobudur has a different public than, for example, in Bali recently. Bali, of course, we know that there are complexities of audience from the people, the Balinese, and then the foreigners who live there and make a business and also live there, but also visitors, tourists, as a tourist, and different level of, different area in Bali, they have a different way of kind of reacting or responding to such an event. So we had to apply different strategy to engage public. Because we are under the Ministry of Education, not only Ministry of Culture yet, so Ministry of Education and Culture and Research and Technology. So we at the end collaborate with the General Director of Education too, because the aim of, for example, the exhibition in Ubud, we want to deliver knowledge based on heritage, cultural heritage. Internationally also, we involve very good, very interesting artists, actually very famous artists, who were happy to come and participate and contribute their works for Indonesia Bertutur. And so students, school students from SMP and SMA, high school students, were invited, actually not forced, invited to come and to see, and they enjoyed very much, I think, because it never happened in Bali, apparently. So my idea was also like to engage as many as possible local people. Because sometimes when you do a festival, it looks like a very elite, especially I was very nervous when we decided to do it in the peninsula. So peninsula in Nusa Dua, oh my God, who will go there? Only elite people. And then, but with different approach and curatorials, and that everything, ladies and gentlemen, everything for free. So people can come. So we had to collaborate with the marketing. So the data is still in the process, how many visitors and so on, but I think comparing to Borobudur, of course this I think double time, because also double time, also double amount of public, which is offer maybe around more than 60,000 people visiting, 12 days. And of course in Peninsula, because there were concerts and pop concerts, some very good, we produce a lot of commission work and co-productions, including international co-productions. And we have attracted, this time, really like serious numbers of international visitors that especially come to see Indonesia Bertutur in Bali. It's not about, I think Bali has this kind of plus options, but Indonesia Bertutur is a traveling festival. So first Borobudur, and then the second was Bali, and hopefully the third one will be in Sumatra, I hope, but it's not my own decision. So Sumatra or Sulawesi or other island. But it's not my own decision, so we'll wait, and hopefully it's not about only the numbers. So we learn a lot from every edition. It's about how it gives, like more resonance, also like through other for media, for example. So we need to improve so many things about from the promotions, publications, and so on. But I think those who experience directly, I think it was, as you have experienced probably, was these spectacular things. It's a bit, for me also, always a challenge, because then not to get trapped into more spectacle only, but really like also really able to deliver the knowledge, the message behind the whole effort of the Indonesia Bertutur, especially to younger generation. So in Bali, I think it was very rare to see like contemporary practice, contemporary art, contemporary visual art, performing arts, to see in the new media with a VR and talking about water, and with Internet of Time talking about how polluted some of the water in Bali, for example, and changed into beautiful colors and installations. And this kind of language of art was very rare to be seen in Bali. So that was a very good experience also for the public.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I believe that also answered the first questions related to the public audience. We only have 1.5 minutes, so maybe we can ask Russell what do you think about the first question related to the most pressing matters, or probably biggest obstacle related to the public engagement, probably in the museum.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really depends where you are. I think every location has its own specific issues and more pressing matters. I mean, in my own experience, I've primarily worked in government-funded institutions, and funding is always a challenge, but it's the expectations that go with that. I mean, the expectations of what a museum should be in society has grown exponentially. How we respond to current events, social change, how we represent our audiences more broadly, I mean, very important things, and crucial to be alive as museums and have relevance. But it takes funding, it takes resources of people, and museums move slowly. I mean, it's very hard to turn these big ships around. So how to be responsive effectively with, you know, the pressure to bring in audience numbers. You know, chasing audiences is also a recurrent issue, you know, and the programming that goes with that, whether it be event-based or exhibitions. We're competing with people's limited time. There's so many more things on offer. People's, you know, attention spans are shorter. So there's a whole kind of cascading series of issues, I think, that museums are facing, and how we progress without losing sight of what our core mission is and what a museum should be, that it's really about art and culture and the artists, and then the place we're in is, I think, the challenge to do that in a really sort of thoughtful and effective way. Yeah.
Thank you, Russell. Now, Museum Bahari.
Terima kasih Mas Bob. Izinkan saya menjelaskan dalam bahasa Indonesia lebih pada pertanyaan tadi ya, yang dari Mbak sebelah sana. Kalau menurut pendapat saya, museum itu kondisinya sangat berbeda-beda, jadi tidak bisa disamaratakan. Apa yang paling mendesak itu bergantung pada kondisi museum itu sendiri. Jadi yang harus dilakukan adalah pengelolanya memetakan apa yang menjadi kekuatan museum itu, apa yang menjadi kelemahannya, apa yang menjadi peluangnya, apa yang menjadi tantangannya. Dan itu tidak bisa dilaksanakan secara terpisah, tapi menurut saya baiknya itu dilakukan secara paralel. Karena kalau kita hanya berkutat pada kelemahan, contoh yang ada pada kondisi di Museum Bahari ya, kalau melihat kondisi kelemahannya itu ya sangat banyak, terutama lokasi Museum Bahari itu setiap hari berbenturan dengan truk tergandeng yang besar ya, transformer. Nah kalau kita berkutat pada kelemahan itu, tantangan itu, nanti tidak akan bisa bergerak, tidak akan bisa berjalan. Jadi sebaiknya paralel. Dan kalau kita juga berkutat hanya pada museum kami SDM-nya kurang, maka sesungguhnya itu nanti tidak akan bisa bergerak juga museumnya. Maka yang kita lakukan sebaiknya adalah tadi membaca, atau kita lakukan SWOT pada kekuatannya, kelemahannya, peluangnya, dan tantangannya. Dari situ kita juga membuka kesempatan kepada sekitar untuk bisa ikut serta di dalam pemajuan museum yang kita kelola. Contoh museum yang saya kelola dengan jumlah yang sangat terbatas, hanya 15 ASN dan dibantu non-ASN dan harus mengelola objek budaya yang tersebar di berbagai tempat. Saya kelola Museum Bahari, juga nun jauh di sana saya kelola Rumah Si Pitung, juga ada 4 pulau sejarah di Kepulauan Seribu dengan jumlah ASN yang terbatas. Maka yang kami lakukan adalah membuka peluang kepada sekitar. Antara lain adalah hal SDM, kalau belum mumpuni maka kita buka peluang untuk melirik tetangga sekitar yang kira-kira mampu bisa membantu kita. Antara lain adalah kampus-kampus, mereka punya ilmunya, punya pengetahuannya, maka kita tinggal buka jejaring dengan kampus untuk mereka bisa membantu kompetensi pegawai museum bisa ditambahkan, misalnya kehumasan, kita bisa ngeling dengan universitas yang ada program studi kehumasan. Teknologi juga sangat memungkinkan dan itu sudah kami lakukan di Museum Bahari. Jadi sementara ini fokus kami kalau untuk budget adalah masih pada bangunan yang usianya sudah 400 tahun dan itu penyakitnya pasti pindah-pindah di setiap titik ya, masih fokus pada itu. Nah, bagaimana kami mengembangkan untuk aspek lainnya yaitu dengan kerjasama. Untuk IT kami kerjasama dengan kampus-kampus yang ada program studi IT, memberi peluang kepada mereka untuk melihat bahwa kami punya potensi cagar budaya, potensi warisan budaya yang bisa dieksplor oleh mahasiswa untuk menjadikan tugas akhir dan itu menjadi manfaat bagi kedua belah pihak. Terima kasih, Mas.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Ari. I think we can understand that this is like also like a closing remarks related to how our museum and cultural heritage today. So there probably still many questions out there, but you can always come to the speakers informally after the session to ask your question. But thank you very much for the speakers for this wonderful session. Don't go anywhere, we're going to have a break and probably we're going to see you again in the next session. Thank you.
Thank you Ibu Melati, Bu Misari, Mr. Russell, and Mas Bob for the very interesting session, which is the first session that we have today. And to conclude the session, we would like to invite all of the speakers, as well as the moderator, to take a group picture together before we officially ended our first session of the day. Once again, we would like to express our gratitude to Ibu Melati, Ibu Misari, Mr. Russell, and also Mas Bob for the very insightful session. Please return to your seat as we are about to continue with our second session of the day under the title of The Importance of Engagement, Communication and Branding in Museums, with our moderator, who is the Curatorial Manager and Head of Education, Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art in Nusantara, or Museum Macan, who will introduce the speakers. Please welcome Ibu Ninjani.
Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. So how's everybody doing? Great. Okay, cool. So thank you for joining us here. Thank you for making time. And firstly, I'd like to thank the Museum Forward Committee for this opportunity. And I hope this two-day conference and also the one-day workshop that will follow can spark new ideas, foster connections, and also encourage collaborations among us. Welcome to the second session for the day. where we will dig deeper on museums and heritage as an ecosystem. The topic of the session will be on the importance of engagement, communications, and branding in museums. My name is Minjani, and I work as the curatorial manager and head of education at the Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art in Nusantara, or some of you may be more familiar with the name Museum Macan here in Jakarta, and I will chair the session as moderator. The session aims to explore new ways for museums to reach a diverse audience and respond to the ever-changing behaviors and also media landscapes. So, what role do we do and what role do we have as museum and heritage professionals to build our own community of engaged audience and as well as collaborators? Thank you. So for the next 1.5 hours, we will hear from 3 esteemed speakers, and each speaker will present for about 20 minutes, and then we will use the remaining time for a group discussion. So I'd like to invite the speakers to join me on stage. Please welcome Darko Babic, James Heaton, and also Rina Dewan. So are you all good? All right, so without further ado, allow me to introduce our very first presenter, Darko Babic. Darko Babic holds a PhD in museology. He works as an associate professor and serves as the chair of museology and heritage management at the University of Zagreb, Croatia. He sits as the CEO of ICOM Croatia and also the board advisor to ICOM ICTOP. Darko is a member of the editorial boards of Her and Museologica Brunensia. He is the editor of Routledge and ICOM's forthcoming book on museum management. His presentation today is titled Stories of Engagement and Relevance of Continuous Professional Development, which explores case studies on community participation as a way to ensure a sustained museum program and also provide a fresh approach to heritage management. So please welcome on stage Darko Babic. You have 20 minutes. Thank you so much.
Oh. Supposed to point. That I could share a little bit of my experience. And of course, I'm very thankful to the main organizer, EUNIC, Intercom, the rest of ICOM partners, all the other supporting partners, media partners, and everybody else who actually made possible this conference to happen here in Jakarta. As you said, a little bit of me, so I will not repeat and saying much more, but I will go with my slides. So quite often, or all the time, when we are discussing about museums, we are discussing, of course, about the heritage, and even museum definition is saying quite clear that what we are dealing with in museums regarding collection is tangible and intangible heritage of humanity. And as we are discussing about heritage today, we are quite often saying that that heritage is supposed to be inclusive, supposed to be interdisciplinary, polyvocal, immaterial or material, so intangible or tangible, participatory, sustainable, and so on and so on. But no matter we have some idea about the terms we have here on a slide, we are not asking ourselves so often actually what is heritage. So it seems to us that it's quite clear and that everybody understands what is heritage. The thing is not so simple. And we're supposed to ask as professionals, as well as from the position of the visitors, what is actually heritage and how we, especially as professionals, participate in creating of and then so to say, distributing or participating in what heritage is, within museum or outside of museum. And if we look at some of ideas, we could say that heritage actually does not exist by itself. It is the direct result of human action and the conscious choice to designate what is, or at the same time, what is not, recognized as heritage. So in other words, and I think we must be aware of that, and that will be connected with something later on, the heritage is social construct, so it does not exist by itself. Or in the word of the quite famous Australian archaeologist who is dealing within a field of the heritage studies, referring to the famous UNESCO Stonehenge archaeological site in United Kingdom, she is saying what makes things valuable and meaningful, what makes them heritage, or what makes the collection of rocks in a field Stonehenge, are the present-day cultural processes and activities that are undertaken either around them and of which they become a part. If we want to translate that in a simple words, if we are not managing and caring about heritage, no matter what kind of the heritage we are discussing now, it does not exist and it will disappear. So it's our action, our responsibility, and when I'm saying our, I mean professionals, but not only professionals. So what about, and this is part of my topic, what about engagement? Engagement is a very important part in this way. And in a way, in very simple definition, which is actually not the definition but explanation, we could say that engagement is a process of bringing source and users. Here, source is heritage, users are visitors, but not only visitors, because those visitors are the real owners of the heritage, so bringing them close together. In that way, museum job, work of museum experts is foremost to act as a mediators, somebody who is interconnecting heritage and owners, communities, visitors. The term is unimportant here, but bringing that two things much close together. Different way, and addressing different age groups, not only young, but adults, minority group, any different kind of the social groups we have in the society, accessibility, of course, different kind of the membership clubs or activities in that way, cooperating with partner organizations, having regular feedback from the visitors, from the community, and so on and so on. At the end, any activity which is, as I said before, is bringing source and users closer together is something which is in favor, or something which is desirable. And I'm university professor, so looking a little bit of theory is always on my mind. And when we are speaking about engagement today, we sometimes do have the feeling that it's something which starts a few years, 10 years, maybe a little bit more. But if we look at the museum practice, we could go all the way back to 1970s, and something which is called eco-museum, which do have, it's originated in France at the beginning of 70s, with the democratization of museum institutions at that time. And eco-museum, or eco-museum ideas, how to do or organize museum work, is something which started at that time, and now more or less we have almost half of the century of that tradition. And why I'm pointing out eco-museum, just to say a word, that eco here does not mean only ecological. It means the context around us, entire surrounding in the territory where we live. So on a slide, there are some main characteristics of eco-museums as defined. And I will not read all of them. I will just point at one, this one in yellow, that eco-museum as a mission, as an idea, have community empowerment. So already in 1970s, okay, in a small circle of forward-thinking museum workers, we have that community empowerment which is planned and managed by local community. So it's coming from the local community. And it's, of course, kind of democratization of cultural and natural heritage. Or in other words, we could say that idea of eco-museum is a dynamic way in which communities use their heritage, so it's their heritage, for their own sustainable development. And I am pointing that out because sustainable development, it do have, explanation which is global, but sustainable development on one spot on, never mind, South America, and another spot in North Japan is not exactly the same. So small differences, or even bigger than small difference, exist. So the local heritage is used to assist local community to reach that necessary sustainable development. So not just to stay on the definitions, two small examples from Croatia. So both are very small museums. The first one is Betina Museum of Wooden Shipbuilding, small village, 800 inhabitants only. The entire village was dependent on the wooden shipbuilding, which was disappearing, but still people were proud of that. And then they started initiative looking what could be done, and museum actually, which was established there, was a catalyst, was mediator, which saved the tradition, and which not only saved tradition in demonstrating tradition to the tourist, but it saved tradition in a way that people are even today living out of traditional work, traditional crafts they are performing for the last few centuries. So this is the image of museum, so as many others museum. But this is the result of museum. So after the less than 10 years of the museum was there, and with its activities, they have that, local gathering about the boats, about the sailing, and so on. And the image down there is showing the influence of museum. So instead of not having any other wooden boat around, they have sailing competition on traditional boats. All of them, done recently. All of them ship-built recently. And about engagement, it's that influence which museum created within community. So can I have the video now, please? Thank you. Can we go? Perfect. Next slide. Yeah. Oh, I'm doing that. Thank you. So this is as you can see out of this very short movie. This is the engagement, or to be precise, the result of engagement, because the museum addressed what local community wants, and it's not, in this case, very obvious. It's not about the young people. Young people are around, they are happy too, but those guys are people who are actually retired, but spent entire their life in, shipbuilding. And they are continuing to do that today. Another example is Museum of Broken Relationship, quite famous around the world. It is museum, but kind of visitor attraction. I don't have enough time to explain it in detail, but basically This is a museum about quite ordinary things, like teddy bear, like eggs, like whatever, things from the supermarket, but things which have the story. And that story is about usually love and hate. So that relationships and why that object is connected with some relationship some person had in the past. So why I'm putting that example? Because when we are doing interpretation, and this is valid for any kind of interpretation in any kind of museum, we're supposed to have or be attached, to have connection with something which is universal value. I'm not speaking about UNESCO outstanding universal value here. I'm speaking about something which connects all of us as humans, like love, like hate, like health, like this kind of the thing, because that's understandable no matter am I in Japan or US or Indonesia or South Africa. Love is something everybody understands. So in that way, when we are doing interpretation, if possible, we're supposed to connect our theme, our topic, our object with something which is understandable on universal human level. And why we want to do that, as the video showed, the local community, here's one young visitor and at another museum, but we want that kind of reaction from people coming to museum. So beside engagement and connected with engagement, because engagement is one of the things which we are not born with, or majority of us are not born with, like having the skills how to do it, we're supposed to learn about that, as well as we're supposed, of course, to learn about many other things, how to perform museum work well. And then if, again, we look at definition of professional training, we could say that within museum field, professional training is internal as well as external to the museum. It is provided as initial training by university degrees in museum studies or heritage management or conservation or art curatorship or different other specialized areas where developing skills and competencies continues when people begin and develop their career. So after university degree, we are not stopping, we are, having more and more training to upgrade our skills, which could be done, of course, as you are probably aware, within the house, so within museum, within institution, or outside of, usually through the museum conference like this one, through personal training or personal kind of activities, through workshop like that on your right side, done in Kuching in Malaysia 6 years ago, by online, and so on and so on. And one thing which is very clear, no matter we are living in globalized world, it's clear that different trainings for museum work, and not only for museum work, but we are speaking about professional training for museum work, cannot be global. We don't have global museology, we don't have global situation. I just pick some example to try to explain that, and all of that was part of my work or conference or workshop. So in case of, for example, ASIMUS, which is Asian European Museum Network, when we done the workshop there, they asked us for a workshop about collection management, because they recognized that collection management is something where they're missing knowledge and skills. In ICOM Iran, on another side, they don't need, the training about the storytelling. Why? Because in that part of the world, Persia and so on, they're natural storytellers. So they need something else. When we spoke with the ICOM Cambodia, they say like, we know how to do the rest of the part, but we are missing so much research. And in some other parts, if you mention research, many museum people will say, no, we are good with that. We are very good with that. We have researchers, but we need some skills, some knowledge about how to produce, interesting exhibition, or how to produce the good interpretation and storytelling and so on. In Europe, decolonization, for example, it's not only, but it's one topic which is quite high on a list. So the point is that one size does not fit all, and that's important. So the starting point always is to recognize what kind of the knowledge, what kind of the extra skills you need. So in which one you are good, which you are doing fine, and which you are missing or not so good at that. And then to focus and try to find or arrange training exactly in that field. And of course, one level which is important too is to have recognized valid professional qualification. So not only as a university degree, but even after that as a professional development, as a training, as a museum workers, as having the training, as investing in training, that training, that quality, that knowledge you acquired supposed to be recognized. And that's, I don't know, is it 1 minute or 0? Okay, that's something which I like to share with you in short, of course, with that 20 minutes time, and I will be available for a question later on. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much, Darko, for the very insightful presentation. I think the message how museums are mediators and that professional training is always an ongoing process is something that resonates with a lot of us. So yeah, thank you once again. And now I'd like to call our second presenter, James Heaton. So James Heaton is the president of Tronvik Group and member of the ICOM MPR from New York City, USA. He grew up as a preacher's kid in Florida and left the US at 19 to study in Japan. He completed a master's degree in art history at Kyoto University, specializing in late Heian Buddhist sculpture, and he's also spent 3 months as a Theravada Buddhist monk in a forest monastery in Thailand. In 1991, he moved to New York City and joined the studio Arakawa Engines, working on projects in Japan and then and also their 1997 retrospective exhibition at the Guggenheim Museum. That same year, he founded an art magazine called The Exhibitionist, and although the magazine collapsed, it led to the creation of his current business, which focuses on brand strategy and advertising for cultural institutions and also nonprofit organizations. For this forum, he will deliver a presentation on museum brands and the public, which, as the title suggests, explores the brand best practice that can be applied in museum spheres. So please give a warm round of applause for James. And James, dozo yoroshiku onegai shimasu.
Test. 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 Okay. The experience you just had, your brand story about me is already written. It's done. The story you just wrote in your head about who I am, what I represent, that's it. 15 seconds. The brand story is written in your mind in 15 seconds. So your museum, in its relationship with its public, operates exactly the same way. But I'm going to pause for a second and let everybody breathe. Please breathe. Breathe in. Breathe out. The air is really nice in here. Breathe in. It's clean, clean air, fresh, filtered air. Please breathe in. Breathe out. I want to thank Dr. Farid for his insights yesterday and the neurons that lit up in my brain. I'd like to also thank Misari for her thoughts with respect to how a museum can connect with its community, with its immediate vicinity, and how important these ideas are. I also want to thank the simultaneous interpreters in the box over there from yesterday with no break for 9 hours, interpreting everything that was said, living in a very effortful system 2 for 9 hours, which is an extraordinary feat. We're going to go into that a little bit. So, for starters, if this works, can I have one? Okay, yep, okay, great. So, just let me have that one. Point to that side, okay. Great, all right. So, I want you to think about this question, and I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to let the interpreters rest for about 30 seconds, and I want you to think about this. I'm going to lay down for a minute while you do that. Okay, very good. So, did anyone have an answer? What's your answer? I'm going to just call on somebody. Someone, anyone. Yeah, right there. I can repeat it if the mic doesn't get to you.
Oh, yeah. Hi, so I'm actually here right now. I'm an assistant gallerist at Museum Matan. So I don't know if you've ever been to Museum Matan, but it's a contemporary art museum.
Yes, we were there on, I was there on, yes, so,
okay.
yes.
So I think our purpose is to really, because I think with Indonesia, we have a rich history and culture.
Time's up.
Oh
Your purpose, so again, everything has to be quick. This is brand, so give me your purpose. One sentence.
A modern, the future.
The future, perfect. Okay. Great, there you go. Right, all right, anyone else? Go ahead.
To save our collection, historical.
Okay, so is part of your purpose serving the public? Is serving the public a core to your purpose? Is it one of its cores? Think about that. So then the next question is, well, who is your public? Who is your public? Is it everyone? Think about that. Is it no particular target? Is it variable depending on the exhibition that we have this month? Or is it clearly defined? This is our public, whom we work hard to attract, engage, what Darko was talking about, and deeply satisfy. So let me back up. There's this expression from one of my clients in Texas, and it's, we have closer crocodiles. We have crocodiles in the water that are closer than this stuff, brand, purpose. I've got, you know, an air conditioning system that's broken. I have collections that need to be dealt with. So I know that you have closer crocodiles, at least in your mind, than these questions. Here's an interesting fact, and I'm sorry I have to use an American reference here, but the Standard & Poor's 500 measures the value of the top 500 companies in the world, I guess, or in the United States, I'm not exactly sure. 90% of their value, 90% of the worth of those organizations is intangible assets. It's brand. It's human capacity. It's knowledge. It is not material. It is soft. So this soft stuff is actually really important. This is the important but not urgent that takes effort. So I want to take a detour just for a minute into brain science. So 95% of all of our cognition operates in what's called System 1, and the last 5% is System 2. I'm trying to get you into System 2 right now as we talk about this stuff, but our default is System 1. It's very fast, it's immediate. So when I walked off that stage or whatever, and you told yourself a brand story of who I was and what this whole thing was going to be about, that was System 1 doing its job. And you made assumptions about me. They're unconscious, automatic, and you use that system all the time for nearly all of your everyday decisions. System 2, on the other hand, is slow, it's effortful, and you use it for tougher decisions like solving a math problem or figuring out a more important thing like your plan for your museum. The interesting part is that System 1 is very error-prone. It's highly inaccurate. System 2 is much more accurate, much more likely to be correct. And guess what? Brands operate in System 1. This is the world where they exist. And your world, for most of you, your everyday is in System 2. It's learning, planning, exhibitions. All of those things are System 2 processes. So you're used to being in System 2. You expect your audience to come into System 2 with you when they enter your exhibition. But in order to get them to your museum, in order for them to be interested in the first place, you have to win the battle in System 1. And that's a very tough battle because it requires discipline and simplicity. So we have to go to this question, well, what is a brand? What are we actually talking about? Anyone? I'm going to go back to the audience. What is a brand? Someone.
Brand is an identity.
Identity, okay. Anyone else? What is a brand?
Perception.
Perception, right, right. Identity, perception, very good. Anyone else? Jeff Bezos has a great definition of a brand. He says, the story people tell about you when you're not in the room. That is your brand. Your brand is immediately and auto-written by System 1 by whatever simple thing you put out or whatever simplification people are going to create about you. What's interesting, though, is that your brand creates your public. What you do all the work for with respect to your brand, what you represent out in the world, that is the main driver of who your public is. And if you don't think about this, your public is given to you, and it's the default. And if we look at Dr. Farid's conversation, it may be all of those people who are still operating in a colonial mindset. That may be your default or de facto public. So you've got to work to create the public that you want or the public that you need. Because right now, your museum, your organization is perfectly optimized for the results you're getting today. It is perfectly optimized for the results you see right now. So if you want something different, you've got to think through these things. You've got to work out another way of doing it. So how hard does your brand work to deeply satisfy your public? I use deeply satisfy, that connects to Darko's engagement. Why deeply satisfy? I'm going to paraphrase Peter Drucker. If you satisfy your public, you fail. If you satisfy your public, you fail because you must deeply satisfy the public for whom you are most naturally suited. You don't get to satisfy everybody. You can't satisfy everybody. So here's the tool. This is the exercise. I'll go through the small print so you don't have to try and read that. This is a tool called a brand pyramid. How much time do I have left? 6 minutes, okay. So first, and this is really important for all nonprofit brands, your brand is primarily a question of what. What are you? All nonprofits, all museums share the same emotional space in people's minds. The emotional role that they play is relatively fixed, and you cannot uniquely represent yourself in a separated emotional space, but the what you are, is how you differentiate in the landscape of your competitors of all sorts, museums, other types of entertainment, whatever you're competing with for people's time, attention, or resources. So the question of what is your museum may seem simple. It's one of the hardest questions every organization we've ever worked with has to struggle with. It also goes to the question of what business we're in, which was kind of the purpose question that I started out with. What is it that we're here on Earth to do as an organization? Next, how does your organization deliver value differently from all the other organizations that are out there? How is it different? From the outside, a prospective visitor or supporter cannot tell that you are better than better is really hard to see. What you can see is difference. You can see that something is different. You can't see that it's better until you've actually come through the gate, walked through the doors, had the experience, and that's not really where brand needs to play. That's where your exhibitions and your content and your product plays its role. This, in the realm of brand, it's pre-experience, so difference is the most important thing for you to figure out. The why is connected to the who, so for whom do we satisfy a really meaningful why? You need to think through that. And then there's your organizational core values. My workshop tomorrow is going to be about how you use those to help make whatever brand promise you make just more than just words, but something that people actually experience in their interactions with you. And then at the top, at its simplest, you get a single thing. You get one idea to stand for out in the world. You only get one. If you add an and to it, its effectiveness drops by at least 80%. So what is the one thing, the single thing that you represent out in the world? You need to work as hard as you can to figure out what that is. Does anyone feel like they have a really good one thing, and they could give it to me in one word or one single phrase? Like she said, the future, right? That's good, right? So can you represent the future in the context of all the other competitors in your sector? If you can, that's a good brand idea. So that purpose statement kind of can get elevated up to the top of the brand pyramid, so that how does everything that we do, how do our operational practices and processes support our representation, our ability to deliver meaningfully on the idea of the future? So here's this stuff in practice. Again, this actually matters. This is a Net Promoter Score results for a client of ours over a 5-year period. Does anyone know what a Net Promoter Score is? Probably not. It's a business tool where you ask a single question. How likely are you to refer us to your friends and family? And you answer between 0 and 10. And what do you think is a 6 on this scale? What's a 6, anyone? If you say, well, how likely are you to refer us to your friends and family? What's a 6? Anyone? It's a detractor. It's someone who's going to say negative things about you in the marketplace. And negative things are at least 3 to 5 times more powerful than positive things. So if you bring in a visitor and they have a kind of experience which gives you a 6 out of 10, you're creating someone who's going to speak badly about you in the market. For this scoring system, only the 9s and the 10s have any value. 7 and 8 is meaningless, it's nothing. Only 9s and 10s. So and the way they get this score is they subtract all the 6s and the 5s and the 4s from the 9s and the 10s, and that's how you get, so you can have a negative 100, where everybody is 6 or below, or you can have oh no, this doesn't exist, but a positive 100, where everyone is a 9 or a 10. So you can see, as this organization narrowed the focus of their public, their Net Promoter Score rises to actually almost historic levels. Almost no organization in the world has a Net Promoter Score of 84. That's an extraordinary score, and you can see the pattern over time, and this is the result of a narrowing of focus so that they can deeply satisfy the customer or the visitor for whom they are most naturally suited. And I'm sure I'm out of time, so I'm going to walk back up onto the stage, and thank you. So, yeah, that's the contact info. I guess they're taking that away.
All right, thank you so much, James, for this very contemplative session. Thank you for asking all those questions that I'm sure will make us think and reconsider who is our public and what is our purpose. And I think to summarize, branding really operates in the mind. So yeah, it's really an exercise for all of us here in the room to think about all the questions that James proposed in his presentation. So thank you so much. Last but not least, before we go on to our discussion, allow me to introduce our third speaker, Rina Dewan. Rina Dewan is the founder and director of Bridging Culture and Arts Foundation, or BCAF, and board member of ICOM Intercom, based in Kolkata, India. As an arts leader, Rina is known for her inclusive and forward-thinking approach. She has had 10 years of experience in leadership roles as director of the 2 largest arts organizations in Eastern India, namely the Kolkata Center for Creativity by Emami and the Arts Ekra Museum. Rina works with artists from both contemporary and traditional forms. She believes that art should serve a larger purpose within and beyond the art community itself, reflecting contemporary concerns such as the environment, ecology, gender, and also the loss of intergenerational knowledge. Her presentation today is on everything that the museum communicates, which expresses how every element within the museum space can be an alternative and effective communication tool to engage the audience. So Rina, you have 20 minutes and the floor is yours. Please give another round of applause, guys.
Yeah? Okay. Can I also have a mic in case I don't speak? Oh, yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, James, for keeping everybody awake. I know it's almost lunchtime, so we are all hungry. Before I proceed with my presentation, I would first of all like to thank the people behind this great, great conference, Farah, Charlotte, Goranka, Christina. It had been a delight to be here, not just because you are a great country and warm people, but also through all these presentations, we got to know what incredible work you all are doing. It's not easy to say that we can decolonize because we are part of that history now. We can unpack to some extent, but we can't erase. The fact that we are speaking English so fluently in India is because we were colonized by Britishers. It has changed us forever. So I would like to take a moment and ask you all to clap yourself for doing this fabulous work in your museums that you all are doing. James said that how the brand is to be built. That's true, but how do you communicate to your audience or the prospective audience? We all think nowadays that social media is our best best bet for communicating with our prospective audience or the current audience. But beyond that, in museum, there are many things that communicate with the people who come into the museum once you have engaged them. So everything in the museum communicates. Museums are more than object repositories, and every element communicates a message to the visitor, from architecture to lighting, from object arrangement to information shared. Each detail shapes the museum experience. When somebody walks in so happy and excited at this age, it tells that the communication has started to happen, and in fact that he is leading the family into the space and not the family leading him into the space. There are many elements that decide how you communicate into the museum. For example, architecture. That creates the first impression. It sets the expectations. Then there is layout, how the narrative flows. The guide, actually, that is the one that makes you feel, understand what the communication you are trying to do through your exhibits. Lighting, it sets the atmosphere and it evokes emotions. Labels, they are for the information, they shape the narrative. Interactives, engagements, which all of us nowadays emphasize a lot on, deepens our learning. If we take the example of Museum Guggenheim in USA, when you look at the museum from the outside, it sets a visual delight because it has a striking design and that communicates our grand ideals. It actually, the flowing forms suggest a break from tradition. Before entering itself, the visitor encounters a visual statement and it sets a tone because you want to go inside and see if it is so delightful from the outside, you want to discover the inside. And it also can and should become a cultural icon as it represents the museum's commitment to pushing boundaries in creativity. One is the power of architecture and the other is a lack of it. I've taken the example of the Rubens here, which stayed in my mind from the time I visited it last year. While from the outside I thought it's an ordinary museum which is in almost a narrow lane and does not have any visual delight to it from the outside, and you barely discover that there is a museum and you can easily miss it because of the lack of that kind of gorgeous architecture which you saw in the Guggenheim Museum and many more, and even in Louvre that we saw yesterday in Abu Dhabi. Once you enter inside Rubens, it sets the tone. What you saw outside is absolutely different from what you entered inside into. The exhibition design and layout is so perfectly done. It shows the Buddhist evolution across India, Nepal, Tibet, Bhutan, and China. Visitors can actually compare adaptations of core principle because, as we know, Buddhism traveled all through these countries and it changes little bit of principles or narratives as it adapted by the different communities and different people. Objects placed emphasize the symbolic meanings. Deities, mudra, artifacts, they all tell a visual story. The best part is the comparative learning because within the one space, if you really want to learn about how Buddhism evolved and different principles around it, you can easily understand through these exhibits. So that's wonderfully done. A great checkpoint, a tick box, because when we look at the communication point in the museum, we start ticking box that, okay, it's visually a delightful thing, tick box, okay, the exhibition layout is great, tick box, tick. And though from outside it's a flat kind of a building, but from inside, it actually is, it goes into the circular motion. So what happens when you are on the lower levels, which displays the early Buddhist artifacts, visitors begin with the foundational ideas and the historical context. So they get to know, okay, what Buddhism is, what are the basics of it. So you get the foundational idea on the lower floor. But as you progress little bit in the circular motion, you go up the stairs. The circular flow encourages a meditative experience because you are in a spiritual place, you're talking about Buddhism, so it definitely needs to evoke a meditative experience. And each level reveals more advanced learning than the previous one. So you slowly go upwards, and the journey symbolizes the spiritual growth, and the top level represents the pinnacle of Buddhist philosophy. Oh, sorry, I did not. Okay, so this is the circular motion that you get through the stairs. Though from the outside it's a flat building, but from the inside it gives you this lovely kind of a circular motion, and you get this meditative experience when you go up. Another checkpoint, the lighting and atmosphere. The lighting is the dim lighting, which mimics the Buddhist monasteries. It creates a scenic atmosphere conducive for introspection, because in a spiritual journey, you always try to introspect who we are. We try to look inwards. That's all Buddhism all about, that we look inward. That's why the eyes of Buddha are also almost half closed. And because of the lighting, the spotlights are done in such a way that it highlights the key artifacts, and it gives a kind of attention, deliberate attention that you get on those kind of artifacts. They emphasize detail, expressions, and spiritual significance. There is a depth and mystery. Strategic shadows add depth to sculpture. They create an air of mystery around the exhibits. Now, all this is so wonderful that you feel that, okay, this museum has everything that one can look for, and this is the best museum for communication because it's communicating so wonderfully. Hold on. So we go to the next slide. You see the interactive spaces. Now, Rubens is no less even in their interactive spaces. I never witnessed something like this in any museum, where you have a full body of water and the different sizes or different materials plates are hanging above it. There are different gogs which has different size materials, and you can actually play with it. And there are multiple numbers, so people so excitedly try to play with it. That kind of interaction I had never seen. Visitors interact with the water-based installations. This hands-on approach deepens understanding of water's cultural significance, and sound features water-related audio. This enhances the immersive experience of Himalayan water symbolism. Visual representation of water illustrate water's importance in Himalayan spiritual practices. Now, up till here, you must have thought that this is the museum, it has all the tick boxes, it is perfect. But let me tell you, on October 6th this year, Rubens is closing down. So despite having all these points tick boxed, it is closing down. That's a separate case study why it is closing down. But by just saying that we are good at everything that we think, it doesn't mean that we are doing our job the best, because things keep changing, narratives keep changing, audience keep changing. And in the next slide, we'll go to some other interactive spaces. There is one in Blacktown Arts Centre in Sydney. The museum is for the community, and their whole idea is to engage the community, and there is this wonderful room they have created. There is a space to sit in a circular motion to create basket, which is a traditional weaving practice in that side of the world. And there are no tables and chairs, so you can't isolate yourself and just make the basket by yourself. You have to sit in a circular motion, so you tend to interact with each other, which is the traditional culture in most of the communities. There's another one which I witnessed in, of course, Macan, and I thought it should be part of it, because when we are showing the world, why not Jakarta? Now this is fabulous because it has costumes, which attracts immediately. It has bean bags, very comfortable, the color scheme. It has places to peep into. It has things to play. There are stairs. There are mirrors. You know how children like to look at themselves, even the smallest of them. This is the kind of a space that is also very interactive, very appealing, and it keeps changing with the exhibitions. Another important thing is the labels. How will the people know what we are trying to show to them unless there are labels? Now labels, I've taken the example of Museum of American Revolution. The label in these museums are very detailed. You can see there are many of them. They're not just written over here, but you can also look at the number and actually check them digitally. They tell you everything because it has narrative, the first person narrative from the sailors, soldiers, civilians, which makes it a very, very thorough kind of a label making technique and thing. So if you really want to have a great knowledge, it's lovely to have these kind of labels. It communicates very well. But what if I don't have the patience, like the Instagram generation? We don't have the patience to read so much, go through the details. So I looked at this label interpretation. This is from Museum of Fine Arts in Salta, Argentina. Now there is an artist who's standing there. With him are the musicians. People get excited when they see something like this happening within a gallery space. This is also a kind of a label. It is also kind of an interpretation, but in a different way. I saw everybody was so excited. They took out their phones, which were not really out in the museum that I showed you before. So these kind of interpretations evoke curiosity, even in a generation that lacks attention. And of course, the most important of today is we can't miss creating the TikTok opportunities and Instagram opportunities, because while we all studied business to business, business to consumer, now there is audience to audience, another layer of communication that is happening, and that is the best way of communication because they tell each other instead of we telling them. We don't spend money on communication, they instead spend money on our doing a job for us. And these are some of the things that I thought I should share with you as a live examples instead of just speaking about them, because unless you see, you don't understand the difference. And when I travel the world and I see different museums and how they're communicating with us as an audience, I understand that when we are sitting inside a museum and working vis-a-vis when we are in the shoes of the audience, it completely changes. So having maybe more, I always say that and I try to do it in my space, having audiences as part of the core team sometimes to advise us is also a good way to know how we can communicate better. That's all from my side. Thank you.
All right, so thank you so much, Rina, for this very wonderful presentation. It's very communicative, of course, and it's a nice reminder that museum is more than just a space or a room of objects, but it's also a whole experience, that everything in the museum, things like exhibition design, all the labels and resources that we often overlook, it's actually part of the visitor experience that makes the museum as a multi-sensory space, as you mentioned. So, yeah, now we are moving on to the next part of the session, which is the question and answer. But yeah, okay, so I'll have some questions to you all, but I think we can start with the audience in the front here. That's the first audience.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yoko. I'm from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy.
Boleh kayak gini, Mbak?
Okay. My name is Yoko. I'm from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy and also a museum enthusiast. I want to ask Mr. Darko, especially because I visited Croatia in 2017. I visited my friend there, and she took me to several old towns in Croatia, in Dubrovnik, in Split, and Trojer, and all the old towns is full of people. Like,
yeah. Okay. Sorry, we'll come to you.
Sorry.
So it's very echoey. So.
Okay. Yeah, I visited Croatia in 2017, and a lot of people visited in Dubrovnik and Split and Trojer, but that's World Heritage Site, if I'm not mistaken. And as a museum expert or someone who works in the heritage site, what do you think about that phenomena? And because as I saw that a lot of people come and make a lot of damage to the site, and that's very sad to see how that we cannot really enjoy the site because a lot of people came after the Game of Thrones movie. And what do you think about that issue?
So I hope you understand the question, and this is the question which, of course, it's less related to the museums, more related to the heritage management, and of course related to the tourism. So GDP of Croatia is 20% is coming from tourism, so it's important for us. And of course with the tourism, with the mass tourism especially, you have all that, you know, disadvantages which go on. And how to regulate that, I don't think anybody has solution yet. Even the World Tourism Organization does not have good solution. One way, of course, is you go with the price up, but then if we speak about accessibility, it's not solution. So the best way probably in Croatian case would be to have tourism all year around, which is not our case. The focus is on the summertime. That's the reason why in the summertime it's so crowded. If you come in January or February, it will be just fine, you know. And as I said, I'm not happy, I'm not in favor, but I know that Croatia, because of dependence on tourism, cannot say, okay, we will stop with that, we will prevent that, we will introduce some system which will just, move people out of that. If that's answering your question, another part which is interesting, of course, as a phenomena, is that people are visiting some spots around the world because they saw it in the movies. That's completely something else. So people are visiting Dubrovnik because they saw it in a Game of Thrones. So they are visiting the Game of Thrones site, and that's it. Which is strange in a way, but at the same time, interesting phenomena, how people do understand heritage, how people do interpret heritage. So you know that people are visiting Las Vegas. James knows that better than me. Because if you visit Las Vegas, you can visit Athens, Rome, Cairo, and so on, so many places, because all of them are there, of course, as a casino. But some people have feeling that's it, So that's another phenomenon which, of course, I disagree. But you cannot change all the people. What we can do actually is, again, try to reach the people, as many people as possible, to show them, to explain them, to demonstrate them why the Dubrovnik, as a UNESCO World Heritage City, is nice, important, beautiful, and so on, and not because they saw it in a Game of Thrones as a one tower or whatever it was in the show. I didn't saw entire show. Just saw some small parts.
Okay, so thank you, Darko. So yeah, you bring a very interesting point about tourism and also heritage management. I was one of those tourists who came to Croatia because of King's Landing, guilty of that. But that actually inspires me. Before I throw it to the floor, just one question, I think, for for all the panelists, because we talk a lot about tourism, but tourism usually is about like a one-time visit, and when we talk about community and also branding, it's about building a relationship and community building, and that actually takes time. So I think I want to ask each of you, like, what do you think about how to build brand loyalty, like, and in relation to audience strategy, and in your experience, what has been the most effective one? So, James, would you like to start?
The brand loyalty is, in the terms that I just described, a promise made that is delivered in the experience. So you're not promising something you don't have the operational capacity to carry out, but instead you're promising something that is yours and true, and the lived experience fulfills that promise and is deeply satisfying. This is the essence of loyalty. That is the foundation of loyalty.
For me, I would say it also depends where you are placed. Like if I talk of my own country, we are emotional people in general. Even if you walk in a 5-star hotel, people want that somebody should recognize you. So saying hello is a first step, that somebody is recognizing you, because we are not working on systems and processes as much as on personal relationships. So you will find people everywhere in every step when you walk in our organization. So that kind of a relation is quite important for us. Yeah.
To underscore that, there's a study done by the major American museums showing that exact point. The more interactions, the more human interactions one has in a museum, the deeper the sense of belonging. And they don't distinguish, the people who are coming to the museum do not distinguish the interaction with a guard from the interaction with an educator or a volunteer. Every one of those interactions increases the sense of belonging.
Well, hard to add more, and Rina presented very well. I will just, I recall one of European, UK museologists who said at one point, maybe the most important part in your museum is your toilet, you know, because that's communication too. People will judge at the end, not only on toilet, but that was of course metaphor. So interconnection of every single thing is important. And you're supposed to care about every single thing, including parking lot, you know, people are coming, reception, and so on, as Rina very well explained.
Some more questions? Okay.
Hello. Thank you very much. This question for James. Yes. We know museum must address different visitor perception through several things about museum itself. If the museum facing negative perceptions or is criticized by visitor, what should be done to deal with it?
I'm working at university. How you respond in sense, well, James, probably you can really explain that in a sense of the what is the word, in the public relations, critical communication and this kind of stuff. But you cannot ignore, but I think really, yeah, I think James, you're better.
So fully and fairly acknowledging the legitimacy of the criticism and being honest about how you're going to address the criticism. Pretending that the critique is meaningless or irrelevant is very self-damaging. So you even if the criticism seems unfair. It's important to acknowledge that it's meaningful to the critic, and you have to respect that.
We had one embarrassing thing last year in our museum. We organized an interesting event which was overcrowded. You know, we had some tickets in sale in advance, which do not indicate that on the day of the event we will have hundreds of people coming. And of course it was difficult for us to accommodate, and some people complained, you know, how they could not have access to every part of the program. So we acknowledged that and sent some books and, how to say, excused and say you were right. And then we got a positive feedback. We are very glad that you didn't want to justify your situation, but you say sorry and acknowledge the criticism.
Right, humility rather than pride.
I would add two things to this. One, somebody who has taken time to write a complaint or do a complaint is already an engaged customer for you, because he has taken time to do all that. One. Second is that you know what is it that is not right, or that at least is not seeming right to the person. So everybody wants to be heard. If I'm complaining, my first thing is please hear me out. I think it's a good opportunity for us to engage with these kind of audiences, because they are giving us opportunity to first a free feedback, because we all need to constantly improve. Second, engaged enough. And third is, if you just hear them out and maybe explain your side of it and say, yeah, of course we will improve it from the next time. Most of the people are quite generous in that sense, and they listen. Mostly people are angry when they feel that they are not heard or the importance to their complaint is not given.
I think we still have one more time for a question over there. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Thank you, all of the speakers. Very great session that we had here about communication and also engagement and branding. I would like to ask to Mr. Heaton. You mentioned earlier that your brand creates your public. So how do we as museum measure the success of branding? Does it mean the statement that you said earlier, if we do not have a repeated consumers or visitors, does that mean that our brand is not successful? And also, second question, Mr. Babik, could you please recommend the specific training program for communication museums, maybe because you are very familiar with the training programs in ICOM. And also to Ms. Rina, could you please suggest the ambience or the very communicating museum for a museum of communication? Because I work in a museum of communication under the Ministry of Communication. The name is Museum Penerangan, or maybe literally it's Museum of Enlightenment. So would you recommend that our museum should be very light and also bright and also cheerful, or maybe you can suggest something? Thank you.
So if you don't have the audience that you desire, if the results are showing that you're not getting what you want, the requirement is to look in and not to blame the public for not being interested. So the work is on you to better understand your public and figure out how to more deeply engage them, again, in system one, which may seem reductive or like oversimplifying. And I think for people who work in museums who have advanced degrees and lots of knowledge, it's very hard to get to that degree of simplicity. So it's a challenge, but it's a necessary one. So yes, it's the museums, it's the organization's fault, not the public's.
She asked how to communicate what is the question to me? That how to communicate. So what I understand is that you're a museum of communication, right? And you don't have objects. Okay, so you want to know how to communicate for that. Visible, yeah? Okay, so because you are a museum of communication, and of course there are multiple ways of communication, out of which very successful in the South, definitely in South Asia and Southeast Asia are the podcasts, are the because people are all the time on phones, and we have a lot of phone in our countries. We are the biggest market for Facebook and WhatsApp and whatnot. And hence you can use podcasts because you need to really tell what you are doing inside, because it's not an object that you can really show and people can easily understand. So you need to talk about those, and communication had been a very important tool throughout the history. And even today, it's all communication that is changing more than anything else in the world. So I think you can, for me, I think I see that apart from many other things, the YouTubers are your influencers. They are doing wonderful work nowadays. In fact, in the beginning, all of us kind of negated what nonsense is this, but that nonsense is turning out very, very, very important in the communication world today. So you can use all that in my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But what about the physical of the museum? What do you think the best practice for a museum of communication in the world, maybe, yeah, as the example for us?
Yeah.
Maybe the lighting should be bright and very cheerful, colorful, maybe.
Yeah, sorry, I'll come close to you because otherwise three of us are trying to interpret what you're saying. Yeah, hi. Yes, sorry.
So because our branding as Museum of Communication, we don't want to be not communicative, right? So what do you think the physical should be in the museum? Should be very light and colorful and cheerful, or just very light and cheerful for the Gen Z to like us, or what do you suggest?
Yeah. So I'll just repeat, her question is that they want their museum to be likable by the Gen Z. So what kind of, color scheme and layout and design? So it's very difficult to say it just now like that, because just for one generation you should not change your entire ethos of your museum for sure. But maybe you can look at who's the audience you're targeting. Are you targeting Gen Z? Then there are some changes that can happen. Also depends on the objects you have. Some objects need, like I showed, the meditative spaces need that kind of dim lighting, but some places do not need that dim lighting. So all that depends on the objects you have and the kind of audience and where you are located. All that will, set the, maybe we can talk further a little later, yeah, on this. Thank you.
All right, so I'm afraid that's all the time that we had for this session, but just as a closing statement, I'd like to summarize all the presentations and the discussions that we just have. So I think in terms of engagement and branding and also communication, it's all come down to building a relationship. And just like all relationships, it can be complex. Sometimes it's favorable, sometimes it's not. But it's always a process. And I think one way to approach it is to see our audience as a constituents from whom we can learn from, we need to listen to, and we grow together. So it's always a two-way dialogue. And just like Danko said, that there's no one size fits all. So I think it all depends on what's your purpose and who is your public. So with that being said, thank you very much to all our speakers, and thank you for your attention, and thank you for staying with us. Thank you.
We would like to thank our speakers as well as our moderator for the second panel of the day, and I would like to invite the speakers as well as our moderator to take a picture together before we conclude today's panel. Once again, we would like to thank Darko, James, Rina, and Ibu Ninjani for the insights as well as the inspiration. in this very amazing session. Thank you, and now you may return to your seat. To all distinguished guests, for your information, lunch will be served in the auditorium just like yesterday. So please, you may want to have your lunch at your seat, and we would expect all guests to be ready for the next panel at 13:50 p.m. Thank you and have a good lunch. Kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh hadirin dan tamu undangan yang telah mengikuti Museum Forward hingga separuh perjalanan kita hari ini. Kami silakan kepada Anda untuk dapat menikmati makan siang yang kami sediakan yang berada di pojok auditorium. Dan kami silakan kepada Anda untuk dapat menyantap makan siang di kursi dan meja masing-masing. Dan kita akan melanjutkan acara kita pada siang hari ini pada pukul 13:50 waktu Indonesia Barat. Kami silakan kepada Anda juga dapat berjejaring karena pastinya di ruangan ini dipenuhi dengan banyak profesional dan juga akademisi yang juga sama-sama berkegiatan di bidang museum dan juga ekosistem kebudayaan. Jadi ini adalah saat yang tepat, momen yang begitu tepat untuk Anda untuk dapat berjejaring dan berkoneksi. Saat ini juga kami ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada strategic partner kami, yakni ada National Research and Innovation Agency atau BRIN, Indonesia Heritage Agency, Jakarta Provincial Government, ICOM Indonesia, and Paramita Jaya, Jakarta Provincial Branch of the Indonesian Museums Associations, as well as our community partners, Komunitas Historia Indonesia, Jakarta Good Guide, Book Hive, Yana Utama, Komunitas Jelajah Budaya, and Pengunyah Kata. We also would like to thank the official sponsors of Museum Forward, Jakarta Provincial Government, Jakarta Cultural Office.
Tes 1.
Kami ada Metro TV, Media Indonesia, The ITV, dan 7 Hub.
Tes 1.
Mediaindonesia.com bertransformasi dengan wajah baru, membawa semangat baru. Dalam upaya untuk tampil lebih segar, menjadi referensi semua kalangan, kami menjunjung komitmen tinggi, menampilkan konten terbaik dengan visual menarik. Media Indonesia, suarakan Indonesia.
Udah cross check belum? Hati-hati, salah informasi.
Berita viral memang selalu bikin gempar. Di Newsline kami kasih lebih. Jadi Anda tidak hanya jadi si paling tahu, tapi juga yang paling paham.
Makin lengkap dengan pembahasan penting
Dan penuh inspirasi lainnya.
Newsline, setiap hari live jam 2 siang.
Research is our strength to overcome any limitations. Innovation is the guiding vision that drives us towards the future. We cannot face this alone. We must stand together to make our vision a reality. Growing strong upon the land of Nusantara, a magical place filled with miracle and wonder. A land spanning 2 continents and 2 oceans, rich in culture and biodiversity. We and Indonesia are the necessary combination to realize the grand visions of the future. Like an orchestra, BRIN harmonizes research, development, assessment, application, and also synergies, invention, and innovation in Indonesia. We created an ecosystem consisting of 7 deputies, 12 research organizations, and 85 research centers dispersed throughout Indonesia. Research Organization for Aeronautics and Space, Research Organization for Nuclear Energy, Research Organization for Energy and Manufacture, Research Organization for Earth Sciences and Maritime, Research Organization for Life Sciences and Environment, Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, Research Organization for Social Sciences and Humanities, Research Organization for Archaeology, Language, and Literature, Research Organization for Health, Research Organization for Nanotechnology and Material, Research Organization for Agriculture and Food, Research Organization for Governance, Economy, and Community Welfare. BRIN catalyzing research and innovation to develop an advanced scientific ecosystem in Indonesia with 2 main targets. BRIN realizes the tremendous potential of the nation's youth in the field of science and technology. Thus, various research and innovation policies are being formulated to develop and cultivate human resources with high competence and aptitude in science and technology. Creating many excellent programs is a form of BRIN's commitment to researchers, innovators, and the general population from various disciplines across the nation. The research and innovation ecosystem quality improvement in Indonesia is also realized through the collaboration of various ministries, institutions, domestic industries, and regional governments, to name a few, by forming the Regional Research and Innovation Agency, or RIDA. Moreover, cooperation with various foreign research institutions continue to be developed through active participation as member of various organizations and international forums. BRIN organizes organizes research into a more effective and efficient process by integrating human resources, infrastructure, and budget from various research and development institutions. Oriented by a national research priority, BRIN routinely enacts comprehensive evaluations from various...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to continue our event shortly, and we hope that you have had an amazing time at lunch. But please prepare yourselves because we are about to continue our panel session in just a few minutes. Kami ucapkan selamat siang kepada seluruh tamu undangan dan juga hadirin. Kami silakan untuk dapat kembali menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan karena sesaat lagi acara akan dimulai. Kami ucapkan selamat siang dan selamat datang kembali kepada seluruh audiens. Kami silakan kepada Anda untuk dapat menempati kembali tempat duduk yang telah disediakan, karena sesaat lagi acara akan dimulai. Welcome back to all the distinguished guests. After we had lunch, we are going to continue our third panel of the day under the theme of sustaining museum and heritage practice, which will be just as amazing as the previous two sessions that we've had. So please return back to your seat and prepare yourselves, prepare your notes, and prepare your best question, because at the end of the session, we are going to have another question and answer session. Thank you. All right, welcome back to Museum Forward, International Best Practice Forum on Museums and Heritage. We hope that you had a good lunch, and right now we are about to continue our third session of today under the theme of investing for culture, sustaining museum and heritage practice, which will be led by our moderator, the culture expert staff of Indonesian Heritage Agency. Please welcome Ibu Dwi Tri Amalia.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Selamat siang semuanya. Okay, I hope you had a nice lunch before this last session. Thank you so much for being here. It's an honor to moderate this last panel for this forum. I'm Dwi Tri Amalia from the Indonesian Heritage Agency. I am joined here today by three very distinguished speakers who we are very grateful to have the opportunity to have. One of them will join us from Paris, France, directly via Zoom. Cédric Tronteso. Maybe we can show him on the screen and maybe have a test sound first. Hello, Cédric. Good afternoon and good morning in Paris now. I believe it's 9 a.m. over there.
Exactly. Good afternoon.
Great. Cédric Tronteso is a heritage architect. based in France, who's also a co-founder of Covalon's consulting firm, focusing on preserving heritage buildings. We are very grateful, and for a bit of context, I have had the privilege to work with you last year together. Cedric is one of the two architects who were sent by the French embassy last year to help us out in response to the fire that happened in the National Museum last year, September. And they were very generous with their knowledge to share with us in terms of preserving the heritage buildings in Indonesia. So thank you so much, Frederick. I will introduce for the second speaker, Christina Vanini. Over here, Christina is from the Soluzioni Museali, which she founded in 2004, a consultancy for museums. And she is an archaeologist, museologist, and expert in museum studies. And she held key roles such as Director General of Insula, UNESCO, National Secretary of ICOM, Italy, and Trustee of the European Museum Forum. Please, Christina, you can come forward to the stage. It's an honor to have you here. Hello. Yes, please give a round of applause for Christina Vanini. Thank you. Great, thank you. And for the next speaker, we will welcome Mattia Agnetti. He is the General Manager of Venice City Council Museums, Venice, Italy. He is responsible for the overall coordination of activities and the implementation of all strategic and operational decisions taken by the Board of Directors. Under this City Council, there are 13 museums and exhibition areas, which will be very lucky to learn a lot about his knowledge. And he previously served as Deputy Head at Interact Program Secretariat in Vienna on behalf of the European Commission and the 27 EU member states, supervising financial and operational aspects of approved operations. Please, Mattia, come forward to the stage. Thank you so much. Please give a round of applause. Okay, good that we're now settled. I think this is the last panel of the forum, so I think I would like to kind of direct it to be, this is a very reflective and also imaginative forum session, Investing for Culture, Sustaining Museums and Heritage Practices, with Cedric with the title of The Role of Heritage Architecture in Sustaining Museum and Heritage Sites. He will speak about his past experience handling the Notre Dame in Paris, and also the lesson learned we can take away for our context. And Christina will later talk about the value creation, multiplier effects for museums, collections, and heritage sites. And for Mattia, the later topic will talk about keeping museums alive, platforms and strategies for diversifying revenue streams in museums. So we will talk about business models and how to get funding for museums. That's important. Okay, so maybe I will hand over for this opportunity to Cedric. You can hear us well?
Yeah.
Great, okay. Can you hear Cedric well?
Yeah, perfectly, thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, then I'll hand it over to you. Thank you.
Hello everybody, good afternoon. First, I'm really honored to be invited at this forum, so thank you very much. I would like to speak about historical monuments and sustainability. Historic monuments are the epitome of sustainability. Buildings that stand the test of time, become objects of memory, heritage. One of the difficulties for the architects working directly on these monuments is to define their authenticity. This authenticity or heritage value guides the way in which we can act on the monument. The Jakarta National Museum is a historic monument. Located in the center of the country's capital, it was built in the 18th century by the Dutch. Also, its inspiration is neo-antique. Its architecture has been adapted to the local climate. To work on such a building, we have to ask ourselves its authenticity. Authenticity depends on several criteria. Today, heritage criteria include. So, include time, through age and history. This is old. This is where such and such great event took place. For example, the pyramid of Khufu are heritage, of course, but the fact that a building is old is not enough in itself. Another criteria should be aesthetic. It's beautiful. For example, the Taj Mahal in India, of course, it is beautiful. So, is that heritage? Yes, but not only. There is materiality too. It's made of stone, of wood. For example, here, the Stave Church in Norway, all made of wood. The materiality is a part of the authenticity. So all of that is relative, of course. I can take an example from my teachers, from the École of Chaillot. This is the historical one, the heritage school in Paris. For example, so you can have Notre-Dame de Paris. Notre-Dame de Paris is an historic monument of Gothic architecture, of course, but we have to know the facade of Notre-Dame was 80% rebuilt in the 19th century by Viollet-le-Duc. So the real material dates back to the 19th century. Yes, it's still considered as an example of Gothic architecture. Is it part of our heritage? Yes, of course. So the question of the age is not so simple. Another example is the Ise Shrine in Japan, considered as one of the oldest monuments in Japan, over 2,000 years old. Yet it has been rebuilt every 20 years, identically to the original. So the real age could not be more than 20 years, but it is considered as a very, very old monument. So in this case, especially, the datation, the age is not so simple, etc. So our vision of heritage is very relative. Above all, it's a question of meaning. Since the 19th, a new criteria has been added. In 1994, experts meeting in Nara, Japan, agreed to recognize the notion of cultural heritage. Respect for the diversity of culture and heritage, sorry for the quality of the picture. Respect the diversity of culture and heritage in the practice of conservation became decisive. Example, building a roof with coconut leaves. Not only the material itself, but above all, the way it is used, over the skills involved, are linked to culture. So, how can we act on this heritage? Let's take the example of Notre-Dame de Paris, the fire. So the loss of the spire, the roof, and the carpentry. We lost 3 sections of vault. it was a disaster. You know, everybody here know what it happens in Notre Dame de Paris. What can we do in this situation? So in the image you can see all the roof has disappeared, the spire and the carpentry, and inside the vault. So how we can act on the monument in this case? Hopefully, we have the Venice Charter. So when you know what you're doing, you rebuild it to the last known state. So the idea was to know if we have enough information about the monument before the fire. And this is a good part of the story, because I had the luck, the chance to survey all the carpentry of the cathedral in 2014 with a friend and my associate, Rémi Fromont. We know each other from a long time. We did our studies together, and after the specialization studies in École de Chaillot, and at the end of the École de Chaillot, we visit Notre Dame de Paris with our teacher, who was the architect in charge of the cathedral. His name is Benjamin Mouton. And during the visit, we have discovered there is nothing about the carpentry on the roof. Nothing at all. So no survey, no drawings. So it was a little bit bizarre. And so we decided, in order to finish our studies, to try to survey all the carpentry of the cathedral. So we did not know at all in what we put our feet. It was so great in reality to do this kind of work, but we were young, and so we did it. So this is a model of the cathedral from the middle of the 20th century, and as you can see, there is nothing about the roof and the carpentry. And all the documents we can find were as this one, without information. Maybe we can explain that because inside the roof you don't have any light. It was really, really dark, so maybe it was the worst place to understand and to draw the carpentry and the exterior side of the vault. So we had this kind of document, quite old, but it was only a small part of the carpentry and the roof, and never the whole part. We had drawings from Viollet-le-Duc in the 19th century, because he rebuilt entirely the spire, and so he drew few things about the carpentry, but the drawings are not complete and not completely real. We had these models and drawings from Henri Deneux. It's a French architect who was working just after the Second World War and the World War II, and so he did that. But as Viollet-le-Duc, we had a small view of the carpentry, not the complete one. And we had the encyclopedia for the carpenters, but it was not so precise too. It's again a small view of the whole frame, and and with the same type of documents. So that's it. So in this page, you can see all the information you can have on the carpentry of Notre Dame de Paris before we made our survey. So it was quite small from few. So this is a view of the carpentry before the fire. You have so many pieces of wood, maybe 2,000 pieces of wood. And it's really dark. Pay attention, on the picture it's quite light, but it's not the reality, because with the picture, to take the picture, we wait a long time and we add light inside. So in the reality it's really dark. But all the carpentry is quite big, so 100 meters long. So, and the question is how to work on this kind of survey, how we can draw, and how it's not a normal, a typical survey. In this case, we have to invent the way of doing. We did a lot of survey at school and after in our work, but in this kind of environment, it's really another thing. So we have to adapt. We have to invent the way of survey this kind of frame. So at the beginning, we just count all the trusses. The structural truss. So here you have 26 primary truss, and between each primary truss you have at least 4 secondary truss. So the structure is quite complicated. Another view inside the carpentry. It's the side of the nave, the west side. Another one with a vault below. So this is the real condition of working. So this is a picture from our cell phone, and as you can see, you cannot see. It's really dark. So at the beginning, just we stand inside, and with just by hand. Architects are still acting and drawing by hand, and this is in this case indispensable. And just we draw what we can see, and as we advance on this way, we learn things. We can see more and more details. So we come back. And we redraw second time the carpentry, and a third time, and we redraw again, and we did that. We did that several times in order to really understand how the carpentry was made. We did, as the archaeologues, we put on the drawing everything we can see without distinction of the edge. Of it is a reparation, of it is the initial wood. We put everything, and after we can analyze this and try to understand how was the original carpentry. So before the fire, I didn't say that before, but the carpentry was the original of the 13th century. It was a wonderful frame. This is on the chorus side. So we have this difference of the carpentry of the nave side and the chorus side. And after the review, we understand that there is many differences between each primary truss. There is a kind of evolution. So we had understand we had understand the builders in the 13th century are like comment on dit, chercheurs. They are looking the way of doing. They didn't know exactly how to do, so they always try to redo and to find the perfection way of doing. So they see there is an evolution in the carpentry, and this is never exactly the same from a truss to another one. So in the same way, we complete several times the drawings. We do this kind of details. This one, other details. This one. Okay. So at this moment, we only work with our pencil and the paper. But it was not enough because the geometrical value was missing. So we use a scanner 3D, a 3D scanner, and but in such a way you use it only to have one point in 3D dimension. So each point, the architect chose to take it, and you know what you want to have as information. So at the end of the review, we had maybe I think 10,000 points we took, and on the below side you have the plan, and after it is like a game for the children, you know, when you have to join the point in order to have the real drawing behind. So we did the same. So we have the geometrical part of the drawings, and after we have the analysis and information part with the drawings by hand. And at the end we have all these kind of drawings and the totality of the review of the carpentry. We thought it was finished, but not. We met carpenters, and they come and we discuss with them inside the carpentry, and they told us, but have you seen all the carpenters' marks inside and lack of this kind of stuff? And of course not. And because it was really difficult to see this kind of marks on the obscurity, but after they show us, and okay, we were missing all of that, so we redo all the review again, and this is I cannot explain here, but you have many kind of carpenter marks, and it gives information to rebuild the carpentry from the let's pass. And these marks give us information the way they built the carpentry. So before everybody thought the carpentry was built from east to west, and because of the mark we understand it was the contrary, from west to east. So we can compare after the evolution of the form of the truss with the marks, and it is really interesting. So after we began the analysis of this, so you can see the order of building, how was done the assembly. So we made hypothesis, and that's it. So this work took us quite a year, many months after our studies, but it was absolutely incredible to work on the carpentry. And so we spent 1 year, one day a week inside the Notre Dame in order to draw and to review. It was really amazing to do that. And so sadly, when the cathedral was impacted by the fire, the architects are asking to themselves how we can act on this. What can we do? So, what can we do? What we can do? How to rebuild? So, because of the charter and the Venice charter, we know we can rebuild at the same, so the last state we knew. And because of our review, all the carpentry was well known, so we can rebuild identically. We have two issues: the roofing. Sorry, with the lid. Hopefully today we know how to rebuild the roof with the lid. In France, we have a lot of historical monuments that are covered with lid, and we have to repair them every time. So we have this, I need a word, sorry. The know-how. We have the know-how to redo the lid of the roof. So the difficulty was more for the carpentry, because at the Gothic in the 13th century, they only how can I say that? I'm sorry with my very bad English. They carve with an axe all the carpentry. They don't have any. They don't have any saw to cut the wood. So we found a carpenter who still know how to carve with an axe, but they are really few, maybe less than 10 people in France. They still know how to carve with an axe. So we thought it was really important to use this technology. I'll explain that. First, you have the skin of the wood. This is a wood carved with an axe. It's really not the same thing when you cut with a saw. So the skin is quite important. Another thing is the structural issue, because when you carve with an axe, you follow you follow the form of the tree, and the tree is never completely straight. So you can always be able to have the center, the earth of the tree, just in the middle of the piece of wood you carve. And this is really important because after, when the wood is going to lose all the water inside, is moving a lot, and if the earth of the wood is not exactly in the center, the wood is moving a lot and can destroy all the truss. So it's not only, as you can see on the picture, a question of vision of the skin of the materials. It's also a structural issue. So here you can see the carpenters. And at the end, it was funny because we work 3 years on the project before begin release reconstruction of the carpentry, and at the end we remade our drawings, and these drawings are the drawings that the carpenter used. Only this one the carpenter used to rebuild all the carpentry of Notre Dame. So for us it was really extraordinary to see our drawing again, to rebuild the cathedral. And voilà, this is a few months ago, and this is now. And as you know, at the end of this year, in December, Notre Dame will be reopened, and will be for us an amazing moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cedric, for a beautiful and very detailed presentation. I think what I would take away from that was that the process of preserving really, it's not one thing that you know what to do. I think you mentioned there was a lot of redrawing, a lot of undoing, redoing, and maybe not really kind of have a clear idea really what to do. I think that's also a lot of lessons that we can take away from there as well. If you talk about sustainability, well, definitely it's different context every time, and I'm sure, fire happens, but not every day, right? So I think how we learn from each other in terms of this kind of step-by-step in making sure that we're doing the right thing, but also maybe if I could ask, I don't know, did you have like a timeline in the beginning, or like an estimation of how long it would take, and then how did that pan out at the end?
No, we didn't have any timeline. Hopefully we had time because we were young, and because we start the survey, and it was quite amazing to be able to enter inside the cathedral and to do this kind of work. We really had the feeling to have a chance to work on this review. And you well said, you can, when you work on this kind of historic monument, you cannot know how to act before. You have to study and to put your eyes on the subject and understand and listen what the monument itself said. And it's really, really important. We were inspired by archaeologues. Because that's what they do. Because they don't know what they are going to discover on the soil, they draw everything, and after they analyze. And I think architects, heritage architects, have to do the same. And after, the most important thing is to find the authenticity And as I said, it is plural. There is no one authenticity, and that's it.
Okay, thank you so much. And please give a bit of hands for Cedric. Thank you, Cedric.
Thank you.
Okay, now I think we can move to the next speaker, Christina Vanini. She will talk about the value creation, multiplier effects for museums, collections, and heritage sites. I think this is very interesting to talk about the holistic approach of value creation, talking about the well-being of the all actors involved, also the social impact, and also the other impacts that can be taken away from museum sustainability. Please, yes, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope to wake you up, and I hope that I will not be taken, I will be granted the time that I was taken away. But it's fine. We have more life than time. So I will stay here. I will not double my colleague James, just because I can see the timing running fast. So I will not be too long, I hope. Assalamu alaikum. I cannot tell in Indonesian, but that's my joy to be here with you. And Albert Einstein used to say, strive not to be of success, but to be of value. Only people, living people, can be of value. And sometimes, often, it happens that in our professional life, we meet people that want us not to be of value, but of success. And most of the time, administration, ministries, even the people, the decision maker or sponsors want us to be of success before granting us something. But most of the time, what we have to make them understand is that we are of value. So, if we have to convince people that we are of value, do we really believe that museums and cultural sites are living organisms that deserves the attention, that deserves the cure, that deserve the money of our supporters and administration? What makes us museums and cultural heritage sites alive? How do I integrate with the life around me? Before, I think Nofa were talking about not wanting museums being alone, but talking to each other. So that's important. And what makes them alive? This is the old one, sorry. But okay, that's the old presentation. What makes a museum alive? The museums are made by people that give life to the institution. And this kind of people is not just the visitors that comes from abroad, from outside, but is the people inside the museum. So the staff and the volunteers and all the people that lives and work and most of the time they spend the most of their living in the museums. And that's the first criterion to overcome the prejudice that a museum is a lifeless place, full of objects. No, museums is full of objects, but it's also full of people, and people that can tell stories, and people that can dialogue. And so that's why when you have a dialogue, you are not old, you are contemporary. You are always contemporary, because you listen to what the people, the object, but the people that works or come in your museums are going to telling you. So they bring in topics, themes, ideas, needs, expectation that a museum has to elaborate and give back in a continuous transmission of messages backwards, one way to the other. And if a museum does that and is able to establish interrelations or interaction, but I like better interrelation with the people, with the object, with the ideas, and with the stakeholders that can support ideas, they are not irrelevant, but they become relevant to their community. That's really the wrong presentation, I'm sorry. So, for me, museums are plants, like trees. And as you know, the latest botanical studies understood that trees talk to each other. That's why museums and cultural institutions cannot be closed in themselves, but they have to watch out for, to work out and watch out for synergies with other institutions. Maybe not of the same kind, maybe competitors, but even competitors can be dealt with in a positive way because they integrate your offer. So a competitor is not someone that brings you out visitors, but it can be someone who integrates your offer and gives a different point of view of what you are doing or what you are saying to the people you might target. So, for me, it's important to establish a cultural heritage-based ecosystem, where we have heard this word many times today. Ecosystem, cultural ecosystem, but what is an ecosystem? Ecosystem is made by two words, and the word eco is something that is related both to environment, but also, and very much, to economy. So we have to create a system in which the environment and the economical aspects balance themselves and integrate themselves. And so in order not to deploy what is culture, but to increase the value of what we are doing. At this point, so, a museum, Karina, there is no need, there is no possibility to change it. I was told that, at least the last ones. Okay. At this point, in this ecosystem, we must consider some aspects which are important. The value to the society, the value to the government and to democracy, the value to economy, and the value to environment. And there are some things that museums already do, watching themselves inwards, let's say, which is, for instance, as a value to the society, create a behavioral change in the visitors. You know, they might learn by. They can learn, they can teach the visitors some things sorry, yes, okay, it was, no.
These things happen.
I'm used, when there is an intercom conference, I'm used to these things. Oh, jeep, okay. Where is it? I cannot move it. Okay. So I was trying to say that. So you can do all these things by thinking in a holistic way, and there is no better place as Indonesia with its culture to know what having an holistic or integrated approach it means, and to go with the design thinking to have a macroeconomical impact. Let's see. So, as I was saying, there is a diamond matrix that check the societal value, the community governance, the economic environment, the economic values, and the environment one. And to a certain extent, museums already do something in this direction by having research that can be useful to the society, by training, educating, working on the inclusion or the identity of the community for the community governance. So the community governance can take advantage of what they do. On an economic point of view, they create events, they foster volunteering, so that's something that can teach and have an economical value. But if museums can watch outward from their walls, they can understand that they have a big and major impact in these fields. Like for the society, being a place of developing the well-being, to develop health, to be of support of health care, to be a support of urban beautification, and we have seen some examples for the education, the community governance, of course, inclusion of all the minorities, inclusion of all the critical topics that might come out in a society, and develop participation and representation. But museums can also have an economic value for welfare and social care. Why not opening a kindergarten in a museum? Why not? Or why do not organize something that can engage the elderly people, maybe retired, and so they can keep on be useful not only for the bigger community but for themselves. And of course, on an environmental point of view, museums and cultural heritage can help the better urban or rural or maritime planning by improving the transportation, by improving the quality of the neighborhood they are involved in. And when they do that, they must take into account some new ecosystemic indicators, which are the mission alignment, the accountability, the relevance that they have, the efficiency in which they carry on what they do, the scalability of their proposals, and also the spillover effect that they might reproduce. And maybe if you have questions, we can go on this because I run out of time. But why these things are important and which tool we can use to make them even more important. This is the sustainability report. The sustainability report is not the plain economical report that each institution has to prepare at the end of the year to justify to their administration how much they spent and on what. And it's not even the mandate report that each director has to present at the beginning of their mandate saying, I want to do this and I want to do that. The sustainability report is a report in which I make a budget and of the activities that I want to do, and I align all the activities and all the prospect and then already done, and I made numbers on that. I count everything, so when I put value, economic value to each items, each voice, so when I say that I do urban, when I say that I do urban beautification, it's something that I can write in my mandate. I want to do urban beautification. But what does it mean? It means that I gave work to workers that maybe made the streets, made the yards. I gave work to the the gardeners. I gave work to who sold me the seeds of the trees. And so all these things can show our stakeholders and our administration that we have done something of value for them. And so that our value is not only the ticketing, is not only what my visitors bring in, and it's not what I sell to them, the ticket, okay, but the pen, the poster, the book. No, the real multiplier effect of a museum economic based is what the museum or the cultural site can do for outside. And for instance, very quick, what does it mean having an impact, an impact which is coherent, which is consistent with the mission alignment? Is Madonna in the archaeological site of Pompeii something coherent and consistent with the mission of an archaeological site? Well, no. To be pretty sure, no. What is the value that it brings to the archaeological site? Of course, it's a value maybe of reputation, maybe because there is a lot of people that knows Madonna or who remembers Madonna because now she's a little bit old. Okay, what else? What is the other benefit that a museum or a site can get? And for how long they have this benefit? And what's the trade-off of this benefit? I mean, what I had to spend to have Madonna in my place and what it brings me back on an economical site. Maybe, I'm not saying it's bad. but I have to make a pro and cons and a table of cost and benefits to see if it's aligned with my mission alignment and if I have a benefit. Efficacy. This is instead something that for me is a positive example, the dialogue, inclusion and participation and activation, and very contemporary activities of the Museo Egizio of Turin, the Egyptian Museum of Turin. They have started since some years ago to have program projects and to welcome the Arabic-speaking Italians, or hopefully soon Italians, living in Turin. And so with a good possibility of integration, of course. Relevance. Relevance, for me, it's connected to stakeholders. And so now we have some examples. The Museum of the Future in Dubai is very relevant. They have huge contacts with an enormous number of stakeholders they share research with. And so that's something that will stay more than the dinner of Madonna. That's something that will last. And also the Tate and Tate Modern, who are dealing with Siemens and other very important corporate group to take on the climate change research and sensibility. Now, it's very late, but I just wanted to show you, let me go back, a quick example, back here, a quick example about this city. It's an Italian city, Matera, that became a European capital culture in 2019. Matera used to be a city where people lived in those caves, okay? It was a very poor, very neglected, very abandoned city. As soon as they declared, as soon as they declared that they were going to become European culture, European capital culture in 2014, you see the number of the impact on tourism grow up, and it reached the highest level during being capital of city. But the progression is so strong, and it was only based on culture. Then they got a problem during the COVID, during the pandemic, but just after, the year after the pandemic, they went already back, way back to the levels that they had. So, these are touristic indicator from touristic indicator, room in hotels, occupation from 2014 to 2019 in percentage, and the GBT from before and more close to the being a capital of culture. So, as I said, it's important that a museum can make calculation and give ideas of what's the value of what they do. And if you want to be more knowledgeable about that, please become an ICOM member, choose Intercom, and we can tell you more about that. Thank you, and sorry.
Thank you so much, Christina. Technical glitch happens all the time. We will remedy during our discussions. No worries. Thank you. Maybe I would like to directly invite for the next speaker, Mr. Mattia Agnetti for the next presentation, Keeping Museums Alive, Platforms and Strategies for Diversifying Revenue Streams in Museums, as museums are not for-profit institutions. So let's hear how we can go around in making it sustainable. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Can I have, yes, great. Thank you very much. Thank you for, okay, I keep it both then, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here. I'm very pleased to be here today. It's always a pleasure to share with colleagues and passionates, our museums, all the topics we've been discussing these days. When I was first asked to contribute to this conference, and namely I was asked to contribute to the side concerning the financial and economic management of the museums, I thought, okay, this is always the boring part of these conferences, because during these conferences, to be very honest, the most attractive part of it is what we've been discussing so far: content, communications, liaison with consumers, and so on and so forth, maintenance of our collections. But we cannot live, we cannot sustain our museums if we do not pay attention also to the financial element and the economic elements of the museum's life. That's why in my hopefully short presentation, I decided to start with the definition of a museum as per the last definition approved in 2022 in Prague of museums. We all know this definition, of course, but highlighted in red, the non-profit permanent institution. It is a non-profit permanent institution. It has to be a non-profit permanent institution. Nevertheless, it doesn't mean we don't have to be careful in terms of sustainability. It doesn't mean we have to pay attention and to work and plan properly our strategies. I mean, we all went through the pandemic. It was, so bad, it was so difficult. I mean, everywhere in the world, at least in our experience in Venezia, I will talk a bit about it later, we had to close the museums for several months. And of course, you have to be prepared. You have to be prepared to face such a kind of challenges. This is a unique, hopefully, challenge which happens in our life. Nevertheless, it affected so much sustainability and the life of our museums. That's why today I thought it was good to refresh our mind a little bit and to talk about the legal frameworks and the governance of the museums without being too ambitious. But I think by this and the next slide, I think I kind of framed the legal framework in which we all operate here in Asia, in US, and in Europe. So we do have public museums, which are very often public bodies operating at national, regional, or local level. Okay. These bodies own, of course, permanent collections, buildings, and storages. These scientific programs and the maintenance and the management and the promotion of the collections, as well as the organization of temporary exhibitions, are directly delivered by these bodies, meaning a city, a region, or let's say a university, for instance, at least as far as the Italian situation is concerned, but also indirectly by the setting up of so-called third bodies, which by means of which can be foundations, associations, and companies. Of course, when we talk about public museums and public environment, the governance structure represents ownership, and it is organized in accordance with the national and the regional local administrations. I assume that operating in museums here in Indonesia is, in legal terms, most probably quite different as compared to other countries. The same goes even within Europe. We have a completely different context. But also, then you have also private museums. Private museums are very often originated around a relevant medium long-term private collecting practice, at least This is what in most of the cases happens. So you have rich and wealthy families or companies which decided to set up museums and to give added value to their heritage. But also a community-based project built upon cooperative actions focusing on local cultural backgrounds and roots and habits. In these cases, let's say the governance and the management structures of the museums, it's usually much more flexible, much more simple to be set up. I think it's normal. I think when you operate and you work in a private environment, you do not have the same rules applying to the public sector. I'm not commenting, I'm not saying one is the best of the other. I'm just, for you, to highlighting the differences. We said at the beginning, I was asked to talk about financial and economic sustainability. So let's just review together the basics of what managing a museum or a network of museums means. So in terms of course, you have museums which operates according to annual and multi-annual budgetary provisions. And of course, the budget items include operational, financial, and very often investment costs. We saw today and yesterday some examples of new investments made by some institutions all around the world, meaning opening new aisles of museums or restoring buildings, so on. This is part, of course, of the investment cost. And how do you face these costs? How do you managing a museum or a network of museums you do manage? You do it basically by these main revenues, meaning public funds, which generally address operational costs and targets investment projects. You do it by incomes from endowment funds, which is quite usual in US for the lucky museums, I would say. I'm very often very much frustrated when I read about the amount of these endowment funds as compared to the one we have in Venice, for instance, or the one I'm aware of in other situations in Europe. And of course, then you have income from business-related activities and income from diversified fundraising lines. When we talk about business-related activities, of course, please, this is always intended as supporting the core of our profession, meaning maintaining and operating and organizing exhibitions and addressing the public. This is the core for all of us working in the museum industry. Nevertheless, as I said, these elements are intended to support our activities. Therefore, revenues from bookshops, revenues from cafeterias, then you have revenues from event in museums areas. Even in this case, we saw several examples during these days of events such as concerts or dinners, and so everything intended also to raise funds in order to maintain our buildings, our collections, and to promote them. And of course, you also have revenues from developing merchandising lines. But a business-related activity, the way I intended at least, it's also, let's say, working on the price, of the ticket price. It doesn't have to be, I would say, I think this is an element very much important, because working on the different prices, it means also to target appropriately the different publics which attend our collections. Of course, in the different and various situations we went through these 2 days, there are completely different publics. You have situations such as my case, for instance, where almost 80% of our visitors, allow me also to say clients, don't be shy about it. Let's say clients also, because they deserve, we do deserve when visiting a museum, a service. And therefore we can easily be mentioned as clients. So we have 80% of tourists coming from all over the world. And of course, we have to address with the proper pricing leverage and proper pricing offer. And that's why I think it's important to work on it when planning and scheduling on a long-term strategy and in a long-term perspective. Of course, it is also important to work on medium-term partnership agreement with third bodies, to involve the local community, to involve the different, let's call them, third actors operating on the territories. So here I mentioned a few examples, such as association of retired people, families, or trade unions associated. Another source of income is the fundraising. For all of you, of course, most probably these are already known elements, but I thought it was good to go through them nevertheless, because it's really important not to forget any single bullet of these slides. We have to work on every single bullet of these slides, especially if we want to diversify the sources of the income of our museums. Therefore, there might be situations in which the promotion of membership and friendship policy is much easier than others. There might be situations in which promoting a project and looking for donors or sponsors, it's much easier because of the territory in which we do operate. I've been recently attending a meeting in Rome, and I was discussing with colleagues from other museums in Italy. And of course, for some of them operate in the northern part of Italy, where you have a very huge and intensive, let's say, industrial basis. It's much easier to target private company and to try to create partnerships and to create sponsorship projects with them. Whereas in other part of our country, but I suppose it happens elsewhere in the world, it's much difficult. Therefore, you have to downscale the priority of this bullet and work on a different one. And of course, amongst the fundraisings, I thought it was nice to include also the planning of the touring exhibitions. I mean, touring exhibitions became, and I couldn't say no longer are becoming, it's a kind of a status quo, I would say, a medium to raise funds or to share costs, at least. I would rather go for sharing the costs, but also to share expertise and know-how when it comes to interrelations between scientists from my museums and scientists from other museums. And then you also have an added value in economic terms, because you share the cost, you identify common providers, and so on and so forth. So, to do all of this, I personally think a museum manager or those responsible for, let's say, the implementation of the programs in the museums should work primarily on two activity lines. The first one, the people, meaning the staff, the people working in the museums. And we have to involve them, and especially we have to let them talk each other. And when I say each other, I refer to the two main, I would call them great group operating in the museums, so the scientists and the admin staff. Very often they don't talk each other, they don't understand, or they say they don't really get the relevance of the other's work, whereas if we want to embark them into this adventure, if we want to embark them in understanding the importance of raising funds and to make their work financially sustainable, it is important that they meet and they have a common ground also about this. Therefore, that's why we, for instance, in Venice, we regularly organize joint sessions for scientific and admin staff. But also, about staff, we have to invest in recruiting staff, but specifically devoted to what I've been talking so far. So, recruiting staff with the expertise, the knowledge, or the interest in, let's say, developing business activity in order to sustain the scientific and the curatorial programs, it's also important. The other part, the other line I would suggest are, of course, the tools. And therefore, no museums can really operate without these basic bullets you can see in these slides. And I think it's particularly important, we saw it these days, to understand what really our visitors want, what really our visitors expect from our collections. let's be clear. The level of expectations of those visiting the museums nowadays, it's much higher than in the past. Until 20 years ago, I would say, museums were mostly visited by, let's call them, let's say, a more cultural people, I mean, more, I would say, educated people, whereas nowadays, luckily us, and I think it's the goal of ICOM, the goal of all of us. I mean, museums became more and more attractive also for non-professionals, also for non-skilled persons, and that's why we have been listening. We have to target different publics during our days at work. Let me say a few words about Venice, because I was asked to talk about financial sustainability, and then I thought, okay, perhaps you should say a few words about it also, because there are so many similitudes between Venice and Jakarta in a way, and that's of course because of the water, the high tide and so on. I mean, we do have 13 museums located in Venice, in the city center of Venice and in the two main lagoon islands, where the Glass Museum in Murano is located and the Lace Museum in Murano is located. Of course, the champion of our network is the Doge's Palace. It's really the symbol of the city, and it's actually the one which really mainly support all revenues for our foundation and the City Council museums. Here in my presentation, I just made I put few pictures and some definitions of our museums. I don't go through them, but I just wanted to tell you that it's a very diversified and rich offer. I'm always used to say we go from the turtles of the natural science museums to Bellini and Carpaccio and Correr museums. So it's a very diversified offer. The particularity of our network is that you have it in different buildings located throughout the city, as opposed to, for instance, other big museums we have been hearing about yesterday and this morning, which they have huge collections, very often concentrated in a huge, big building. Let me conclude just to give you some figures. So this is about the revenue from the ticketing and the services we delivered to visitors during the last years. As you can see, it has it registered an ongoing positive trend. Even this year, it's even higher than the previous one. I think it's important, and this is not a case. This is the result of what I've been telling so far. I mean, paying attention to the different bullets which were listed in the previous slides. I think it was interesting also for us and for you as audience, especially for the scholars, I would say, and the students, to look at this. I mean, it's in Italian, the different items, but the meaning of this is that basically the percentage of the pre-sold tickets, it's doubled since 2019, and it reached now 60% of our sales. This is important because it really forces us to think in different terms. It really forces us to adapt and also to target new publics. Okay, this is another example of additional services to the visitors, namely audio guides, whispers, organized guided tour inside our museums, or membership programs. You can see, I mean, I'm used to refer to 2019 rather than 2022 or 2021, because unfortunately those were still years in which the operation was not fully completed. These are the revenues from the bookshops. Okay, we do have 9 bookshops in our museums, so we try to really work hard in not only providing appropriate offer, scientific texts, documentation, information, appropriate merchandising, but also to try to answer and to be positive with respect to the request of our public, which, as I said before, is very much different, is very much diversified. Those visiting the Doge's Palace, approximately 1,500,000 a year, those are, I would call them like a generic public, okay, coming to Venice most probably once in their life and then go to the Monumentum, of course. It's like going to Rome for the first time, you cannot miss the Colosseum, or Paris the first time, you cannot miss the Tour Eiffel. That's something similar. But if you instead have to manage a bookshop of, let's say, although amazing, but secondary as compared to the Doge's Palace collection, of course you have to work on different targets. So these are revenues from cafeterias. You can also see it has been an ongoing increasing trend, of course with the terrible exception of the year 20 and 21. And I think now I'm ready for any possible questions you might need. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much, Mattia, for your presentation and for finishing on time. Great to have all of the speakers delivering their presentations, and maybe can I see show of hands if anyone's interested in asking questions? Okay, there are a few already, but before that, maybe I would like to kind of take a, how do you say, hi Cedric, he's back. Maybe just kind of a big theme from all of your three presentations. I think it is, we're talking about sustainability, and I think I actually listened to a podcast the other week from ICOM, and we were talking about sustainability, and often we talk about sustainability as something that's very abstract. We're talking, yeah. Oh. Can you hear me? Oh, okay, right, okay. Yeah, shall I speak slower or we move down? Yeah, we can go. We can go downstairs, yeah? Okay, can you hear me now? Check. Okay. Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the overall theme, maybe to kind of direct for. Okay. Check. Check. Okay. So yeah, we're talking about the heritage preservation from Cedric building in detail, and also for you the fundraising, and also for you the in terms of behavioral changes. The key theme is the adaptive and inventiveness. I think it's the adaptability and inventiveness, and this is maybe something that's not really in line with the idea of sustainability, where you talk about sustainability in a very kind of, you have this formula or an idea about what can work and what doesn't really work. And I think I would like to hear concrete maybe examples from each of you to kind of tease for the Q&A session. Is there any step-by-step ways that you adapt in your institutions in terms of designing your programs or designing your interventions? And maybe for Cedric, in terms of how you design, how to respond to what happened to the Notre Dame. So maybe anyone can start with a real example. Yeah.
I start by saying that agility or adaptivity is not contrary to sustainability, because each of us must know the institution very well, who's working in the institution, what's the kind of collection, what's the relationship that it has with the outside, and they must adapt to what is the best long-lasting formula for the museum. Then there is not one long-lasting formula every day. I'm not saying every day, but almost every day you've got to check, because the context, and we will talk about that in the workshop tomorrow, the context changes almost every day. So you've got to adapt your strategy in order to reach the goal, but maybe taking different paths. Later this morning, someone was asking, what's the best way to make a design my communication museum? There is no formula. I mean, I can tell you the Museum of Communication in Switzerland did that. The Museum of Communication in Sweden did that. In Portugal did something else. But it's you that might know the building, the collection, the target, your values, your ideas, your mission, which is not the ICOM definition, okay? The ICOM definition is one thing, but the mission of each museum must be its own. And so that's it. Something that it's good for Mattia is not good for Manuel, and it's not good for but maybe they have the same goal and they reach it in a different way.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Let me first say, let's acknowledge we are lucky people. We're lucky people because we work in an amazing industry. I mean, we have the privilege of working in art galleries, in museums, and this is not, we are an exception rather than. And why do I start by saying that? Because I think we have to be aware of it and to make an extra effort while working in the museums. We have to consider, for instance, what the museum as a whole really needs. We should focus on our expertise. If I am a curator, or if I am a scientist, or if I am an historian of art, of course, that's my job, that's my priority. But I cannot miss to interact with my colleagues, for instance, in defining a list of projects which could potentially be financed by third parties and third bodies. I refer to this because when you said examples, we every year, at the beginning of the year, actually at the end of the previous year, we do make a list of artworks which need to be restored, okay? And we do it because we partially finance their restoration with our own funds, but also because we try to look for external donors and supporters. And so this is a joint work that all staff does together. And of course, we manage even to create a competition because the different curators from the museums, they would like to have their own artwork being restored first as compared to others. But then when you enter that competition, you have to force them also, or you have to, let's say, nicely ask them also to contribute to the way they have to storytell the artwork in order to make a business company, for instance, or a private person interested in contributing and donating. It doesn't really happen always. So this is not a story of success only. You have also a situation in which the artwork you identified in your collection is not attractive. Okay, because that's also an element. We experienced, for instance, that paintings are much more attractive than statues or other artworks. And so, nevertheless, you cannot forget that part of your collection. Okay, so it means you have to contribute even further and more about it.
Through a lot of failures, not just through a lot of failures, and not just stories of successes. And I think that's what we mean by sustainability, is actually doing it every day. It's not one set kind of rule or formula that you can follow, but it's something that you do every day. Cedric, do you have anything to add? Yes?
Yeah, maybe As an architect, sustainability is coming from the monument itself. So for us, it's not really coming from our people, but more from the monument directly. Because when you spend time and you can observe, because historic monuments are coming from far and a long time. From age, they are example for us. So my point of view, if you well see, if you well study the monument, you can earn a lot and earn a lot on sustainability. For example, in Notre Dame, as I said, with the wood, to carve the wood by hand with axes, it was not a silly approach or just to do exactly as the same as they did in the 13th century. It could help today to interrogate the industry of food, because now we cannot use the oak wood if it's not completely dry. And in the 13th, when they cut, they carve by ox, they use the wood completely wet, and with what we learn by the construction of Notre Dame, we learn how to use wet oak, wet wood in the industry today, and this opened a lot of opportunity and interrogate the sustainability of the way of the construction.
Thank you so much, Cedric. And maybe now I'd like to open the floor for some questions. Yes.
My name is Linda Endriani. I am head of Cultural Protection Division, Jakarta Cultural Office. I think my question is for Cedric. In Jakarta, we have many heritage buildings, and some of them are museums buildings. Sometimes we need to develop the building because of the function exchange. For example, the museum expansion room for exhibition or others. On the other hand, we have to keep the originality of buildings and materials. Is there any regulation for material? Is it has to original or can change to the other materials? And for the building, can we change partly, or normally we keep the facade? Normally, we have limited guidance or rule, and nowadays for the renovation, sometimes we depends on the architect's taste. What do you think? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I think there is as many projects than you have monuments. Each case, each situation is different, and from now, I think one of my purpose in my way of thinking is to keep and to protect as much as possible the building and the monument, because when you destroy a part of the monument, you cannot rebuild it as the same, and it is a loss. In the case of Notre Dame, we we rebuilt it the best as we can, but this is, the loss is still there, and this is not completely the same. So for me, each project is it's really different, and I just want to say we have to think first to protect, to preserve, and to well known the objects, the monuments, the heritage we have in our hands. We say as architect, we have to give what we receive for the former generation, and we have to give at least the same to the next generation. So this is really tricky, but there are many passes and ways of doing in order to rethink the museums and to modernize them, and in the same time to preserve the monuments. We can do that. It is possible, and we have to do that. I hope I respond well.
Yeah, I think I will try to repeat what he said, hopefully. Please, Cedric, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what you were mentioning is that every project is different, and that everyone has their own characteristics for buildings and also heritage buildings, right? But there is a set of general recommendations that you can give in terms of preserving the buildings. And also in terms of modernizing the buildings, it's not just that, you know, something that, it's something that we have to do. Is that correct, Cedric?
Yeah, we have to modernize. We have to, but we have to modernize and in the same time to preserve. And it is possible to do both in the same time.
So it's possible to do both preserving but also modernizing at the same time.
Of course.
Any more questions? Thank you for the question, Ibu. Silakan.
Good afternoon, panelists. Okay. Good afternoon, panelists. First of all, thank you for these insightful presentations. My name is Ardi Ginting. Currently, I'm in charge as community manager for a gallery called Galeri Demono in Menteng, central of Jakarta. This gallery dedicated to Mrs. Dewi Motik Pramono, one of Indonesian public figure for women empowerment in the 70s. We are grateful to announce that she is turned to 75 last May, and this gallery is dedicated, and our mission is we want to continue a dialogue between generations of women in one family. My question is to Mr. Mattia regarding fundraising. You said that we as museums, or in my case a gallery, we need to identify a project for proposing a sponsorship. It reminds me that several NGOs in Indonesia managed to receive funding from other countries, mostly from company with CSR program. Is it the same thing with funding for museum? And what is the most general requirement that we as museum or gallery staff need to provide in order to get the access for funding and sponsorship? Thank you.
Can you repeat the last part of the question, please? Yes, please.
Okay, my question to Mr. Mattia. Okay, my question is, do the sponsorship from for us, the museum or gallery, is it the same thing, sponsorship for NGO programs? And what is the most general requirement for us, museum or gallery, need to provide in order to get the access for funds or sponsorship? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I think we have to acknowledge that every national situation is different from another because it applies a different legal framework. Okay, that's important to know. Nevertheless, there are two elements I would mention. The first one is, I would distinguish between sponsorship and donation, because while sponsorship you have a mutual liaison relations between the sponsor and the sponsee, okay? In the donation, you basically, the donor is not supposed to attend or to expect anything from us, from the museums. And therefore, it really depends which one you target and what you offer. If you have to plan a sponsorship program, you have to also plan a kind of benefits plan for the sponsor. Whereas if you relate with the donor, regardless whether it is a government or an NGO, an international NGO, for instance, you just have to be sure you work on the appropriate project. You have to define the appropriate project. I think the key word here, I think, is the reputation. You have to build your reputation. You have to accomplish a project that you suggested, that you proposed. Once you finalize that project, you build your curriculum, basically, your reputation. So you're able to storytell your experience to other potential donors and sponsors.
And that's why I was saying that the responsibility, the sustainability report is important. And if you cannot do a sustainability report, just made a mandate report, something that show in written words and in numbers what you do, because that's the best way to enhance your reputation and make someone endorse what you have done.
Hi, my name is Amalia. I'm head of development in Museum Macan, and we are a private museum, but actually it's not, the museum doesn't show collection of the owner, but we're very actively doing our public program. But my point is, actually one thing, we have a similarities. Your city is thinking is also my city. But we don't have that many tourism as compared to you, I think. And so as you can see in your graphic report that, you know, your revenue streaming from museum shop, cafeteria and all that, I guess that can sustain by having tourism coming into your city. So we are relying a lot on donation or sponsorship. Yes. But we also don't have tax incentive. I'm looking at someone. We don't have tax incentive, so tax incentive.
Okay, tax intensive. Okay,
yeah,
incentive.
we don't have tax incentive. Okay. So purely people that do donate, you know, there's no incentive. So again, how to tackle this? I mean, it's an ongoing struggle. We've managed, but it's not enough. And I mean, what other creative way to have more, more donation, you know, to an institution like this?
This is really a huge question for all of us. Because when you say you don't have a tax incentive plan at national level, for instance, in your legislation, of course it affects naturally your possibilities of raising funds out of it. Nevertheless, you can work on private donations. We also do it. But we noticed that since 2014, when a first reform of the donations to public heritage was introduced in Italy, so basically 10 years ago right now, it's incredible the level of, indeed, it increased so much, the level of the donations to museums, to natural history parks, to archaeological sites, and of course it really makes the difference. So I'm not sure I have an answer for you. Perhaps The one I said before, it's the one to pursue, meaning basically to work on concrete projects and to promote the achievement of that project so that you manage perhaps to raise and to intercept other donors or other sponsors. That's the way I would do it with regards to donations and sponsorships.
Of course, there are two things I would like to add. One, that gathering like these ones can be the ignition to create an advocacy movement towards who has to take the decision to take these things into consideration. For instance, in Italy we have this program for, it's not tax incentive, but it's a deduction from what even single person can donate to cultural institutions, that was brought from bottom up. So what's something that a cultural institution wanted, needed, and so at one point the ministry had to consider and the government had to appoint. The other thing is synergies. Synergies, relationship, interactions with sectors which are not cultural, but not by asking money, but asking, for instance, travel agencies. If you think that tourism is what you need, go to travel agencies and do a plan, not a long-term plan to promote your institution among a package of visits in the country and in the city. And I mean, one thing that you can do, I find it very inspirational, go see the site of Dubai Tourism. They have a plan. Dubai Tourism. They have, yes, I know, but you know, yes, but still, okay, you have a benchmark. They promote the city by checking which is the habits of each country's way of planning their holidays. So they know that in Australia they have to plan it 6 months in advance. In Italy they have to plan it 1 month in advance because Italians just decide last moment and they can go everywhere without visa almost. So, you know, it's difficult, but if you think, if you start thinking to tourism in this way, it's different.
Christina, sorry, I just want to be a bit of a devil's advocate here. I've been also chatting with Amalia here. I mean, thank you so much for both of you. It's very useful and then really fruitful and productive. That kind of a really sum up our 2 days, and I really thank you both. Mattia, you've been comparing your address about revenue stream between Venice and Jakarta, and also because we're both sinking cities. I mentioned to Amalia, yes, but there's a difference. I would just go any time to Venice if I can afford it, because Venice is Venice.
I'm sorry, I don't understand very well. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's without mic.
No,
okay.
No, go ahead.
I would just go to Venice anytime. I mean, everyone would love to go to Venice because Venice is Venice. Nobody would refuse to go to Venice. Many people would refuse to go to Jakarta just because it's Jakarta. What I mean is that the lack of attraction, or does it matter also? You know, to what's your point about how to diversify and your principles of how to scale up the revenue streams. I mean, comparing Jakarta with Venice, for example. let's say like with your graphics that it works for Venice, but it might not work for Jakarta.
Of course. I mean, my presentation was not intended to propose a copy and paste solution. Okay, was intended to kind of go through a list of potential tools which are supporting a strategy. Therefore, you have to use the appropriate tool in accordance with your local or national situation. Maria Cristina mentioned the tourism, for instance. We do have 63 multi-annual contracts with the tour operators. Okay, they do sell our museums in advance in everywhere in the world. I mean, if I shouldn't be in Venice, I would simply skip, most probably, that option, and I would rather concentrate on other options, okay? Or I wouldn't really invest too much into that pillar of activities. So please take my presentation as a list of activities out of which each one of us can pick up and adapt it to the local solutions. I mean, nevertheless, I don't know the situation in Jakarta tourism-wise, okay, I don't really know it, but I know how many people are living in this city and in this country. And this is also a great potential, viewed from abroad, viewed from an outsider. This is a kind of figures we do not have. I mean, our region is basically, all the region together is approximately 5 million local people. Okay, so in this case we would have a different approach.
Yes, I think at the end for us, I mean, architecturally, we're not interesting because we're in an office building, not like maybe Guggenheim in Bilbao that changed also the economy of the city. But I think right now the only thing we can sustain is the program itself in the museum. So we're actively doing international show also. Right now we're, I guess, the only international standard museum where we have been working with other museums, and sometimes the collection comes out when curatorial, it fits to the curatorial language.
As we all have said, each one must find its own way. But you were saying something that's lighten a lamp. Events, international events. You know, okay, Venice has the film festival, the Biennale, everything that everything cultural, the city that I couldn't have time to show you, but they made an all calendar of event at an international level, and every time one was promoted in one cultural site, one in another one in another one. So while they were hosting something that maybe was not, and I'm contradicting myself, was not totally mission aligned, but it was purpose aligned, you know what I mean? And so, this might be a way, but of course you are doing that. It needs time because the other magic word is reputation. You have to increase your reputation, the reputation of your cultural offer, by made it known to everybody the most as possible. I think we have said on the topic. I don't know.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question. Silakan. Tadi kayaknya masih ada yang mau ini. Silakan.
Yeah. Okay.
Me? Sorry.
And the last one is over there.
Di sini aja Mas, nggak apa-apa. Thank you. My name is Luki. I'm PhD student from IPB University. First question I would like to ask Mr. Matia. In your perspective, especially in Indonesia, can you give us maybe honest review or critics for museum management in Indonesia? What do you think? That's first question. Museum in Indonesia, what your honest review or critic for museum management in Indonesia? And the second question to all speakers, what do you think about sustainability museum, especially in indicator in Europe? Can you explain what sustainable museum perspective? Thank you very much. Thank you.
I mean, let me try to sum up because it's not easy. First of all, I really don't know sufficiently Indonesia to give you an answer to your first question. That would be, to be very honest. What I noticed from yesterday's presentations when the director, I think, of the Heritage Agency introduced the activities of the agency, I noticed several museums spread all over the country and with different cultural offers, different dimensions. And in a way, this is similar to what we have in Italy, because in comparison to other countries, for instance, I mean, allow me to say England, but even France, with big museums operating, we do have approximately 5,000 museums distributed all over the country, okay? And we don't have, we perhaps one exception, with two exceptions, Uffizi in Florence, and the second one, which is not in the Italian territory, which is the Musei Vaticani for the church. We do not have these big attractors. So even in Italy, we do face completely different challenges when we get to the level of local authority museums not located in touristic cities, okay? So even there, you have to start building a strategy and to understand which is the best way to raise the funds. It's not easy, it's much more difficult, of course. It's much more complicated, but I personally don't think you have too many other options in addition to the public funds, which hopefully should continue to fund our operations. Where the second question was about... I mean, but so you referred to sustainability in financial terms or in or social environmental? I mean, even this was mentioned yesterday. I think we should try to do to make our contribution, okay, and to work on it. Nevertheless, I think if you look in absolute terms, the way a museum, even a big museum, can contribute to the environmental sustainability, it's really a little part of the story. I think it's rather a message than a concrete actual contributions to face the climate change. I think it's a message we have to pursue, we have to follow it. So we do it in our own activities by getting energy supplies out of alternative energy sources, for instance. But this is not, I'm not really convinced, and it is clear, it is not this which is going to solve our climate change challenge, okay? Very often, I'm sorry, in different fora, I often listen this as a great solution museums can provide the rest of the world. I'm a bit, I'm not convinced about it.
I agree that museums cannot save the world, but they can spread the sensibility and the awareness about the topics. So everything they can do, from saving water supplies, adopting beehives to repopulate the cohort of the bees, for instance. That's something that in Europe it's quite hype. Saving solar, saving energy by using solar energies and so on. Promoting soft mobility instead of going by car or going by motorbike, so using public transports or using bicycles. And all these things are behavioral changes that museums might help people think of. And including Cedric, sorry, it's always difficult when someone is online, but also by using sustainable materials or reusable materials for doing the expositions. You know, it's something, studying, making researches on what's the best material for the preservation, which has less carbon footprint and all these things, might be not saving the world, but providing a new knowledge, a new awareness in the visitors. Am I wrong, Cedric?
No, you're perfectly correct.
Great. We unfortunately don't have time for more questions, but thank you so much for the insightful questions and also for your useful knowledge and sharing it with us. Cedric, thank you so much. Christina and Mattia, maybe we can continue with the next session after this. Thank you so much from us. Selamat sore. Terima kasih.
All right, we would like to thank our moderator as well as our speakers. But first, to conclude our session, we would like to take a picture together with our speakers, our panels, and the moderator.
I'm so big.
Once again, we would like to thank our moderator and our speakers, Ibu Dwitri, Cedric, Christina, and Mattia. Once again, please give a round of applause for our third panel of the day at the second day of Museum Forward. Please return to your seat. And now, before we continue with the final roundtable, we would like to express our gratitude for our strategic partners, the National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN, Indonesia Heritage Agency, Jakarta Provincial Government, ICOM Indonesia, and Paramita Jaya, Jakarta Provincial Branch of the Indonesian Museum Associations, as well as our community partners, Komunitas Historia Indonesia, Jakarta Good Guide, Book Hive, Yana Utama, Komunitas Jelajah Budaya, and Pengunyah Kata. With special thanks to Museum Forward's official sponsors, Jakarta Provincial Government, Jakarta Cultural Office, Jakarta Tourism Office, Bank Indonesia Museum, Museum Bahari Jakarta, Bank DKI, PITA, Havelti, Ichinogami, Soflo, and Samsung Electronics Indonesia. And also to our beloved media partners, Metro TV, Media Indonesia, the ITV, and 7 Hub. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to come to the final session of the conference, the final roundtable. The session will focus on summarizing key points from today's discussion, offering takeaways and providing recommendations for the future. I am honored to introduce our moderator for this session, our program chair, Farah Wardani, who will lead the conversation that brings together distinguished leaders in the field to provide summaries, share key takeaways, and offer their recommendation for the future of museums and cultural heritage. Ibu Farah, the stage is yours.
Terima kasih Mas. Selamat sore semua. Good afternoon everyone. Thank you so much. We're here for our final panel, or the final part of our two-day conference. I apologize to Karina especially because it's related to our sponsor for the furniture that has been used on the stage. But I've been observing the technicality, all these technical problems that have been happening, and I talked to Goranka and also other observers that I think that we try to make it more intimate and probably more practical if we do like this round table like this, with just actually like approaching you, and maybe also that is going to be better in terms of the sound and everything, like what has been happening since the last 2 days. So I thank you all, and I would like to invite the final roundtable panelists to join me here. First, I would like to ask Manuel to join, and Goranka, please do. Goranka and Manuel has been introduced, and also that there will be some kind of like hosts also for this final roundtable. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, Goranka and Manuel. And I would like to invite Mbak Judith. Mbak Judith, where are you? Judith Bosnak? Yes, please. But Judith Bosnak is the director of Saka Museum. We have been shared about Saka Museum yesterday from Bli Marlo, and now we have Judith Bosnak, the director, to join us as one of the observers for the final roundtable. Terima kasih Mbak Judith. And I would like to invite Cecilia. Cecilia Martin, are you here? Oh yes. Thank you, Cecilia. Cecilia is the founder of Cultural Connection, or CC, in the United Kingdom, and she's also board member of ICOM MPR and based in London. Thank you, Cecilia. And the next observer is Mbak Amalia Wiryono. Mbak Amel, please. Amalia Wiryono is the head of museum, head of development of the Museum Macan, and also part of the expert committee in the Indonesian Heritage Agency, and also part of Art Basel. So many. And thank you, Mbak. And the next one is Sadia Boonstra. Are you here? Sadia Boonstra is a heritage consultant, a curator, and also CEO of Cultural Lab. Anywhere. Cultural Lab Consultancy. Sadia actually has an exhibition ongoing, and you can still catch up, right? Where is Sadie? Exhibition di mana? Oh, di Taman Mini. Okay. And Mas Riki Pesik. Mas Riki. Oh yeah. Mas Riki, please have a seat. Mas Riki is the President Commissioner of InJourney Tourism Development Corporation, ITDC, used to be at Backcraft, really good friends of the creative economy and cultural scene. And the last, okay, and Mbak Maya Rizano. Mbak Maya? Okay, Mbak Maya Rizano is the head of strategic communications and brand from UOB Indonesia. Thank you so much, everyone. Yeah, I hope you guys don't mind with this kind of setting. I do think we can just like let our hair down after a very intense 2 days, which I would also like to thank everyone who has been staying like staying put, basically, like this very, very full and very productive conference. Before I start, I would like to start our conversation. I would like to just share you a bit about this. In the preparation of this forum, the frequently asked question from our panelists was actually, who is the audience? And my answer usually was that we are expecting like at least probably 100 to 100 museum professionals. Yes, but who are they? Now that I really cannot say, because that's what I really look forward to. And also when I asked whether, how would be their response to what do you think how do they respond to the conference or anything? And my experience usually when, like in conferences like this in Indonesia, well, Indonesian audience usually are a bit shy, and also we're not sure, because then this is also very rare because we have like a full English speaking conference. But I'm happy that I was wrong. What has been happening in 2 days, like there has been like so much engagement from all of you, from like the audience, and I have been seeing so many great responses. And that's what actually what this forum was made. And it is made for you, so I would like all of us actually to give a great applause to all of you participants here, and kudos to all of you, and thank you so much for staying this whole 2 days, and this forum is for you. And not only for us, but yeah, for all of us here. And so, okay, without much further ado, let us start our conversation. Okay, so as been prepared, I think that I would like to give the first round to Manuel. Basically, Manuel, yeah, this is like this is the moment where we can just kind of like share about like probably like there's some takeaways, some perspectives, or any input or any takeaways that you can share generally, like of all the panels, of all the discussions that have been happening for these last 2 days. Please do.
Oh la la, I'm starting. Starting to finish, but still. I was trying to gather my thoughts on these 2 days. I mean, actually 3, because we started by running around in Jakarta to visit as many museums as possible. And I was trying to organize my thoughts around 2 points: space and time. Space. I knew, it's not my first time in Indonesia, it's my first time in Jakarta, but I knew you were the biggest archipelago of the world. I knew that. What I didn't know is that the museum system that we've been seeing unfolding is also a full archipelago that you have. We visited, we saw, not completely visited, but we saw the National Museum, we saw the National Galleries, we were able to, of course, archipelagos, it was mandatory to go to the Maritime Museum, we saw the diversity of the civil and civic museums, Museum of the City. I was super happy yesterday, thanks to you, Amelia, to go to the Machan, which is also part of, so you have an incredibly rich ecosystem of islands which are connected, which are all these museums, and again, private, public, on Bali, private, Saka, or other elements. So this archipelago is the wealth of your ecosystem, I would say museum ecosystem. And living in an archipelago, you should be able to navigate. It brought me to a beautiful, I couldn't resist, you know Edouard Glissant, the famous writer, poet, philosopher from Martinique, who wrote, "I imagine the museum as an archipelago. It is not a continent, but an archipelago. Because in the end, the idea of a museum today is to bring the world into contact with the world, to bring some of the world's places into contact with other world's places. We must multiply the number of worlds inside museums." I invite you to reflect on that and to see how it can organize. So that was my first idea on space, this very specific space, which is your space. And then I was thinking about the time. Why are we together? What are we doing together? What did we do together? What just happened? We, if we are macro, in terms of time, at a macro reading, you are in a very important moment of the history of museum in Indonesia, because your national museum is reopening soon, and we see the traction which is coming with it. And after 20 years in this very specific sector, I know that the creation of an agency, I know the mobilization of resources, I know that everybody here means there is something into motion. So you need to harness this, and you need to understand what's happening. If we move at a more micro, what just happened, these 2 days are, I would say, just the beginning of a series of moments of exchange, discussion. You have been presented with case studies, examples from the world. If we go back to the archipelago, the Prado, Warsaw, closer Singapore, Hong Kong, of course Abu Dhabi, Louvre Abu Dhabi, which I'm representing, but all the world has come to you to share not only recipe or solutions, but ideas on best practices. And I think that the wealth of elements that have been given to you is at the same time practices, tools. Our Venice example were fantastic on what you can transplant, on use in your own practices. But also when you see the collections which are interacting with the Indonesian identity, what can you take of this mirror effect on your culture from in the rest of the world? What are the back and forth that you can create? And I think in this kind of moment, it's not necessarily a toolbox, a takeaway, but it's a few things that you can get from this gathering with international experts, but also people from the land sharing their experience. So I would finish by 3 advices that I wrote somewhere. The first one, I'm losing my mind. The first one is be curious. Advice 1, be curious. Don't forget who you are, but be curious, listen. It's a question of humility, but listen to it's a very, very energetic environment, the museum world, so listen to what's happening. Second, be true to the values of this specific world. Inclusivity, sustainability, openness, these values, what we are showing inside the museum, integrate them into your practices and in the way, in your ethics. Finally, in terms of method, it would be methodical. Use this kind of moment. And that's not because I appreciate the organizational committee, but I think tomorrow you have workshops, you will have networking sessions. Be methodical, learn, meet, discuss, exchange. Voilà. Space and time, that would be my closing element. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manuel. Yeah, and maybe I can give to Goranka. Yes, please. And maybe following up from Manuel, please do, Goranka, share your perspectives.
Thank you. I must say I'm really pleased to see how our event gathered people together. Actually, this interactivity of the time we live in is really impressive, and we feel maybe more connected than in the past, which enable us to also fulfill global mission of ICOM, to network, to collaborate. And that's why such events are really important. What to say about the museums in the last decade? We have passed through many hardships, I must say. Our environment changed immensely. We have new topics to focus on. We have had a global pandemics of unseen impact. We saw in some of the presentations how numbers have been dropping in 2020 for everything, visitors, income. So this makes us aware that building a kind of resilience, being adaptive, agile, is something we have to develop. But this also has to somehow focus us on the definition what we are. ICOM says we are not for-profit institutions. And this is something we should not, let it go easily, because this is necessary to secure inclusivity, accessibility to everyone, to democratize our institution a step further, because if you raise ticket prices, if you, make you expensive and yearning for profit only, you will not be fulfilling this another important part of the first ICOM's definition, and this is that you are in the service of the society. So cultural legacy, cultural heritage has no meaning without inheritors. So these are the people we live with, the communities we live with, and many examples we saw today show this clearly. Another aspect which is important that we focus on is what is our profession. So this is what we are reflecting on when we speak about capacity building, about training. It's not only the formal education, it is, gaining skills, gaining new, visions, how to deal with the audiences. We saw in one of the presentations given by Catherine from VNA how changes in habits among younger generations have to be addressed and taken into consideration when we are thinking about what we are developing for today's audience. Who are these diverse audience, as James put it, who are the people we are targeting? How we are going to reshape our programs, and Darko Babic mentioned well, so it is not a recipe, there is not a recipe, one size does not fit for everyone. Of course, for us, it is also important how these theoretical messages and researchers' inputs, museological advices should be actually put in practice in our institution, in our own museums. We who work in museums know how this is not always easy. We have limited resources, so funding and financing might be an important field that has not maybe been discussed enough. We will have the opportunity tomorrow in the workshop. We have to see that museums do not only earn the money via selling tickets, we are, selling their space or doing some other activities, but they are generating indirect income for their communities, which Christina put rightly. This brings me to another idea. She mentioned Einstein and his remark on value, but allegedly it's not 100% proved that one of the other sentences by him also defines what is stupidity. and stupidity should be described as something that you keep on using the same model and the same mode of conduct and expect different results. Museum people and we all are aware that we should go away from this silo mentality, and that's why we see Museum Forward something that is an opportunity to reshape, to rethink, to change. So this transformative energy is vital and is showing that we are a clever profession indeed. I hope that this will also be, how to say, motivation for you to join us tomorrow in this more interactive part, because we have prepared several workshops to address different issues, and this will be an opportunity for you to interact, to learn, and for us to learn, of course, by hearing your how to say, priorities, what are the challenges that you are really meeting, and how together we can look for better solutions. So I would like to finish with one of the slides Dr. Hilmer actually had in his presentation, and this is how to create the climate of hope. So this hope is not only the hope of survival in the growing concerns related to the climate changes, but also the hope that we will find a good social framework where museums are really, how to say, potent drivers of change and for well-being of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Goranka.
Can I add one word just to go on cassette, which is we shall meet again, because next year, not far from here, in Dubai, which is not far from Abu Dhabi, you have the ICOM gathering in November, General Conference, November 25. So hopefully all of you become member of ICOM if it's not already the case. And Abu Dhabi will welcome Indonesia as a guest of honor of the Abu Dhabi Book Fair before in April.
Fantastic, yes. And we have ICOM Indonesia well established, and please use this opportunity, become a member, choose your international committee, and use the opportunity to use our programs, activities, workshops, publications, download it for free, etc.
Everybody log into ICOM website now. Please do, please do.
For your good, for your good. That was a little push for your good.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, I can give it to Mas Ricky now. Thank you so much, Manuel and Goranka. Oh, okay. Okay, so as I said that I give it to Mas Ricky because Mas Ricky is a long timer in the whole, you know, like he's bridging between, you know, like the public, the creative scene, and the government since decades. So I give it a privilege for him to, maybe you have something like a feedback to what Manuel and Goranka has been addressing. Yeah, please do, Mas Ricky.
also thousands of cultural heritage. Right? But the problem is we don't have a stronger or better ecosystem for the museums in Indonesia, not like in Europe, where already established. Yet we still facing problem like budget, the public attention to the museum as well, because like previously, like you compare us with Venice, for example, yeah, we don't have 18 million people coming to Indonesia every year as the potential market for the museum. So that's one of the so the big issue that we face, I think the biggest thing in order to create a better ecosystem and manage museums and cultural heritage sites in Indonesia is how to make sure we have a better law to support the funding for the development of culture. And below this culture is also include museum and cultural heritage. So I think that's one of the most important thing in the future. The second one is also before we become equal, have an equal, better ecosystem like any other place, even compared to our neighbor like Singapore, Malaysia, which is already have a better ecosystem to support the museum. We are already facing the disruption in the, what we call it, market, museum market, right? We are facing the same problem, like the decline of the visitors to the museum, the museum is not appealing anymore to the younger generation, and we need to find more creative idea for that. So that's the thing. We not yet have our better ecosystem, but we also at the same time have to facing this, the second challenge, which is the disruption in the market. So I think Indonesian Heritage Agency in that point will facing a bigger challenge in the future, because that's like, for example, like what James said, we need system 2 to but in this very disruptive era, which is everything keep changing, sometimes all the problem solving or the how we manage the ecosystem, the museum, and is always using system 1. So how so in order to make we can sustain using the system 2, we have to make a stronger law that can secure the development of a better ecosystem for museum and heritage in Indonesia with the better support. Also the scheme of incentive. We don't have a better scheme of incentive or tax deduction or support to patrons compared to other country. I mean, patron, if they want to become a donor in museum in Indonesia, we don't have any incentive at all for them. So that's the biggest problem actually, because in other, like in US, in Europe, there's always the scheme, right? By the wealth company, the big company, the public listed company. That's become the scheme how they reduce the tax by being the big donor for culture, for social things. But in Indonesia, we don't have that kind of scheme. So that's the thing. We have to work to have a better law and new regulation in our government in order to create a better and competitive ecosystem for this museum. So that's my but we can learn from all the presentation how to manage museum, like example from Louvre, from Venice, for example. So, but in order to do that, we need to make a strong. That's the big, because if you, Manuel, you just visit National Museum and National Gallery, right? But if you went to go to other province in Indonesia and visiting the local museum, you will be more sad. I mean how the management, so I think that's what we have to learn. The capacity building for the management of museum should be being modernized across Indonesia in order to do that. Because I know there's plenty initiative from the private sectors. In Bali, there's a new private museum, right? Saka Museum. In Jakarta, we have Macan. In Solo, we have a very private museum, Tumurun. Yeah. In Magelang, they have Hongjin Museum. But in Jogja, we have this Ulan Setalu, for example. But there's more government asset, local government asset as a museum that need to be taken care of in order to make it more attractive, the museum. So that's, I think, the challenge in the future for Indonesia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mas Ricky, for highlighting some of our realities and our major homework. But I think that before I go back to Manuel and Goranka, to probably you have something to respond to Ricky, but I sense that Mbak Maya seems to have something to respond here because she's next to me. Maybe Mbak Maya has something to say, responding to the discussion that has been going on.
Thank you, Mbak. I'm quite patient, actually, to wait. Okay, thank you, first of all, Mbak Wawa and all the committee for giving me the opportunity to give some observation. Although I'm not really a person who has been immersed into the art world, because I just accidentally happened to work in a bank, UB Bank, but our CSR activities are really into supporting the art community and supporting the cultural heritage. So in terms of the observation, I think we've been speaking a lot about, like Manuel said, the space, the time, maybe like Pak Ricky said about how to talk about the branding, or maybe James has spoken about also understand your audiences, right, segmentation. But actually going back to the basic, I think the first start of the love for art, the love of going to museum, is actually happens at home first, at everyone's home. I think first of all is parents to really educate their children to love cultural heritage, to understand who they are, who were their ancestors, and taking them to the museum. Maybe it just happened that when I was a small kid, my parents always brought me to the museum, so I have this passion, for art and culture as well. And I think it's very important to start it from home, really. And the education also, I observe, like in Indonesia, may be different from Europe or the States, when you talk about art works, maybe it's not as spread as in other advanced countries. Children go to the museum, maybe some schools are having partnership with museums, but for the children, when I also interact with them, it's just to chase the scores, to chase the good scores, for the curriculum, not really trying to immerse themselves about understanding what are the history, but what are the culture. So back to the basic, I think museums should be positioned, for the young people, Because as we know, in Indonesia, 25% are the Gen Z, 16 to 30%, and actually 50% are combined of Gen Z and millennial. So actually 50% of the nation are all young people. So this means that, like James earlier said about understand your audience, who should you position, and I think not all museums should have the same positioning. They should understand also the local community, what are the tastes about the surrounding community, and also how to package, the communication itself is very primordial, I think, especially for the young people, because maybe I can share experience when UOB Bank worked with Macan, we have been partners of 5 years with Museum Macan, yes, Amelia, and it was a very good experience because the bank was not donating like we talked earlier, but we actually were partnering for 5 years, thinking together about what will be the programs for the children. So there was this children art space, and we worked with the different artists from Southeast Asia as well as from the UOB Painting of the Year alumni artists. So in every semester, then there was a special thematic concept for the children, more experimental. Even during the COVID time, the digital divide was, present in the museum, so that children can access also the, the learnings through this experimental at the museum, and they also can interact. They can, really do many critical thinking, at the museum. So I think children art space at museums whenever possible, like in the Museum Verdenberg that was launched quite recently, yeah, Pak Ricky, and also maybe Terus Song. Also, I saw I have never been there, but I saw some of the experimental, experience there. So very important to have that packaging, that communication, that branding, to attract the young population. Yeah. But maybe another observation also, probably museum can also be introduced to out of the space of the museum, Mbak Wawa. Let's say if it is presenting in one mall or one other space, to present some of the, the knowledge or the thematic of the year or of the months of the museum. You go to the mall and then you just give a snapshot about, what you will see at the museum. So the young, even the adults, can be then attracted to go to the museum. So probably it has to be going to the, to the museum in such a certain way. I just also observed there's next January, I think, there's this Islamic annual Biennale art in Jeddah. So I think it was quite brilliant that the exhibition will be at the King Abdul Aziz Airport in January or February. And I think that's the way how, the community can actually go there. Even the intentional passengers can be exposed to the Islamic Arts Biennale. And this is how the accessibility to the community can be felt, and people then can understand, about this. And I think Citra Sasmita, our UB Painting of the Year winner, is also doing an exhibition between her Hindu kamasan, but also standing together with the Islamic artworks. So very interesting to talk about civilization, because yesterday I think Mr. Ambassador has spoken about, Ambassador and Manuel also, you have spoken about the civilization exchange dialogue, yeah. So I think that's very interesting how the museum can actually be expanded in a much larger scope, not only going to that museum itself. And I think sustainability, of course, yeah, program sustainability. the creative economy. As a bank, we not only work on getting our economic investment business connectivity around, but very important to support the creative economy, because that's the creative economy itself is one of the projecting source of income for our PDB growth. Because like the UKM, the cultural heritage, those can be actually be commercialized. But maybe the issue is we are not yet there to be able to, to do that commercialization. So from the bank's perspective, it's very important to do that. We also finance some of the UKM, the what they call small, medium enterprise. It's very important. But I think also one thing, probably if we could commercialize our, cultural products, say if we heard some spill that the Ministry maybe of Culture will be in place. So that would be great if it is also working with the Economic Creative Ministry, so that the product is there and then you export it then to, whether into Indonesia or then you export overseas. Yeah.
I would like to actually at first I would like to give back to Goran Emmanuel, but I just actually take a peek of the time and we still have 4 speakers left. I would give, I talked to Sadia before, some of what's her takeaways of of all the discussion that have been happening today. So you were mentioning about the importance of research and scholarship, and we haven't talked about it that much. Maybe you can elaborate, Sadie.
Yeah. Sure. Thank you, Waba, and thank you also, Charlotte, and the rest of the organizers for this wonderful conference. I think it's very timely. That's one of the things that I've been observing over the past few days. I think the conference is very timely. There is an appetite very clearly in Indonesia, not just with the government, but also with the audiences that are really ready for better experiences in the museum. And the younger generations are really looking for opportunities to learn and wanting to work in museums, not even just experiencing, but also working in the field of museums, cultural heritage, art, etc. But I think this is where I would like to connect also with to Ricky's points, the points that Ricky made about the regulations and the laws. So I think there are some issues that we're still dealing with. One of them are indeed the laws and regulations that are in place. We've seen the vision presented by Director General Farid yesterday, a very big imaginary vision about where the field of museums should be going, with a very strong curatorial base. But the regulations that are currently in place actually do not offer the intellectual space to develop the curatorial competence and the expertise that we would be needing to develop the field in the way that the Director General envisions. As he mentioned previously, the museums were technical units, so that means that most of the job descriptions that are tied to these units are still very much technical as well. So that's something that needs a fundamental change in order to give space to a more intellectual and also an interdisciplinary approach to the profession of curation, but also collection management, etc. So that's one thing. And here I would like to also connect to the point of education and research, because I think, we've been talking a lot about audience engagement, the involvement of communities, community museums, etc. And that's, I think, extremely important, and also very much of Indonesia to have this approach of including everyone and creating things in togetherness and together. At the same time, as Masriki was also pointing out, we have so many museums. If there are indeed over 4,000 museums, the audience we would have, there are 280 million people, inhabitants in Indonesia, so there is in principle no lack of an audience. But the expertise and the professionals that is needed to actually maintain such a large asset of cultural heritage within Indonesia really requires an army of cultural experts. And that's what we don't have yet. And in that sense, the education that we're having at the moment now does not suffice. And of course, there schemes set up by the government that provides opportunities for students to go abroad and with full scholarships, etc. And that's very important and really crucial as well. And yet at the same time, if we want to build a sustainable cultural heritage field, we would also really need education at a professional level within Indonesia itself, because we will never be able to send thousands of students abroad to take care of these over 4,000 museums in Indonesia. So I think that's also something where, because my background is I'm trained as a historian and a curator, so I straddle practice and research as well. Research, I think, is very much needed. We need to learn how to do research into our collections properly as well, because without knowledge about our collections, what exactly is in there, what is an object, maybe we don't even recognize it, then there is no meaning. And how can we tell stories about objects that have no meaning? How can we need to find ways to connect the objects to the audiences. We can do whatever audience engagement we want, festivals, other type of like technological inventions, but without actual knowledge about what we are actually talking about, what we want the audience to be connecting with, then it will just become sort of like empty kind of audience engagements exercises. So I think that would be my point, like we need more a change in the regulations and laws to enable more intellectual engagement with the collections, etc. But on the other hand, we also really need the educational opportunities within Indonesia.
Thank you, Sadia. I just gonna move there because I'm gonna give this to Mbak Amel. Yeah, okay. Okay, you got the microphone. I think that we are talking much about like how to still kind of like connect dots or gaps here, like between, let's say, Mas Riki was talking about like the realities of the 4,000 museums across Nusantara, and then like our major homework, and then Mbak Maya was talking about the potentials actually that we can explore also from, let's say, from the economic sector, and Sadia was actually like reminding us about like actually like we haven't really developed the intellectual or research and scholarship, you know, like in our museum heritage scene. And Mbak Amel is the expert of
fundraising,
business development, like making money for museum, and actually like sustaining in a meaningful way, sustaining how without compromising our goals and our visions and our standards. What do you think? Let us know what you think, Mbak Amel.
Thank you. Yes, so my name is Amalia Rujano. I'm head of development in Macan Museum, but I'm also currently helping out the government under IHA regarding also on fundraising. Actually, what you did not say, that now we can donate to the government, and right now the current project is for the National Museum. And it's been well supported also by foreign institution and etc. But anyway, I think the key factor just now, as we were discussing, as we do not have other incentive, so it's, you know, what do we sell to this, you know, the patron? Right now for Macan, we identify ourselves as the first modern and contemporary museum that carries Indonesian but also international collection. And we also, I think right now we're the only international standard museum that we support cross-pollinate exchanges between Indonesian art internationally and also international art in Indonesia. By having the standard platform, we're able to work with other museums, and we are able to do international show in Indonesia. So, you know, we've worked with National Gallery of Singapore, we've worked with many others. Mori Museum, for example, we've brought in Chiharu Shota, we've brought in even artists from Germany, Julian Rosfeld, we brought in Subing, but yet we also, we put a platform for, I think she left, Malati, We had an amazing survey show of Melati Suryadarmo. Again, before we would have to go to Singapore maybe or other part of the world to see her work as a complete survey show. And then we've done Agus Suwage, we've done Arahmayani. Again, Arahmayani is an artist that was even exiled. And we were able to do a survey show in Macan. So I think this becomes our highlight, that we are able to do this. And it is the way we want the donation to support the program. So our program has to be very, very strong. And not just the exhibition itself, but our public program and education. And this become our mission. And since we've opened in 2017, someone just asked me just now, and we have brought about 300,000 kids to the museum, and it's still ongoing, and including special needs children. And actually, during the pandemic, it didn't stop us. We actually, well, we all had to go digital. And actually, that amplified our presence also in Indonesia. We have about 38 provinces, and we've managed with technology to at least reach out to 26. That's 62% of our provinces. And not only that, we've also reached out about 130 million social media users. That's a lot. And we will continue to do this. And we will have, yes, our duration of our exhibition is long just because it's, it's costs. And it's a lot of money to do a big exhibition like this. We will actually do we have NGS here. we are bringing all of our show from Singapore, which will come to Indonesia next year. So this is an opportunity for those that can afford to go to Singapore. They can come to Macan in Jakarta. So hopefully what we do, and we continue to do this, and hopefully getting the support to continue to do this, and then continuing also with bringing the children is something that is still a highlight. Education is important. We do also a lot of other project with curatorial project. So I mean, yeah, that's it. I mean, what we do is really amplifying and continue to do a very, strong program, and we don't stop.
Thank you, Mel. I'm saving the best for last. Cecilia and Judith has been collecting actually testimonials and responses from audience, from participants actually since the last 2 days. Please give applause to Cecilia and Judith, and thank you so much, ladies. So I think that I can give it to you both, like you both can take turn to share what you have been, getting from our participants here. Yeah.
Okay, so why were we thinking about this? It's all about inclusiveness. If we are willing to be a forum where many people can say something, and if you're willing to be a forum where you can share, then maybe it brings us also to a little bit to the extension of the museum. We want to be these days maybe the extension of a museum in the sense that we want to invite people to have a dialogue and think along with us, with everybody. So what is it like to be in the museum world?
In that spirit of collaboration, which I think really signifies this conference, because when you look at the amount of partners that all the organizers had put together from the start, this is a remarkable example. So embracing that spirit of collaboration, Judith and I didn't know each other 2 days ago, but we have become besties, I think, for long. And I'm sure you have met someone new, because that's what conferences are for, to collaborate, to exchange, to talk to each other. This is very, very important. If we want to collaborate as a sector, it starts with us. So in that spirit, if there is one thing that resonated across the 2 days, is the need to put people at the center. And I say people because audience that comes from Latin, that is about listening. But I think everyone says we want the audience to participate. We want us, the museum sector, to participate too. So what we did is we gave the microphone to the people in this room, and we've been asking questions about what their takeaways were. And this is a very, very simple and very quick sample and not representative of everyone's takeaways, but at least it gives an insight of what resonated. And the most important thing, I think, one thing that people told us, and I think it's a very emotional highlight, that this is a very passionate community that really wants to put museums at heart. And this is what we learn from our colleagues here in Indonesia. In every picture, we put our hand in our heart. And I think that we all are here because we love what we do and we couldn't be doing anything else, isn't it right? That's one of the best takeaways from the conference, but there were more. Judith.
Right. So thinking about Indonesia, such a huge country, 280 million people from Sabang to Merauke, and many of those people are very young. So can you raise your hand if you're below 30?
Or in your 30s?
35. Well, I think that we have quite a lot of young people here. So I think that is the people who organized this managed to make that happen. I think that's very important. So, and that is also what was brought to us by the takeaways of the people. And one word that stands out is semangat. Semangat. Keep spirits up. Semangat. That's what we see among all the participants. And so if we ask them about their takeaways, they talk about, for example, that they were impressed that in other parts of the world there are huge collections of Indonesian art. Of course, we can think about all the negative things related to it, and we must do that. We must decolonize. But we can also think about the positive reactions that several of the audience, of the people we asked, they were saying that they were actually very proud that, for example, in Poland, that there is a huge collection of Indonesian art. And they said, that is something new that I learned today, that people appreciate in East Europe the art that we are proud of. So I think that is something that we are happy to hear. But there is also another side to it. Someone also told us in Singapore, oh no, our Raden Saleh, our famous Javanese painter, you can see it in Singapore and not here. Of course we can see it here, but not everything. So these are the things that then are missing in Indonesia, which brings us to the other thing, that there is a need to repatriate also. Some people have mentioned it, but then the other key word,
which has already been mentioned, I think is hope. And that's a beautiful word because people told us that assisting in this conference gave them a lot of hope. Because people told us that some of the projects that you've seen in the screen today took a huge amount of effort to implement and a lot of convincing. Because let's face it, all of us, we know that we have in common, we like change, but change isn't easy. So the people who are here in this room with this museum forward thinking, not all of them are in the leadership rooms, and that needs to change. So hope is very important because if you want to change things, you're going to need to perseverate and you're going to have to convince so many people, all the convincing that you've done, I can't believe, and then keep going. So it's very important, many people to get together to celebrate those achievements, to keep going and to keep perseverating.
Yes, and then we are told that people were intrigued by the storytelling in museums, the narratives, and I think also, and we think, that we find in Indonesia that people are great storytellers. People liked, and it goes back to very meaningful oral traditions from way back. People were telling stories to each other. So if Indonesia is able to bring all these stories, and it's already doing it, into the museums, we are on the right path. And this was also mentioned by our audience. And then someone said, we should think afresh. And it was interesting because he literally said, if we are able to think afresh, we do not even need all the technology. But first of all, it's about the new ideas. And then we will find out how to implement everything that is around to make the message better.
Yep.
And this personal storytelling was also there. Some people mentioned that they found it intriguing that the experts, the people themselves also add something personal to the story. For example, Max Meyer has told something about his personal background, his relationship with Indonesia, which is very personal. We also heard that from Maria from Poland. She said that it's the ethnomusicology which brought her to Indonesia and which made her attached to the collection in Poland, and this was then mentioned by our audience. So this is a mixture of what I'm saying, but more of what I heard of the audience. And then an important other part, right? Yeah. The need for decolonization, transformation, and you can say something more about it, right?
People were very happy to know about the representation of 5 sculptures that were mentioned on the first day, and it gave them a huge amount of pride to say that they're coming home, and they find out about that yesterday. So that was a very big moment. But there also was a very big desire to go, in general, I think few people told us, from being a museum which is a repository of objects, the objectification of the museum, the contextualized, to be a catalyst of change that engages with the community, that puts purpose at the core of it, that understands the audience deeply, and that is engaged with community, and going back to learning from the youth, with the youth, for us, with us. So that was very good examples of that during the day that people really, really enjoy. And I think also a very interesting takeaway was coming from El Prado, saying that the big success of the museum was that it changes very little, because sometimes to keep your authenticity is the most important thing. To be authentic, and that doesn't mean that you have to change to adapt. You can keep your essence and find, as it was said yesterday, your soul, own it, and bring it to life. And I think...
Yes, and with that, I would like you to join me in all saying, Semangat!
Semangat! Thank you very much for sharing with us.
Thank you. Thank you, Cecilia. Thank you, Majudi. Thank you, Cecilia. That was very invigorating. And thank you so much for your effort since the last 2 days with the audience. We only have, less than 2 minutes according to time, but I think that I can ask Karina to spare us maybe 10 more minutes, because I still want to give probably some response also from the floor. It can be from participants, or maybe anyone from also like fellow experts probably have something to say or response. Okay, yeah. Maybe can only 2 questions, but please.
Sorry?
Testimony.
Maybe like 15 more minutes. I don't know, I just let Karina give me a sign. Please, Mbak, ya?
Saya...
Oh, oke.
Terima kasih. Saya mungkin representasi dari museum yang berada dari daerah. Sorry for regency. Mungkin museum kami tidak seperti seindah museum-museum yang ada. Our museum not such good ones museum like the others in Indonesia or even that in the world. But from this table, dari pelajaran sini, I have more courage, saya mempunyai keberanian untuk lebih memperkenalkan our museum. Bahwa museum kami bisa jadi akan lebih bagus setelah mendapatkan from a knowledge, a best practice from here. Jadi terima kasih. Jadi bukan soal, not about our age, bukan soal usia. Untuk apa usia muda jika tidak peduli? Not even whatever our age, not because our young. If we not, jika kita tidak peduli, kasihan museum kita. Tetapi bagaimana kita tetap memberikan empati, tetap memberikan antusiasme kita terhadap perkembangan collaboration, engagement, sustainability. Mudah-mudahan from this table I can make a network. Satu kata dari table ini adalah how to make a network from the other. We have IHA, satu IH, IHH, IHCB, dan mudah-mudahan I hope that our museum can be one of your participant. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ibu dari museum apa? Maaf.
Saya representasi dari Museum Daerah Kabupaten Sumbawa. Saya Kepala Bidang Kebudayaan. I just heard baru 7 bulan di bidang kebudayaan ini. Mudah-mudahan under my di bawah kepemimpinan saya, Museum Sumbawa bisa lebih baik.
Sumbawa Ibu. Ibu dari
Kabupaten Sumbawa.
Museum Sumbawa.
Iya, kan Museum UPTD Museum Kabupaten Sumbawa.
Sorry, karena bergema jadi malah mungkin UPTD Museum Kabupaten Sumbawa. Okay, so I just kind of like just summarize. Actually, Ibu Fitriati from Museum of the Municipal City of Sumbawa. Sumbawa is from our the eastern islands, one of the eastern islands in Indonesia. Thank you so much, Ibu. She just responding about like that she at the Museum of Sumbawa after Museum Forward hopes that someday they can join this global that the museum can join this global dialogue. I kind of like just loosely translate that, but it's a comment, it's not a question. But yes, that's what we hope, Ibu Fitriati, and we thank you so much. You come all the way from Sumbawa, and also like we definitely hope if there's any other, maybe if there's any other delegates from different parts of the country, itu okay? Ya, boleh. Iya Mbak, monggo.
Thank you for the time. My name is Bonita. I'm the head of Museum Radia Pustaka Surakarta in Solo, and also Museum Keris Nusantara. Both of the museum owned by Surakarta city government. Here I want to share that actually this meeting have give us knowledge and also ideas to do everything that we have done more creative. Actually, what we have seen in 2 days, we have already done in our museum. Since the decline of our museum because of COVID, now in this year, we have already increased for the visitors until 156%. Our increasement. What we have done actually almost the same with all of the presentation in 2 days, but what we have done is maybe a simple thing. Because we only a small museum in a small city in Central Java, so that's why what we have done is only how to collect all of our capability and also our uniqueness. So that's why one of the things that we have done is doing a routine event that we do every month, and it increase our visitors. Although it is a simple thing, but it helps us because usually we only have about 1,000 visitors in a day, in a month. But now, in a month, we can increase until 3,000 and 4,000. Although we did it in a simple thing. So actually, as what you said, semangat. So all of the museum that attend this meeting, please be semangat. Although doing the simple thing, we can do as what they have done. Okay? Thank you very much.
Ibu dari mana? Museum Surakarta ya?
Museum Radia Pustaka Surakarta dan Museum Keris Nusantara di Solo.
Museum Keris?
Ya, saya mengepalai 2 museum.
Mengepalai 2 museum, hebat sekali Ibu. Ibu siapa?
Bonita.
Bonita?
Bonita. Bonita, la isla bonita.
Boni, Bu Boni. Ibu maaf, ini karena saya yang sekarang jadi agak karena kalau udah eko malah saya. Tapi terima kasih sekali Ibu. So I actually just this is quite like a chance for like anyone who also wants to probably like share some their own perspective. So they are not questions, but Ibu from she's the head of 2 museums in Surakarta, like taking care of like the Surakarta Palace heirlooms, ya pustaka-pustaka. Dari Surakarta. Terima kasih sekali atas komennya Ibu. Anyone else would like to share their 2 cents, 3 cents? Oh ya, mari Mbak.
Hello. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Amaristi Cardi. I am the Assistant Director of General Affairs for the NECA Art Museum in Bali. And actually it's one of the venue place for the Indonesia Bertutur this year. So our museum is actually one of the oldest museum in Bali. And the founder of the museum is actually my grandfather. So yeah, my grandfather, Pandewayan Stejaneka, he is one of the first art gallery founder in Bali that sells fine arts. And he has always been passionate about arts and developing arts, especially in Bali, until to what it is now, a very famous, especially Ubud, because it's the place of the museum is in Ubud, basically a hub for culture. And with the fund that he earned through selling paintings, he finally found the NECA Art Museum with my grandmother. And now the museum, we have a lot of different collections. We have paintings, we have sculptures, we have photography of Bali in 1930s, and also keris. So it's a whole collections. So this is actually my first time coming for like this kind of event. And I want to say thank you to Bu Farah Wardani for making this amazing conference because, yeah, we can give applause to her, yeah, because I think this is very helpful for museum heads, founders, or anyone that works in the museum to kind of reconnect and connect with people from different parts of the world. Not only different part of the world, just different parts of Indonesia. Like I meet a couple of new friends here, like the 2 misses over here and many more behind. And I think, yeah, basically building connections and learning from each other is very, very useful, important. I learned a lot through all the guest speakers and panelists here. Thank you for the amazing, amazing presentation. Thank you, yeah, presentations. And I hope in the future we can collaborate more and help more of these amazing events and bring more museum heads, founders, workers, staff, or anything that are museum enthusiasts into this conference. So yeah, thank you.
Dengan
siapa? Amaristi apa Ama?
Ini cucunya Pak Neka.
Cucu Pak Neka, yes.
Oh ya, oke. Salam buat semua. Thank you so much from NECA Museum Bali. Actually, we should have done this yesterday. I mean, like I like these people. I mean, like, all of you like introducing yourself. We have extra time actually, so then maybe I give one more, either like a question or a feedback, or if you would like just to probably share a bit about your museum. So if anyone from the floor? Okay, Charlotte. You should.
Well, first of all, I wanted to thank you all of you presenters, speakers, for accepting the invitation, for the amazing insights. I'm glad also to hear the testimonials in the room because, you know, it makes what we have done in our work so significant, and it gives us a reason to move forward and to keep on doing this. I had one very specific question actually for maybe Sadia and Amalia. So Sadia, you mentioned that there were not enough regulations and public policies to serve the imaginary vision of a museum of the future, an ideal museum in Indonesia. And so my question is, if you, too, were in a position of power to make a change, what would you do? What would be the 2 things that you would do in priority? Thank you. I like the idea of having 2 women in the position of power.
Tough question. But I think definitely one would be to do something about the regulations and the laws to make it more suitable for the needs of museum professionals in general. So not just curators, but I think arts management in general. And I think the second one would be like set up more opportunities for to study curatorial studies, museum studies, arts management, all of the skills and expertise that are actually needed to run cultural heritage institutions. So not even just museums, but I'm also thinking the cultural heritage sites. As yesterday we learned, there's 34 heritage sites, even only under the Ministry for Education, Culture, Research and Technology. So there are many more. So imagine like all of those 100 sites and museums, thousands of basically cultural heritage assets that we would have in Indonesia. They just need a lot of people to be able to run in a professional way, as opposed, for example, to the technical way that Hilma Farid pointed out they have been running for the past decade. So I think those would be my 2 main takeaways, like create educational opportunities plus a change in laws and regulations.
Just 2. Again, as it's ongoing already in terms of donation to the museum, tax incentive, and secondly, actually, as we are, we run international, museum, exhibition, I need to have custom has to be more easy for Carney, which is like a temporary exhibition. Right now, it's really troublesome. Yes, well, both are tax. So it makes it easier for us to do a proper international show or vice versa, you know. And apparently this applies to a lot of things. I mean, even in the movie or even fashion and everything. And I know that, for example, like a local designer wanted to do a fashion shoot maybe in Paris, and then they come back and they've been charged for the clothes that they were using it for a photo shoot, for example. So with us also, we are not selling artwork. It's just a temporary show, and yet, you know, it's always a problem. Yeah, and that becomes cost for us because that's, it's not in our budget. Yeah.
Thank you, Mamel. Charlotte, I thought that your question relates to that our government will change soon. It's not about that. It's a story for another day. Okay, I'm not going to elaborate on that. We only have, okay, so that's, yeah, I think that Goranka, stay there because I want you to have the last word. But I will give it to Manuel first. Like, sorry, guys, I mean, like, it's a full circle thing.
Support me?
What's your response to all the discussions and all these? Yeah.
All in a nutshell. No. Now, I just wanted to bounce back after what Ricky said, what Maya alluded to, and just what both of you just said. I will be blunt. There is no museum team B. There is no population of visitor B, there is no administration B, there is no resources ready for you B, and so on. Everything you have is there. You are the team A in this room. You have to do with what you have. You have to with what you are. You need to change. You need to evolve. You need to adapt. I think you need to engage, maybe more. Maybe you feel some of the frustration. You need to use that. Research is key. Standards are necessary. Demand on the quality, on what you produce. Curatorial exigence. Know your history, know your identity. You need to do that. But this is something that you have to do. There is no one will solve it for you. You, as a community of museum professionals, you have to tackle that, and you have to make the move. And I would say, unlock, engage the audience, engage the content, find ways, put yourself in movement. So I think that's the name of the conference, Move Forward. So engage, unlock. That would be my last elements to answer that. Be conscious of this frustration and so on, and use it to move forward.
Yes, Goranka, please. I've been longing to...
Okay, I will be short. Just to...
Don't care about that. Karina will still give us time. Please take your time, Goranka.
Just to build on what Manuel said, actually. In our work, we have, how to say, 3 pillars. One is this, how to say, professional pillar, which consists of our formal professional education, what we do, how we build up our skills, capacity, what standards do we keep in our institutions. Then the next one is also this institutional support, which should, how to say, be built on, how to say, laws, how to say, should be built on international conventions, which are important, UN sustainability goals today, but of course, to prevent illicit trafficking, that's maybe why customs is strict sometimes, so that we don't have looting. It still happens. Many heritage items are trying to be smuggled. We saw that in one of the museums who stored in their storage the items. And the third one is this emotional bias of an individual. So we are passionate people. Collections and museums are somehow something that keeps us moving, and that we invest a lot of our, how to say, strength force. It's not the working hours. We are really all eager to stay here and invest our time, efforts, and knowledge in sharing it. And this is somehow that everybody has to find a kind of, how to say, good balance between these 3 things, and I hope that we will help you in that, and that collaboration and networking will be a useful tool for you to make your own museum mix.
Thank you so much, Goranka. And that concludes our today conference, everyone. And I want to say thank you from right to left, Mbak Maya Rizano, Goranka Horjan, Manuel Rabate, Judith Bosnak, Cecilia Martin, Amalia Wiryono, Sadia Bunsra, and Mas Rike Pesik. Thank you so much. And of course, we have to be here to take photo. So please do.
Once again, thank you so much for our observers, hosts, and moderator for the key takeaway session. Thank you so much for summarizing the points that we have discussed in the last 2 days. And now we would like to ask for a group photo together. We would like to invite all observers, host, and moderator to join us on the stage. Please do come to the stage as we are about to take a picture together, as well as to the... Yes, please come to the stage, Bu Farah, as we are going to invite all of the attendees as well. But first, all of the observers, hosts, and moderators, please do come to the stage. Yes, a mega group photo, exactly. But first, we are going to ask... We would like to invite all of the speakers, panels, all of the experts to come to the stage as we are about to take a picture together. Okay, let's take a group picture together. Okay. All right, I'm going to lead the group picture, and the picture will be taken in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, once again. Once again, I am going to ask all of the experts to come and make a video with us. If I say Salam Museum, please say Museum in my heart, okay? Museum in my heart. Okay, I know you know this one. Okay, I will lead, okay? I will take the lead. 3, 2, 1, Salam Museum! One more time. Louder. Okay, louder. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Salam Museum. All right, and now please, I'm going to invite all of the attendees as well to go to the front of the stage as we are going to take a mega group picture, as Ibu Wawa said. Please, to all of the distinguished guests.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, can everybody come to join us on stage? All of you, and also maybe in front of the stage, yeah. All of you, if you want to come, please don't be shy. Come up.
Please don't be shy and join us in front of the stage. So all of the distinguished guests, all of the heads of the museums, all of the experts, please come forward to the stage. Silakan kepada Bapak dan Ibu, kakak-kakak semua untuk dapat bisa bergabung ke depan panggung. Jangan malu-malu, ini adalah kesempatan yang luar biasa. Kita akan berfoto, sebuah momen yang bersejarah di mana banyak sekali kepala museum yang hadir pada hari ini dari seluruh penjuru Indonesia untuk bergabung bersama dengan kegiatan Museum Forward. Kita akan melakukan sesi foto bersama. Oke, silakan kepada Bapak dan Ibu, kakak-kakak semua bisa merapat ke tengah panggung. Oke, silakan Bapak dan Ibu, kakak-kakak semua, kita akan mengabadikan momen ini. Kita foto dulu ya, we'll take a picture first. Oke, tim dokumentasi siap? Silakan. One more. Okay. Foto dulu ya. Please place your hand on the left chest. Museum di hatiku. Silakan lebih merapat lagi. Oke, video saya yang pimpin ya. Oke, when I say salam museum, Anda semua bilang museum di hatiku. Tangannya tahu ya, paham ya? Tangannya, tangan kanan ke dada sebelah kiri. Oke, in 3, 2, 1, salam museum. Okay, thank you so much everyone. Thank you to all of the experts, the observers, hosts, and all of the panelists, as well as our distinguished guests. Thank you so much for staying until the end of the session. Please now you may return to your seat. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, moderators, and panelists for their invaluable contribution. Your expertise and passion have truly elevated this conference, and we are deeply appreciative of the knowledge that you have shared. We have explored a wide range of topics, from the evolving role of museums in community empowerment and social impact, to the importance of branding, communication, and contemporary artistic practices in keeping museums vibrant and relevant. These conversations have not only deepened our understanding, but have also opened new avenues for collaboration and innovation in the field of cultural heritage. I would also like to thank our partners, sponsors, and everyone behind the scene who made this event possible, hosted by the European National Institutes for Culture Unique Indonesia Cluster and the International Council of Museums, ICOM, International Committees for Museum Management. This event is supported by Indonesia Hidden Heritage Creative Hub and the Indonesian History and Culture Conservation Society, or Perkumpulan Pelestari Sejarah dan Budaya Indonesia, Unique Cluster Global, and ICOM Sarek. Members of Unique Indonesia Cluster co-hosting Museum Forward today comprise of Erasmus Hui, Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Indonesia, French Embassy to Indonesia, East Timor, and ASEAN, and Institut Français d'Intonation, Goethe Institute Indonesia, Embassy of Ireland in Indonesia, Embassy of the Republic of Poland in Indonesia, Embassy of Spain in Indonesia, British Council, Delegation of the European Union to Indonesia and Brunei Darussalam. Members of the ICOM committee co-hosting Museum Forward comprise of ICOM Intercom, International Committee for Museum Management, ICOMON, International Committee for Money and Banking's Museum, ICOM ICTOP, International Committee for the Trainings of Personnel, ICOM MPR, International Committee for Marketing and Public Relations, and ICOM Croatia. Honorable officials, distinguished guests, we are humbled to honor we have welcomed here today Charlotte Asnu and Saman Shah, the co-presidents of the Unique Cluster Indonesia. Dr. Guran Kahurjan, the head of ICOM Intercom, and representatives from ICOM Intercom, ICOM ICTAP, ICOM MPR, ICOM ICOMON, and ICOM Croatia. Nova Farida, Executive Director of Indonesia Hidden Heritage Creative Hub, Head of ICOM Indonesia, Budi Trinovari, Program Chair Farah Wardani, and all of the museum heads from all over Indonesia, museum professionals from all over Indonesia, as well as the members of the public and the media. We also would like to extend our gratitude to our strategic partners, National Research and Innovation Agency or BRIN, Indonesia Heritage Agency, Jakarta Provincial Government, ICOM Indonesia, and Paramita Jaya, Jakarta Provincial Branch of the Indonesian Museum Associations. Our community partners, Komunitas Historia Indonesia, Jakarta Good Guide, Book Hive Yana Utama, Komunitas Jelajah Budaya, and Pengunyah Kata. With special thanks to Museum Forward's official sponsors, Jakarta Provincial Government, Jakarta Cultural Office, Jakarta Tourism Office, Bank Indonesia Museum, Museum Bahari Jakarta, Bank DKI, Pita, Havelti, Ichinogami, Soflo, and Samsung Electronics Indonesia, as well as our media partners, Metro TV, Media Indonesia, the ITV, and 7Hub. And to all our participants, thank you for your active engagement, your thoughtful questions, and your willingness to be part of these critical conversations. It is through your dedication that museums and cultural heritage will continue to thrive and inspire future generations. As we conclude, let us take with us the key takeaways and the sense of shared responsibility for the preservation and advancement of our cultural institutions. I encourage all of you to continue these discussions, build on the ideas presented here, and foster the spirit of collaboration that has been so evident throughout the public conference. And don't forget, tomorrow we begin a workshop with our experts at 9:30 sharp. The workshops are pre-registered only. Please let us know for any inquiry for the workshops. Once again, thank you for all your participations. We look forward to seeing the fruits of our discussions in the months and years ahead, and we hope to see you at our future conference and events. Safe travels, and we wish you every success in your endeavors. My name is Rama Soekarta. Thank you and good evening. Kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh Bapak dan Ibu, seluruh tamu undangan yang telah hadir pada Museum Forward International Best Practice Forum on Museums and Heritage hingga akhir acara pada hari ini. Kami ingatkan kembali bahwa besok akan ada workshop yang akan bukan hanya dari Indonesia namun juga dari mancanegara, di mana workshopnya akan dimulai tepat pukul 9.30 waktu Indonesia Barat di gedung ini, di gedung B.J. Habibie BRIN Jakarta. Dan workshop hanya untuk Anda yang telah mendaftar, jadi silakan bisa hubungi panitia, bisa menghubungi sumber suara jika Anda ingin mendaftar dan juga belum mendaftar. Dan kami tunggu kehadiran Anda, kontribusi Anda, dan juga buah pikiran Anda pada diskusi kita esok hari. Selamat malam.